Baby Mine by Margaret Mayo. Chapter 1. Even in college, Alfred Hardy was a young man of fixed ideas and high ideals, and proud of it. His friend Jimmy Jinks had few ideas and no ideals, and was glad of it, and before half of their first college term had passed, Jimmy had ridded himself of all such worries as making up his own mind or directing his own morals. Alfred did all these things so much better, argued Jimmy. Furthermore, Alfred liked to do them. Jimmy owed it to his friend to give him that pleasure. The fact that Jimmy was several years Alfred's senior and twice his size in no way altered his opinion of Alfred's judgment, and through their entire college course they agreed as one man in all their discussions, or rather in all Alfred's discussions. But it was not until the close of their senior year that Alfred favored Jimmy with his views on matrimony. Sitting alone in a secluded corner of the campus waiting for Alfred to solve a problem in higher mathematics, Jimmy now recalled fragments of Alfred's last conversation. "No $12 shoes and $40 hats for my wife," his young friend had raged, and he condemned to Jimmy the wicked extravagance of his own younger sisters. "The woman who gets me must be a homemaker. I'll take her to the theater occasionally, and now and then we'll have a few friends in for the evening, but the fireside must be her magnet, and I'll be right by her side each night, with my books and my day's worries. She shall be taken into my confidence completely, and I'll take good care to let her know, before I marry her, just what I expect in return." "Alfred certainly has the right idea about marriage," mused Jimmy, as the toe of his boot shoved the gravel up and down the path. "There's just one impractical feature about it." He was conscious of a slight feeling of heresy when he admitted even one flaw in his friend's scheme of things. Where is Alfred to find such a wife? Jimmy ran through the list of unattached girls to whom Alfred had thus far presented him. It was no doubt due to his lack of imagination, but try as he would, he could not see any one of these girls sitting by the fireside listening to Alfred's worries for 4 or 5 nights each week. He recalled all the married women whom he had been obliged through no fault of his own to observe. True, all of them did not boast $12 shoes or $40 hats for the very simple reason that the incomes or the tempers of their husbands did not permit of it. In any case, Jimmy did not remember having seen them spend many evenings by the fireside. Where then was Alfred to find the exceptional creature who was to help systematize his life? Jimmy was not above hoping that Alfred's search might be a long one. He was content for his friend to go jogging along by his side, theorizing about marriage and taking no chances with facts. Having come to this conclusion, he began to feel uneasy at Alfred's non-appearance. Alfred had promised to meet him on the spot at 4:30, and Alfred had decided ideas about punctuality. It was now 5:30. Ought Jimmy to look for him, or would he be wiser to remain comfortably seated and to try to digest another of his friend's theories? While Jimmy was trying to decide this vexed question, his ear caught the sound of a girlish titter. Turning in embarrassment toward a secluded path just behind him, whom did he see coming toward him? But Alfred, with what appeared to be a bunch of daffodils. But as Alfred drew nearer, Jimmy began to perceive at his elbow a large flower-trimmed hat, and horrors! Beneath it, with a great deal of filmy white and yellow floating from it, was a small pink and white face. Barely had Jimmy reversed himself and rearranged his round, astonished features when Alfred, beaming and buoyant, brought the bundle of fluff to a full stop before him. "Sorry to be late, old chap," said Alfred. "I have brought my excuse with me. I want you to know Miss Merton." Then turning to the small creature, whose head peeped just above his elbow, Alfred explained to her graciously that Jimmy Jinks was his very best friend, present company excepted, of course, and added that she and Jimmy would no doubt see a great deal of each other in the future. In his embarrassment, Jimmy's eyes went straight to the young lady's shoes. It was possible that there might be more expensive shoes in this world, but Jimmy had certainly never seen daintier. "I hope we didn't disturb you," a small voice was chirping. And innocent and conventional as the remark surely was, Jimmy was certain of an undercurrent of mischief in it. He glanced up to protest, but two baby blue eyes, fixed upon him in apparent wonderment, made him certain that anything he could say would seem rude or ridiculous. So, as usual when in a plight, he looked to Alfred for the answer. Slapping Jimmy upon the shoulder in a condescending spirit, Alfred suggested that they all sit down and have a chat. "Oh, how nice," chirped the small person. Jimmy felt an irresistible desire to run, but the picture of himself, in his very stout person, streaking across the campus to the giggle delight of Miss Fluff, soon brought him submissively to the seat, where he sat twiddling his straw hat between his fingers and glancing uncertainly at Alfred, who was thoughtful enough to sit next him. "Goodness, one could almost dance out here, couldn't one?" said the small person named Zoe, as her eyes roved over the bit of level green before them. "Would you like to try?" asked Alfred, apparently agreeable to her every caprice. "I'd love it," cried Zoe. "Come along." She sprang up and held out her hands to him. "I'm going to be unselfish," answered Alfred, "and let Jimmy have that fun." By this time, Jimmy had been seized with an intuitive feeling that his friend was in immediate danger. Was this the young woman who was to sit opposite the fireside 5 nights a week and systematize Alfred's life? Jimmy stared at the intruder blankly. For answer, 2 small hands were thrust out toward him, and an impatient little voice was commanding him to come, dance. He heard Alfred's laughter. He had no intention of accommodating the small person in this or any other matter, yet, before he realized quite how it had happened, he was 2-stepping up and down the grass to her piping little voice. Nor did she release him until the perspiration came rolling from his forehead, and, horror of horrors, his one-time friend, Alfred, seemed to find this amusing, and laughed louder and louder when Jimmy sank by his side, exhausted. When Jimmy was again able to think consecutively, he concluded that considerable conversation must have taken place between Alfred and the small one, while he was recovering his breath and readjusting his wilted neckwear. He was now thrown into a fresh panic by an exclamation from the excitable Zoe. "You must both meet my friend, Aggie darling," she was saying. "I am bringing her with me to the hop tonight. She is not at all like me. You will like her." Dreadfully, she smiled at Jimmy as though she were conferring the great favor upon him. "Like her dreadfully," commented Jimmy to himself. It was just the kind of expression one might expect from a mind in such disorder as hers. Systematize Alfred's life, indeed. There was more nonsensical chatter, or so it seemed to Jimmy. Then Zoe and Alfred rose to go, and Jimmy was told by both of them that he was to put in an appearance at the fraternity hop that night. "I'll see you at dinner," called Alfred gaily over his shoulder, and Jimmy was left to grapple with his first disappointment at his friend's lack of discrimination. "It's her fault," concluded Jimmy as he lifted himself heavily off the bench and started down the campus, resolved to console himself with food. Chapter 2. Now Jimmy had no intention of going to the hop. He had tried to tell Alfred so a dozen times during dinner, but each time he had been interrupted by one of Alfred's enthusiastic rhapsodies about Zoe. "Most marvelous girl I have ever met," exclaimed Alfred over his soup. "So sensible, so modest." "And did you see how simply she dresses?" he asked. Jimmy recalled his first vision of billowy Fluff, But before he could answer, Alfred had continued excitedly, "I'll tell you what first attracted me toward her." He looked at Jimmy as though he expected some especial mark of gratitude for the favor about to be bestowed. Then he explained with a serious weighing of his words, it was her love of children. I had barely been introduced to her when she turned her back upon me and gave her whole attention to Professor Peck's little boy, Willie. I said to myself, any girl of that age who prefers children to young chaps of my age is the girl for me. "I see," assented Jimmy lamely. It was his first remark during dinner. After that I no longer hesitated. "You know, Jimmy, I have decision." "Yes, I have noticed," admitted Jimmy, without conviction. "In 15 minutes," said Alfred. I had learned all about the young lady's antecedents. Having finished his soup and resisted a childish impulse to tip the plate and scrape the bottom of it, Jimmy was now looking anxiously toward the door through which the roast ought to come. "I'll tell you all about her," volunteered Alfred, but Jimmy's eyes were upon Alfred's plate. His friend had not yet devoured more than 2 spoonfuls of soup. At that rate, argued Jimmy, the roast would reach them about the time that he was usually trying to make his dessert last as long as possible. "She is here with her aunt," continued Alfred. "They are on a short visit to Professor Peck." Jimmy approved of the short. "That's good," he murmured, hopeful that a separation from the minx might restore his friend's reason. "And Jimmy," exclaimed Alfred with glistening eyes, "what do you think?" Jimmy thought a great deal, but he forbore to say it, and Alfred continued very enthusiastically. "She lives right in the same town with us." "What?" ejaculated Jimmy, and he felt his appetite going. "Within a stone's throw of my house and yours," added Alfred triumphantly. "Think of our never having met her before." "I am thinking," said Jimmy. "Of course she has been away from home a great deal," went on Alfred. "She's been in school in the East, but there were the summers." "So there were," assented Jimmy, thinking of his hitherto narrow escapes. "Her father is old John Merton," continued Alfred. "Merton the stationer, you know him, Jimmy. Unfortunately, he has a great deal of money, but that hasn't spoiled her. Oh, no. She is just as simple and considerate in her behavior as if she were some poor little struggling school teacher. She is the one for me, Jimmy. There is no doubt about it, and I'll tell you a secret." Jimmy looked at him blankly. "I am going to propose to her this very night." "Good Lord!" groaned Jimmy, as if his friend had been suddenly struck down in the flower of his youth. "That's why you simply must come with me to the hop," continued Alfred. "I want you to take care of her friend Aggie and leave me alone with Zooey as much as possible." "Zoe!" sniffed Jimmy. The name to him was as flippant as its owner. "True, strong name," commented Alfred. "So simple, so direct, so like her." "I'll have to leave you now," he said, rising. "I must send her some flowers for the dance." He turned at the door. "Suppose I add a few from you for Aggie." "What?" exploded Jimmy. "Just by way of introduction," called Alfred gaily. "It's a good idea." Before Jimmy could protest further, he found himself alone for the second time that day. He ate his roast in gloomy silence. It seemed dry and tasteless. Even his favorite dessert of plum pudding failed to rouse him from his dark meditations, and he rose from the table dejected and forlorn. A few hours later, when Alfred led Jimmy into the ballroom, the latter was depressed not only by his friend's impending danger, but he felt an uneasy foreboding as to his own future. With his college course practically finished and Alfred attaching himself to unforeseen entities, Jimmy had come to the ball with the curious feeling of having been left suspended in mid-air. Before he could voice his misgivings to Alfred, the young men were surrounded. by a circle of chattering females. And then it was that Jimmy found himself looking into a pair of level brown eyes and felt himself growing hot and cold by turns. When the little knot of youths and maidens disentangled itself into pairs of dancers, it became clear to Jimmy that he had been introduced to Aggie and that he was expected to dance with her. As a matter of fact, Jimmy had danced with many girls. True, it was usually when there was no other man left to do duty. But still he had done it. Why then should he feel such distressing hesitation about placing his arm around the waist of this brown-eyed Diana? Try as he would, he could not find words to break the silence that had fallen between them. She was so imposing, so self-controlled. It really seemed to Jimmy that she should be the one to ask him to dance. As a matter of fact, that was just what happened, and after the dance she suggested that they sit in the garden. And in the garden, with the moonlight barely peeping through the friendly overhanging boughs of the trees, Jimmy found Aggie capable of a courage that filled him with amazement, and later that night, when he and Alfred exchanged confidences, it became apparent to the latter that Aggie had volunteered to undertake the responsibility of outlining Jimmy's entire future. He was to follow his father's wishes and take up a business career in Chicago at once, and as soon as all the relatives concerned on both sides had been duly consulted, he and Aggie were to embark upon matrimony. "Good," cried Alfred when Jimmy had managed to stammer his shame-faced confession. "We'll make it a double wedding. I can be ready tomorrow, so far as I'm concerned." And then followed another rhapsody upon the fitness of Zoe as the keeper of his future home and hearth and the mother of his future sons and daughters. In fact, it was far into the night when the two friends separated in more than one sense, as they afterward learned. While Alfred and Jimmy were saying goodnight to each other, Zoe and Aggie in one of the pretty chintz bedrooms of Professor Peck's modest home were still exchanging mutual confidences. "The thing I like about Alfred," said Zoe as she gazed at the tip of her dainty satin slipper and turned her head meditatively to one side, "is his positive nature. I've never before met anyone like him. Do you know," she added with a sly twinkle in her eye, "it was all I could do to keep from laughing at him. He's so awfully serious." She giggled to herself at the recollection of him. Then she leaned forward to Aggie, her small hands clasped across her knees and her face dimpling with mischief. "He hasn't the remotest idea what I'm like." Aggie studied her young friend with unmistakable reproach. "I made Jimmy know what I'm like," she said. "I told him all my ideas about everything. Good heavens!" exclaimed Zoe in shocked surprise. "He's sure to find out sooner or later," said Aggie sagely. "I think that's the only sensible way to begin." "If I'd told Alfred all my ideas about things," smiled Zoe, "there'd have been no beginning." "What do you mean?" asked Aggie with a troubled look. "Well, take our meeting," explained Zoe. "Just as we were introduced, that horrid little Willie Peck caught his heel in a flounce of my skirt. I turned round to slap him, but I saw Alfred looking, so I patted his ugly little red curls instead. And what do you think? Alfred told me tonight that it was my devotion to Willie that first made him adore me." "And you didn't explain to him?" asked Aggie in amazement. "And lose him before I got him!" exclaimed Zoe. "It might be better than losing him after you've got him," concluded the elder girl. "Oh, Aggie," pouted Zoe, "I think you are horrid. You're just trying to spoil all the fun of my engagement." "I am not!" cried Aggie, and the next moment she was sitting on the arm of Zoe's chair. "Goose," she said, "how dare you be cross with me?" "I am not cross," declared Zoe, and after the customary apologies from Aggie, Confidence was fully restored on both sides, and Zoe continued gaily. "Don't you worry about Alfred and me," she said as she kicked off her tiny slippers and hopped into bed. "Just you wait until I get him. I'll manage him all right." "I dare say," answered Aggie, not without misgivings, as she turned off the light. Chapter 3. The double wedding of four of Chicago's younger set had been adequately noticed in the papers, the conventional honeymoon journey had been made, and Alfred Hardy and Jimmy Jinks had now settled down to the routine of their respective business interests. Having plunged into his office work with the same vigor with which he had attacked higher mathematics, Alfred had quickly gained the confidence of the elders of his firm, and they had already begun to give way to him in many important decisions. In fact, he was now practically at the head of his particular department, with one office doing well in Chicago and a second office promising well in Detroit. As for Jimmy, he had naturally started his business career with fewer pyrotechnics, but he was nonetheless contented. He seldom saw his old friend Alfred now, but Aggie kept more or less in touch with Zoe, and over the luncheon table. The affairs of the two husbands were often discussed by their wives. It was after one of these luncheons that Aggie upset Jimmy's evening repose by the fireside by telling him that she was a wee bit worried about Zoe and Alfred. "Alfred is so unreasonable," said Aggie, "so peevish." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Jimmy shortly. "If he's peevish, he has some good reason, you can be sure of that." "You needn't get cross with me, Jimmy," said Aggie in a hurt voice. "Why should I be cross with you?" snapped Jimmy. "It isn't your fault if Alfred's made a fool of himself by marrying the last person on earth whom he should have married." "I think he was very lucky to get her," argued Aggie in defense of her friend. "Oh, you do you?" answered Jimmy in a very aggrieved tone. "She is one of the prettiest girls in Chicago," said Aggie. "You're pretty too," answered Jimmy, "but it doesn't make an idiot of you." "It's time you said something nice to me," purred Aggie, and her arm stole fondly around Jimmy's large neck. "I don't know why it is," said Jimmy, shaking his head dejectedly, "but every time Zoe Hardy's name is mentioned in this house, it seems to stir up some sort of a row between you and me." "That's because you're so prejudiced," answered Aggie with a touch of irritation. "There you go again," said Jimmy. "I didn't mean it," interposed Aggie contritely. "Oh, come now, Jimmy," she pleaded. "Let's trundle off to bed and forget all about it." And they did. But the next day, as Jimmy was heading for the La Salle restaurant to get his luncheon, who should call to him airily from a passing taxi but Zoe? It was apparent that she wished him to wait until she could alight, and in spite of his disinclination to do so, he not only waited but followed the taxi to its stopping place and helped the young woman to the pavement. "Oh, you darling!" exclaimed Zoe, all of a flutter and looking exactly like an animated doll. "You've just saved my life." She called to the taxi driver to wait. "Are you in trouble?" asked the guileless Jimmy. "Yes, dreadful," answered Zoe, and she thrust a half-dozen small parcels into Jimmy's arms. "I have to be at my dressmaker's in half an hour, and I haven't had." "A bite of lunch. I'm miles and miles from home, and I can't go into a restaurant and eat just by myself without being stared at. Wasn't it lucky that I saw you when I did?" There was really very little left for Jimmy to say, so he said it, and a few minutes later they were seated tête-à-tête in one of Chicago's most fashionable restaurants, and Zoe, the unconscious flirt, was looking up at Jimmy with apparently adoring eyes and suggesting all the eatables which he particularly abominated. No sooner had the unfortunate man acquiesced in one thing and communicated Zoe's wish to the waiter than the flighty young person found something else on the menu that she considered more tempting to her palate. Time and again the waiter had to be recalled and the order had to be given over until Jimmy felt himself laying up a store of nervous indigestion that would doubtless last him for days. When the coveted food at last arrived, Zoe had become completely engrossed in the headgear of one of her neighbors, and it was only after Jimmy had been induced to make himself ridiculous by craning his neck to see things of no possible interest to him that Zoe at last gave her attention to her plate. In advance of Jimmy's order, the waiter managed to rush the lunch through within 3/4 of an hour, but when Jimmy and Zoe at length rose to go, he was so insanely irritated that he declared they had been in the place for hours, demanded that the waiter hurry his bill, and then finally departed in high dudgeon without leaving the customary tip behind him. But all this was without its effect upon Zoe, who, a few moments later, rode away in her taxi, waving gaily to Jimmy, who was now late for business and thoroughly at odds with himself and the world. As a result of the time lost at luncheon, Jimmy missed an appointment that had to wait over until after office hours. And as a result of this postponement, he missed Aggie, who went to a friend's house for dinner, leaving word for him to follow. For the first time in his life, Jimmy disobeyed Aggie's orders, and later on, when he trundled off to bed alone, he again recalled that it was Zoe Hardy who was always causing hard feeling between him and his spouse. Some hours later, when Aggie reached home with misgivings because Jimmy had not joined her, she was surprised to find him sleeping as peacefully as a cherub. "Poor dear," she murmured, "I hope he wasn't lonesome," and she stole away to her room. The next morning, when Aggie did not appear at the breakfast table, Jimmy rushed to her room in genuine alarm. It was now Aggie's turn to sleep peacefully, and he stole dejectedly back to the dining room, and for the first time since there. Marriage. He munched his cold toast and sipped his coffee alone. So thoroughly was his life now disorganized, and so low were his spirits, that he determined to walk to his office, relying upon the crisp morning air to brace him for the day's encounters. By degrees, he regained his good cheer, and as usual when in rising spirits, his mind turned toward Aggie. The second anniversary of their wedding was fast approaching. He began to take notice of various window displays. By the time he had reached his office, the weightiest decision on his mind lay in choosing between a pearl pendant and a diamond bracelet for his now adorable spouse. But a more difficult problem awaited him. Before he was fairly in his chair, the telephone bell rang violently. Never guessing who was at the other end of the wire, he picked up his receiver and answered. "What?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Mrs. Hardy?" Several times he opened his lips to ask a question, but it was apparent that the person at the other end of the line had a great deal to say and very little time to say it, and it was only after repeated attempts that he managed to get in a word or so edgewise. "What's happened?" he asked. "Say nothing to anybody," was Zoe's non-committal answer, not even to Aggie. "Jump in a taxi and come as quickly as you can." "But what is it?" persisted Jimmy. The dull sound of the wire told him that the person at the other end had hung up. Jimmy gazed about the room in perplexity. What was he to do? Why on earth should he leave his letters unanswered, and his mail topsy-turvy, to rush forth in the shank of the morning at the bidding of a young woman whom he abhorred? Ridiculous. He would do no such thing. He lit a cigar and began to open a few. letters marked private. For the life of him, he could not understand one word that he read. A worried look crossed his face. Suppose Zoe were really in need of help, Aggie would certainly never forgive him if he failed her. He rose and walked up and down. Why was he not to tell Aggie? Where was Alfred? He stopped abruptly. His over-excited imagination had suggested a horrible, but no doubt accurate answer. Wedded to an abomination like Zoe, Alfred had sought the only escape possible to a man of his honorable ideals. He had committed suicide. Seizing his coat and hat, Jimmy dashed through the outer office without instructing his astonished staff as to when he might possibly return. Family troubles, said the secretary to himself as he appropriated one of. Jimmy's Best Cigars. Chapter 4. Less than half an hour later, Jimmy's taxi stopped in front of the fashionable Sherwood apartments where Zoe had elected to live. Ascending toward the 5th floor, he scanned the face of the elevator boy, expecting to find it particularly solemn because of the tragedy that had doubtless taken place upstairs. He was on the point of sending out a feeler about the matter when he remembered Zoe's solemn injunction to say nothing to anybody. Perhaps it was even worse than suicide. He dared let his imagination go no further. By the time he had put out his hand to touch the electric button at Zoe's front door, his finger was trembling so that he wondered whether he could hit the mark. The result was a very faint note from the bell, but not so faint that it escaped the ear of the anxious young wife who had been pacing up and down the floor of her charming living room for what seemed to her ages. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Zoe cried through her tears to her neat little maidservant. Then, reaching for her chatelaine, she daubed her small nose and flushed. Cheeks with powder, after which she nodded to Mary to open the door. To Jimmy, the maid's pert good morning seemed to be in very bad taste, and to properly reprove her, he assumed a grave, dignified air out of which he was promptly startled by Zoe's even more unseemly greeting. "Hello, Jimmy," she snapped. Her tone was certainly not that of a heartbroken widow. "It's time you got here," she added with an injured air. Jimmy gazed at Zoe in astonishment. She was never what he would have called a sympathetic woman, but really, "I came the moment you phoned me," he stammered. "What is it? What's the matter?" "It's awful," sniffled Zoe, and she tore up and down the room regardless of the fact that Jimmy was still unseated. "Awful what?" questioned Jimmy. "Worst I've ever had," sobbed Zoe. "Is anything wrong with Alfred?" ventured Jimmy, and he braced himself for her answer. "He's gone," sobbed Zoe. "Gone," echoed Jimmy, feeling sure that his worst fears were about to be realized. "Gone where?" "I don't know," sniffled Zoe. "I just phoned his office. He isn't there." "Oh, is that all?" answered Jimmy with a sigh of relief. Just another little family tiff. He was unable to conceal a feeling of thankfulness. "What's up?" Zoe measured Jimmy with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. She resented patronizing tone that he was adopting. How dare he be cheerful when she was so unhappy, and because of him too? She determined that his self-complacency should be short-lived. "Alfred has found out that I lied about the luncheon," she said, weighing her words and their effect upon Jimmy. "What luncheon?" stuttered Jimmy, feeling sure that Zoe had suddenly marked him for her victim, but puzzled as to what form her persecution was about to take. "What luncheon?" repeated Zoe, trying apparently to conceal her disgust at his dullness. "Or luncheon yesterday. Why did you lie ye?" asked Jimmy, his eyes growing rounder and rounder with wonder. "I didn't know he can now," answered Zoe innocently. "Knew what?" questioned Jimmy, more and more befogged. "That I'd eaten with a man," concluded Zoe impatiently. Then she turned her back upon Jimmy and again dashed up and down the room occupied with her own thoughts. It was certainly difficult to get much understanding out of Zoe's disjointed observations, but Jimmy was doing his best. He followed her restless movements about the room with his eyes, and then ventured a timid comment. "He couldn't object to your eating with me." "Oh, couldn't he?" cried Zoe, and she turned upon him with a look of contempt. "If there's anything that he doesn't object to," she continued, "I haven't found it out yet." And with that, she threw herself in a large armchair near the table and left Jimmy to draw his own conclusions. Jimmy looked about the room as though expecting aid from some unseen source. Then his eyes sought the floor. Eventually, they crept to the tip of Zoe's tiny slipper as it beat a nervous tattoo on the rug. To save his immortal soul, Jimmy could never help being hypnotized by Zoe's small feet. He wondered now if they had been the reason of Alfred's first downfall. He recalled with a sigh of relief that Aggie's feet were large and reassuring. He also recalled an appropriate quotation. "The path of virtue is not for women with small feet," it ran. Yes, Aggie's feet are undoubtedly large, he concluded. But all this was not solving Zoe's immediate problem, and an impatient cough from her made him realize that something was expected of him. "Why did you lunch with me?" he asked with a touch of irritation, "if you thought he wouldn't like it?" "I was hungry," snapped Zoe. "Oh," grunted Jimmy, and in spite of his dislike of the small creature, his vanity resented the bald assertion that she had not lunched with him for his company's sake. "I wouldn't have made an engagement with you, of course," she continued with a frankness that vanquished any remaining conceit that Jimmy might have brought with him. "I explained to you how it was at the time. It was merely a case of convenience, you know that." Jimmy was beginning to see it more and more in the light of an inconvenience. "If you hadn't been in front of that horrid old restaurant just when I was passing," she continued, "all this would never have happened. But you were there, and you asked me to come in and have a bite with you, and I did, and there." "You are?" "Yes, there I am," assented Jimmy dismally. There was no doubt about where he was now, but where was he going to end? That was the question. "See here," he exclaimed with fast-growing uneasiness, "I don't like being mixed up in this sort of thing." "Of course you think of yourself first," sneered Zoe. "That's just like a man." "Well, I don't want to get your husband down on me," argued Jimmy evasively. "Oh, I didn't give you away," sneered Zoe. "You needn't worry." And she fixed her eyes upon him with a scornful expression that left no doubt as to her opinion that he was a craven coward. "But you said he'd found out," stammered Jimmy. "He's found out that I ate with a man," answered Zoe, more and more aggrieved at having to employ so much detail in the midst of her distress. "He doesn't know it was you." "But Zoe," protested Jimmy. She lifted a small hand, begging him to spare her further questions. It was apparent that she must explain each aspect of their present difficulty with as much patience as though Jimmy were in reality only a child. She sank into her chair and then proceeded with a martyred air. "You see, it was like this," she said. "Alfred came into the restaurant just after we had gone out, and Henri, the waiter who has taken care of him for years, told him that I had just been in to luncheon with a gentleman." Jimmy shifted about on the edge of his chair, ill at ease. "Now if Alfred had only told me that in the first place," she continued, "I'd have known what to say, but he didn't. Oh no, he was as sweet as could be, all through breakfast and last night too, and then just as he was leaving this morning I said something about luncheon, and he said, quite casually, 'Where did you have luncheon yesterday, my dear?' so I answered quite carelessly, "I had none, my love." "Well, I wish you could have seen him. He called me dreadful things. He says I'm the one thing he can't endure." "What's that?" questioned Jimmy, wondering how Alfred could confine himself to any one thing. "He says I'm a liar," shrieked Zoe tearfully. "Well, aren't you?" asked Jimmy. "Of course I am," declared Zoe. "But why shouldn't I be?" She looked at Jimmy. With such an air of self-approval that for the life of him he could find no reason to offer. "You know how jealous Alfred is," she continued. "He makes such a fuss about the slightest thing that I'd got out of the habit of ever telling the truth." She walked away from Jimmy as though dismissing the entire matter. He shifted his position uneasily. She turned to him again with mock sweetness. "I suppose you told Aggie all about it?" she said. Jimmy's round eyes opened wide and his jaw dropped lower. I don't believe I did," he stammered weakly. "I didn't think of it again. Thank heaven for that," concluded Zoe with tightly pressed lips. Then she knotted her small white brow in deep thought. Jimmy regarded her with growing uneasiness. "What are you up to now?" he asked. "I don't know yet," mused Zoe. "Bew, you're not going to tell a G, that's one sure thing." And she pinned him down with her eyes. "I certainly will tell her," asserted Jimmy with a wag of his very round head. "Aggie is just the one to get you out of this." "She's just the one to make things worse," said Zoe decidedly. Then seeing Jimmy's hurt look, she continued apologetically. "Aggie means all right, but she has an absolute mania for mixing up in other people's troubles. And you know how that always ends. I never deceived my wife in all my life," declared Jimmy with an air of self-approval that he was far from feeling. "Now, Jimmy," protested Zoe impatiently, "you aren't going to have moral hydrophobia just when I need your help." "I'm not going to lie to Aggie, if that's what you mean," said Jimmy, endeavoring not to wriggle under Zoe's disapproving gaze. "Then don't," answered Zoe sweetly. Jimmy never feared Zoe more than when she APAAR'd to agree with him. He looked at her now with uneasy distrust. "Tell her the truth," urged Zoe. "I will," declared Jimmy with an emphatic nod. "And I LL deny it," concluded Zoe with an impudent toss of her head. "What?" exclaimed Jimmy, and he felt himself getting onto his feet. "I've already denied it to Alfred," continued Zoe. "I told him I'd never been in that restaurant without him in all my life, that the waiter had mistaken someone else for me," and again she turned her back upon Jimmy. "But don't you see," protested Jimmy, "this would all be so very much simpler if you'd just own up to the truth now, before it's too late." "It is too late," declared Zoe. "Alfred wouldn't believe me now, whatever I told him. He says a woman who lies once lies all the time. He'd think I'd been carrying on with you all along." "Good Lord!" groaned Jimmy as the full realization of his predicament thrust itself upon him. "We don't dare tell him now," continued Zoe, elated by the demoralized state to which she was fast reducing him. "For heaven's sake, don't make it any worse," she concluded. "It's bad enough as it is." "It certainly is," agreed Jimmy, and he sank dejectedly into his chair. "If you do tell him," threatened Zoe from the opposite side of the table, "I'll say you said me into the place." "What?" shrieked Jimmy, and again he found himself on his feet. "I will," insisted Zoe. "I give you fair warning." He stared at her in absolute horror. "I don't believe you've any conscience at all," he said. "I haven't," she sniffled. "I'm too miserable." And throwing herself into the nearest armchair, she wept copiously at the thought of her many injuries. Uncertain whether to fly or to remain, Jimmy gazed at her gloomily. "Well, I'm not laughing myself to death," he said. For answer, Zoe turned upon him vehemently. "I just wish I'd never laid eyes on." "You, Jimmy," she cried. Jimmy was wishing the very same thing. "If I cared about you," she sobbed, "it wouldn't be so bad, but to think of losing my Alfred," for words failed her and she trailed off weakly. "For nothing." "Thanks," grunted Jimmy curtly. In spite of himself, he was always miffed by the uncomplimentary way in which she disposed of him. His sarcasm was lost upon Zoe. Having finished all she had to say to him, she was now apparently bent upon indulging herself in a first-class fit of hysterics. There are critical moments in all of our lives when our future happiness or woe hangs upon our own decision. Jimmy felt intuitively that he was face to face with such a moment, but which way to turn? That was the question. Being Jimmy, and soft-hearted in spite of his efforts to conceal it, he naturally turned the wrong way, in other words, towards Zoe. "Oh, come now," he said awkwardly as he crossed to the arm of her chair. "This will soon blow over." Zoe only sobbed the louder. "This isn't the first time you and Alfred have called it all off," he reminded her. Again she sobbed. Jimmy could never remember quite how it happened, but apparently he must have patted Zoe on the shoulder. At any rate, something or other loosened the floodgates of her emotion, and before Jimmy could possibly escape from her vicinity, she had wheeled round in her chair, thrown her arms about him, and buried her tear-stained face against his waistcoat. "Good Lord!" exclaimed Jimmy for the third time that morning as he glanced nervously toward the door, but Zoe was exclaiming in her own way and sobbing louder and louder. Furthermore, she was compelling Jimmy to listen to an exaggerated account of her many disappointments in her unreasonable husband. Seeing no possibility of escape, without resorting to physical violence, Jimmy stood his ground, wondering what to expect next. He did not have long to wonder. Chapter 5. Within an hour from the time Alfred had entered his office that morning, he was leaving it in a taxi with his faithful secretary at his side and his important papers in a bag at his feet. "Take me to the Sherwood," he commanded the driver, "and be quick." As they neared Alfred's house, Johnson could feel waves of increasing anger circling around his perturbed young employer, and later, when they alighted from the taxi, it was with the greatest difficulty that he could keep pace with him. Unfortunately for Jimmy, the outer door of the Hardy apartment had been left ajar, and thus it was that he was suddenly startled from Zoe's unwelcome embraces by a sharp exclamation. "So," cried Alfred, and he brought his fist down with emphasis on the center table at Jimmy's back. Wheeling about, Jimmy beheld his friend face to face with him. Alfred's lips were pressed tightly together, his eyes flashing fire. It was apparent that he desired an immediate explanation. Jimmy turned to the place where Zoe had been to ask for help. Like the traitress that she was, he now saw her flying through her bedroom door. Again he glanced at Alfred, who was standing like a sentry, waiting for the password that should restore his confidence in his friend. "I'm afraid I've disturbed you," sneered Alfred. "Oh no, not at all," answered Jimmy, affecting a careless indifference that he did not feel, and unconsciously shaking hands with the waiting secretary. Reminded of the secretary's presence in such a distinctly family scene, Alfred turned to him with annoyance. "Go into my study," he said. "I'll be with you presently. Here's your list." He, added, and he thrust a long memorandum into the secretary's hand. Johnson retired as unobtrusively as possible, and the two old friends were left alone. There was another embarrassed silence which Jimmy, at least, seemed powerless to break. "Well?" questioned Alfred in a threatening tone. "Tolerably well," answered Jimmy in his most pleasant but slightly nervous manner. Then followed another pause in which Alfred continued to eye his old friend with grave suspicion. "The fact is," stammered Jimmy, "I just came over to bring Aggie," he corrected himself, "that is, to bring Zoe a little message from Aggie." "It seemed to be a sad one," answered Alfred with a sarcastic smile as he recalled the picture of Zoe weeping upon his friend's sleeve. "Oh, no, no," answered Jimmy with an elaborate attempt at carelessness. "Do you generally play the messenger during business hours?" thundered Alfred, becoming more and more enraged at Jimmy's petty evasions. "Just sometimes," answered Jimmy, persisting in his amiable manner. "Jimmy," said Alfred, and there was a solemn warning in his voice, "don't you lie to me." Jimmy started as though shocked. The consciousness of his guilt was strong upon him. "I beg your pardon," he gasped, for the want of anything more intelligent to say. "You don't do it well," continued Alfred, "and you and I are old friends." Jimmy's round eyes fixed themselves on the carpet. "My wife has been telling you her troubles," surmised Alfred. Jimmy tried to protest, but the lie would not come. "Very well," continued Alfred. "I'll tell you something too. I've done with her." He thrust his hands in his pockets and began to walk up and down. What a turbulent household, thought Jimmy, and then he set out in pursuit of his friend. "I'm sorry you've had a misunderstanding," he began. "Misunderstanding!" shouted Alfred, turning upon him so sharply that he nearly tripped him up. "We've never had anything else." "There was never anything else for us to have. She's lied up hill and down dale from the first time she clinched her baby fingers around my hand." He imitated Zoe's dainty manner and said, "Pleased to meet you." "But I've caught her with the goods this time," he shouted, "and I've just about got him." "Him!" echoed Jimmy weakly. "The wife-stealer!" exclaimed Alfred, and he clenched his fists in anticipation of the justice he would one day mete out to the despicable creature. Now Jimmy had been called many things in his time. He realized that he would doubtless be called many more things in the future, but never by the wildest stretch of imagination had he ever conceived of himself in the role of wife-stealer. Mistaking Jimmy's look of amazement for one of incredulity, Alfred endeavored to convince him. "Oh, you'll meet a wife-stealer sooner or later," he assured him. "You needn't look so horrified." Jimmy only stared at him, and he continued excitedly, "She's had the effrontery, the bad taste, the idiocy to lunch in a public restaurant with the blackguard." The mere sound of the word made Jimmy shudder, but engrossed in his own troubles, Alfred continued without heeding him. "Henri, the head waiter, told me," explained Alfred, and Jimmy remembered guiltily that he had been very bumptious with the fellow. "You know the place," continued Alfred, "the La Salle restaurant, where I am known, where she is known, where my best friends dine, where Henri has looked after me for years. That shows how desperate she is. She must be mad about the fool. She's lost all sense of decency." And again Alfred paced the floor. "Oh, I wouldn't go as far as that," stammered Jimmy. "Oh, wouldn't you?" cried Alfred, again turning so abruptly that Jimmy caught his breath. Each word of Jimmy's was apparently goading him on to greater anger. "Now don't get hasty," Jimmy almost pleaded. "The whole thing is no doubt perfectly innocent. Talk to her gently. Win her confidence. Get her to tell you the truth." "The truth!" shouted Alfred in derision. "Zoe, the truth!" Jimmy feared that his young friend might actually become violent. Alfred bore down upon him like a maniac. "The truth," he repeated wildly. "She wouldn't know the truth if she saw it under a microscope. She's the most unconscionable little liar that ever lured a man to the altar." Jimmy rolled his round eyes with feigned incredulity. "I found it out before we'd been married a month," continued Alfred. "She used to sit evenings facing the clock. I sat with my back to it. I used to ask her the time. Invariably, she would lie half an hour, backward or forward, just for practice. That was the beginning. Here, listen to some of these," he added as he drew half a dozen telegrams from his inner pocket and motioned Jimmy to sit at the opposite side of the table. Jimmy would have preferred to stand, but it was not a propitious time to consult his own preferences. He allowed himself to be bullied into the chair that Alfred suggested. Throwing himself into the opposite chair, Alfred selected various exhibits from his collection of messages. "I just brought these up from the office," he said. "These are some of the telegrams that she sent me each day last week while I was away. This is Monday's." And he proceeded to read with a sneering imitation of Zoe's Chloe's sweetness. "Darling, so lonesome without you. Cried all day. When are you coming home to your wee sad wiffy? Love and kisses." Zoe. Tearing the defenseless telegram into bits, Alfred threw it from him and waited for his friend's verdict. "She sent that over the wire?" gasped Jimmy. "Oh, that's nothing," answered Alfred. "That's a mild one," and he selected another from the same pocket. "Here, listen to this. This is what she really did. This is from my secretary the same night." "You spied upon her?" asked Jimmy, feeling more and more convinced that his own deceptions would certainly be run to earth. "I have to spy upon her," answered Alfred, in self-defense. "It's the only way I can keep her from making me utterly ridiculous." And he proceeded to read from the secretary's telegram. "Shopped all morning. Lunched at Martingale's with man and woman unknown to me. Martingale's," he repeated with a sneer. "Motored through Park with Mrs. Wilmer until 5. "Mrs. Wilmer," he exclaimed. "There's a woman I've positively forbidden her to speak to." Jimmy only shook his head, and Alfred continued to read. "Had tea with Mr. and Mrs. Thompson and young Ardsley at the Parkview." "Ardsley is a young cub," explained Alfred, "who spends his time running around with married women while their husbands are away trying to make a living for them." Shocking was the extent of Jimmy's comment, and Alfred resumed reading. "Dinner and theater, same party. Supper at Wellingford. Home to A. Meh." He looked at Jimmy, expecting to hear Zoe bitterly condemned. Jimmy only stared at him blankly. "That's pretty good," commented Alfred, "for the woman who cried all day, isn't it?" Still Jimmy made no answer, and Alfred brought his fist down upon the table impatiently. "Isn't it?" he repeated. "She was a bit busy that day," admitted Jimmy uneasily. "The truth," cried Alfred again as he rose and paced about excitedly. "Getting the truth out of Zoe is like going to a fire in the night. You think it's near, but you never get there. And when she begins by saying that she's going to tell you the real truth," he threw up his hands in despair, "well, then it's time to leave home." Chapter 6. There was another pause, then Alfred drew in his breath and bore down upon Jimmy with fresh vehemence. "The only time I get even a semblance of truth out of Zoe," he cried, "is when I catch her red-handed." Again he pounded the table, and again Jimmy winced. "And even then," he continued, "she colors it so, with her affected innocence and her plea about just wishing to be a good fellow, that she almost makes me doubt my own eyes. She is an artist," he declared with a touch of enforced admiration. "There's no use talking. That woman is an artist." "What are you going to do?" asked Jimmy for the want of anything better to say. "I am going to leave her," declared Alfred emphatically. "I am going away." A faint hope lit Jimmy's round childlike face. With Alfred away, there would be no further investigation of the luncheon incident. "That might be a good idea," he said. "It's the idea," said Alfred. "Most of my business is in Detroit anyhow. I'm going to make that my headquarters and stay there." Jimmy was almost smiling. "As for Zoe," continued Alfred, "she can stay right here and go as far as she likes." "Not with me," thought Jimmy. "But," shrieked Alfred, with renewed emphasis, "I'm going to find out who the fellow is. I'll have that satisfaction." Jimmy's spirits fell. "Ari knows the head waiter of every restaurant in this town," said Alfred. "That is, everyone where she'd be likely to go. And he says he'd recognize the man she lunched with if he saw him again." Jimmy's features became suddenly distorted. "The minute she appears anywhere with anybody," explained Alfred, "Henri will be notified by phone. He'll identify the man and then he'll wire me." "What good will that do?" asked Jimmy weakly. "I'll take the first train home," declared Alfred. "For what?" questioned Jimmy. "To shoot him," exclaimed Alfred. "What?" gasped Jimmy, almost losing his footing. Alfred mistook Jimmy's concern for anxiety on his behalf. "Oh, I'll be acquitted," he declared. "Don't you worry. I'll get my tale of woe before the jury." "But I say," protested Jimmy, too uneasy to longer conceal his real emotions, "why kill this one particular chap when there are so many others?" "He's the only one she's ever lunched with alone," said Alfred. "She's been giddy, but at least she's always been chaperoned, except with him. He's the one all right. There's no doubt about it. He's the beginning of the end." "His own end, yes," assented Jimmy, half to himself. "Now, see here, old man," he argued, "I give that poor devil a chance to explain." "Explain!" shouted Alfred so sharply that Jimmy quickly retreated. "I wouldn't believe him now if he were one of the 12 apostles." "That's tough," murmured Jimmy as he saw the last avenue of honorable escape closed to him. "Tough," roared Alfred, thinking of himself. "Ha! On the apostles, I mean," explained Jimmy nervously. Again Alfred paced up and down the room, and again Jimmy tried to think of some way to escape from his present difficulty. It was quite apparent that his only hope lay not in his own candor, but in Alfred's absence. "How long do you expect to be away?" he asked. "Only until I hear from Henri," said Alfred. "Henri?" repeated Jimmy, and again a gleam of hope shone on his dull features. He had heard that waiters were often to be bribed. "Nice fellow, Henri," he ventured cautiously. "Gets a large salary, no doubt?" "Does he?" exclaimed Alfred, with a certain pride of proprietorship. "No tips could touch Henri, no indeed. He's not that sort of a person." Again the hope faded from Jimmy's round face. "I look upon Henry as my friend," continued Alfred enthusiastically. "He speaks every language known to man. He's been in every country in the world. Henry understands life." "Loss of people understand life," commented Jimmy dismally, "but some people don't appreciate it. They value it too lightly, to miss my way of thinking. "Ah, but you have something to live for," argued Alfred. "I have indeed, a great deal," agreed Jimmy, more and more abused at the thought of what he was about to lose. "Ah, that's different," exclaimed Alfred. "But what have I?" Jimmy was in no frame of mind to consider his young friend's assets. He was thinking of his own difficulties. "I'm a laughing-stock," shouted Alfred. "I know it. A good thing who gives his wife everything she asks for, while she is running around with my best friend, for all I know." "Oh, no, no," protested Jimmy nervously. "I wouldn't say that. Even if she weren't running around," continued Alfred excitedly, without heeding his friend's interruption, "what have we to look forward to? What have we to look backward to?" Again, Jimmy's face was a blank. Alfred answered his own question by lifting his arms tragically toward heaven. One eternal round of wrangles and rows. A childless home. "Do you think she wants babies?" he cried, wheeling about on Jimmy and daring him to answer in the affirmative. "Oh, no," he sneered. "All she wants is a good time." "Well," mumbled Jimmy, "I can't see much in babies myself. Fat, little, red worms." Alfred's breath went from him in astonishment. "Weren't you ever a fat little red worm?" he hissed. "Wasn't I ever a little fat red?" He paused in confusion as his ear became puzzled by the proper sequence of his adjectives. "A fat red little worm," he stammered. "And see what we are now." He thrust out his chest and strutted about in great pride. "Big red worms," admitted Jimmy gloomily. But Alfred did not hear him. "You and I ought to have sones on the way to what we are," he declared, "and better." "Oh, yes, better," agreed Jimmy, thinking of his present plight. "Much better." "But have we?" demanded Alfred. Jimmy glanced about the room, as though expecting an answering demonstration from the ceiling. "Have you?" persisted Alfred. Jimmy shook his head solemnly. "Have I?" asked the irate husband. Out of sheer absent-mindedness, Jimmy shrugged his shoulders. As usual, Alfred answered his own question. "Oh no," he raged. "You have a wife who spends her time and money gadding about with—" Jimmy's face showed a new alarm. "My wife," concluded Alfred. Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief. "I have a wife," said Alfred, "who spends her time and my money gadding around with God knows whom." "But I'll catch him," he cried with new fury. "Here," he said, pulling a roll of bills from his pocket. "I'll bet you I'll catch him. How much do you want to bet?" Undesirous of offering any added inducements toward his own capture, Jimmy backed away both literally and figuratively from Alfred's proposition. "What's the use of getting so excited?" he asked. Mistaking Jimmy's unwillingness to bet for a disinclination to take advantage of a friend's reckless mood, Alfred resented the implied insult to his astuteness. "You think I can't catch him?" he exclaimed. "Let's see the color of your money," he demanded. But before Jimmy could comply, an unexpected voice broke into the argument and brought them both round with a start. Chapter 7. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Aggie, who had entered the room while Alfred was talking his loudest. "What a racket!" Her eyes fell upon Jimmy, who was teetering about uneasily just behind Alfred. She stared at him in amazement. Was it possible that Jimmy, the methodical, had left his office at this hour of the morning, and for what? Avoiding the question in Aggie's eyes, Jimmy pretended to be searching for his pocket handkerchief, but always with the vision of Aggie in her new fall gown and her large picture hat at his elbow. Never before had she appeared so beautiful to him, so desirable, Suppose he should lose her. Life spread before him as a dreary waste. He tried to look up at her. He could not. He feared she would read his guilt in his eyes. What guilt? He asked himself. There was no longer any denying the fact a secret had sprung up between them. Annoyed at receiving no greeting, Aggie continued in a rather hurt voice. "Aren't you two going to speak to me?" Alfred swallowed hard in an effort to regain his composure. "Good morning," he said curtly. Fully convinced of a disagreement between the two old friends, Aggie addressed herself in a reproachful tone to Jimmy. "My dear," she said, "what are you doing here this time of day?" Jimmy felt Alfred's steely eyes upon him. "Why," he stammered, "why, I just came over to bring your message." "My message?" repeated Aggie in perplexity. "What message?" Alfred's eyebrows drew themselves sharply together. Jimmy had told so many lies this morning that another, more or less, could not matter. Moreover, this was not a time to hesitate. "Why, the message you sent to Zoe," he answered baldly. "But I sent no message to Zoe," said Aggie. "What?" thundered Alfred, so loud that Aggie's fingers involuntarily went to her ears. She was more and more puzzled by the odd behavior of the two. "I mean yesterday's message," corrected Jimmy, and he assumed an aggrieved air toward Aggie. "You villain!" exclaimed Aggie. "I told you to phone her yesterday morning from the office." "Yes, I know," agreed Jimmy placidly, "but I forgot it and I just came over to explain." Alfred's fixed stare was relaxing, and at last Jimmy could breathe. "Oh," murmured Aggie with a wise little elevation of her eyebrows, "then that's why Zoe didn't keep her luncheon appointment with me yesterday." Jimmy felt that if this were to go on much longer, he would utter one wild shriek and give himself up for lost. But at present he merely swallowed with an effort and awaited developments. It was now Alfred's turn to become excited. "Oh, is it?" he cried with hysterical laughter. Aggie regarded him with astonishment. Was this her usually self-controlled friend? "Oh, no," sneered Alfred with unmistakable pity for her credulity. "That's not." "Why, my wife didn't eat luncheon with you. She may tell you that's why. She undoubtedly will, but it's not why." "Oh, no!" And running his hands through his hair, Alfred tore up and down the room. "What do you mean by that?" Aggie asked in amazement. "Your dear husband, Jimmy, will doubtless explain," answered Alfred with a slur on the dear. Then he turned toward the door of his study. "Pray excuse me, I'm too busy," and with that he strode out of the room and banged the study door behind him. "Goodness gracious!" gasped Aggie. She looked after Alfred, then at Jimmy. She was the picture of consternation. "What's the matter with him?" she asked. "Just another little family tiff," answered Jimmy, trying to assume a nonchalant manner. "Not about you!" gasped Aggie. "Me!" cried Jimmy, his equilibrium again upset. "Certainly not," he declared. "What an idea!" "Yes, wasn't it?" answered Aggie. "That just shows how silly one can be. I almost thought Alfred was going to say that Zoe had lunched with you." "Me!" again echoed Jimmy, and he wondered if everybody in the world had conspired to make him the target of their attention. He caught Aggie's eye and tried to laugh carelessly. "That would have been funny, wouldn't it?" he said. "Yes, wouldn't it?" repeated Aggie, and he thought he detected a slight uneasiness in her voice. "Speaking of lunch," added Jimmy quickly, "I think, dearie, that I'll come home for lunch in the future." "What?" exclaimed Aggie in great amazement. "Those downtown places upset my digestion," explained Jimmy quickly. "Isn't this very sudden?" she asked, and again Jimmy fancied that there was a shade of suspicion in her tone. His face assumed a martyred expression. "Of course, dear," he said. "If you insist upon my eating downtown, I'll do it, but I thought you'd be glad to have me at home." Aggie turned to him with real concern. "Why, Jimmy?" she said. "What's the matter with you?" She took a step toward him and anxiously studied his face. "I never heard you talk like that before." "I don't think you're well." "That's just what I'm telling you," insisted Jimmy vehemently, excited beyond all reason by receiving even this small bit of sympathy. "I'm ill," he declared. "No." Sooner had he made the declaration than he began to believe in it. His doleful countenance increased Aggie's alarm. "My angel face," she purred, and she took his chubby cheeks in her hands and looked down at him fondly. "You know I always want you to come home." She stooped and kissed Jimmy's pouting lips. He held up his face for more. She smoothed the hair from his worried brow and endeavored to cheer him. "I'll run right home now," she said, "and tell cook to get something nice and tempting for you. I can see Zoe later." "It doesn't matter," murmured Jimmy as he followed her toward the door with a doleful shake of his head. "I don't suppose I shall ever enjoy my luncheon again as long as I live." "Nonsense!" cried Aggie. "Come along." Chapter 8. When Alfred returned to the living room, he was followed by his secretary, who carried 2 well-filled satchels. His temper was not improved by the discovery that he had left certain important papers at his office. Dispatching his man to get them and to meet him at the station with them, he collected a few remaining letters from the drawer of the writing table. Then, uneasy at remaining longer under the same roof with Zoe, he picked up his hat and started toward the hallway. For the first time, his eye was attracted by a thick layer of dust and lint on his coat sleeve. Worse still, there was a smudge on his cuff. If there was one thing more than another that Alfred detested, it was untidiness. Putting his hat down with a bang, he tried to flick the dust from his sleeve with his pocket handkerchief. Finding this impossible, he removed his coat and began to shake it violently. It was at this particular moment that Zoe's small face appeared cautiously from behind the frame of the bedroom door. She was quick to perceive Alfred's plight. Disappearing from view for an instant, she soon reappeared with Alfred's favorite clothes brush. She tiptoed into the room. Barely had Alfred drawn his coat on his shoulders when he was startled by a quick little flutter of the brush on his sleeve. He turned in surprise and beheld Zoe, who looked up at him as penitent and irresistible as a newly punished child. "Oh!" snarled Alfred, and he glared at her as though he would enjoy strangling her on the spot. "Alfred," pouted Zoe, and he knew she was going to add her customary appeal of, "Let's make up." But Alfred was in no mood for nonsense. He thrust his hands in his pockets and made straight for the outer doorway. Smiling to herself as she saw him leaving without his hat, Zoe slipped it quickly beneath a flounce of her skirt. No sooner had Alfred reached the sill of the door than his hand went involuntarily to his head. He turned to the table where he had left his hat. His face wore a puzzled look. He glanced beneath the table, in the chair, behind the table, across the piano, and then he began circling the room with pent-up rage. He dashed into his study and out again. He threw the chairs about with increasing irritation, then giving up the search, he started hatless toward the hallway. It was then that a soft, babyish voice reached his ear. "Have you lost something, dear?" cooed Zoe. Alfred hesitated. It was difficult to lower his dignity by answering her, but he needed his headgear. "I want my hat," he admitted shortly. "Your hat," repeated Zoe innocently, and she glanced around the room with mild interest. "Maybe Mary took it." "Mary!" cried Alfred, and thinking the mystery solved, he dashed toward the inner hallway. "Let me get it, dear," pleaded Zoe, and she laid a small detaining hand upon his arm as he passed. "Stop it," commanded Alfred hotly, and he shook the small hand from his sleeve as though it had been something poisonous. "But Allie," protested Zoe, pretending to be shocked and grieved. "Don't you but Allie me," cried Alfred, turning upon her sharply. "All I want is my hat." And again he started in search of Mary. But, but Allie," stammered Zoe as she followed him. But, repeated Alfred, turning on her in a fury. "You've butted me out of everything that I wanted all my life. But you're not going to do it again." "You see, you said it yourself," laughed Zoe. "Said what?" roared Alfred. "But," tittered Zoe, the remnants of Alfred's self-control were forsaking him. He clenched his fists hard in a final effort toward restraint. "You'd just as well stop Albie's baby tricks," he threatened between his teeth. "They're not going to work." "It's time my mind is made up. Then why are you afraid to talk to me?" asked Zoe sweetly. "Who said I was afraid?" demanded Alfred hotly. "You like it," declared Zoe, with some truth on her side. "You don't want—" She got no further. "All I want," interrupted Alfred, "is to get out of this house once and for all, and to stay out of it." And again he started in pursuit of his hat. "Why, Allie?" She gazed at him with deep reproach. "You liked this place so much when we first came here." Again Alfred picked at the lint on his coat sleeve. Edging her way toward him cautiously, she ventured to touch his sleeve with the brush. "I'll attend to that myself," he said curtly, and he sank into the nearest chair to tie a refractory shoelace. "Let me brush you, dear," pleaded Zoe. "I don't wish you to start out in the world looking unbrushed," she pouted. Then with a sly emphasis, she added teasingly, "The other women might not admire you that way." Alfred broke his shoestring then and there, while he stooped to tie a knot in it. Zoe managed to perch on the arm of his chair. "You know, Allie," she continued coaxingly, "no one could ever love you as I do." Again Alfred broke his shoelace. "Oh, Ollie!" she exclaimed with a little ripple of childish laughter. "Do you remember how absurdly poor we were when we were first married, and how you refused to take any help from your family? And do you remember that silly old pair of black trousers that used to get so thin on the knees, and how I used to put shoe blacking underneath so the white wouldn't show through?" By this time her arm managed to get around his neck. "Stop it!" shrieked Alfred, as though mortal man could endure no more. "You've used those trousers to settle every crisis in our lives." Zoe gazed at him without daring to breathe. Even she was aghast at his fury, but only temporarily. She recovered herself and continued sweetly. "If everything is settled," she argued, "where's the harm in talking?" "We've done with talking," declared Alfred. "From this on, I act." And determined not to be cheated out of this final decision, he again started for the hall door. "Oh, Ollie!" cried Zoe in a tone of sharp alarm. In spite of himself, Alfred turned to learn the cause of her anxiety. "You haven't got your overshoes on," she said. Speechless with rage, Alfred continued on his way, but Zoe moved before him swiftly. "I'll get them for you, dear," she volunteered graciously. "Stop!" thundered Alfred. They were now face to face. "I wish you wouldn't roar like that," pouted Zoe, and the pink tips of her fingers were thrust tight against her ears. Alfred drew in his breath and endeavored for the last time to repress his indignation. "Either you can't or you won't understand that it is extremely unpleasant for me to even talk to you, much less to receive your attentions." "Very likely," answered Zoe, unperturbed. "But so long as I am your lawful wedded wife," she emphasized the lawful, I shan't let any harm come to you, if I can help it." She lifted her eyes to heaven, bidding it to bear witness to her martyrdom, and looking for all the world like a stained-glass saint. "Oh no!" shouted Alfred, almost hysterical at his apparent failure to make himself understood. "You wouldn't let any harm come to me. Oh no, you've only made me the greatest joke in Chicago," he shouted. "You've only made me such a laughing-stock that I have to leave it. That's all, that's all. Leave Chicago," exclaimed Zoe incredulously. Then, regaining her self-composure, she edged her way close to him and looked up into his eyes in baby-like wonderment. "Why, Allie, where are we going?" Her small arm crept up toward his shoulder. Alfred pushed it from him rudely. "W.A. are not going," he asserted in a firm, measured voice. "I am going. Where's my hat?" And again he started in search of his absent headgear. "Oh, Ollie!" she exclaimed, and this time there was genuine alarm in her voice. "You wouldn't leave me?" "Wouldn't I, though?" sneered Alfred. Before he knew it, Zoe's arms were about him. She was pleading desperately. "Now, see here, Allie, you may call me all the names you like," she cried with great self-abasement. "But you shan't go away from Chicago." "Oh, indeed," answered Alfred as he shook himself free of her. "I suppose you'd like me to go on with this cat and dog existence. You'd like me to stay right here and pay the bills and take care of you, while you flirt with every Tom, Dick, and Harry in town." "It's only your horrid disposition that makes you talk like that," whimpered Zoe. "You know very well that I never cared for anybody but you." "Until you got me, yes," assented Alfred, "and now you care for everybody but me." She was about to object, but he continued quickly. "Where you meet your gentlemen friends is beyond me. I don't introduce them to you." "I should say not," agreed Zoe, and there was a touch of vindictiveness in her. Voice, "The only male creature that you ever introduced to me was the family dog." "I introduce every man who's fit to meet you," declared Alfred with an air of great pride. "That doesn't speak very well for your acquaintances," sniffed Zoe. Even her temper was beginning to assert itself. "I won't bicker like this," declared Alfred. "That's what you always say when you can't think of an answer," retorted Zoe. "You mean when I'm tired of answering your nonsense?" thundered Alfred. Chapter 9. Realizing that she was rapidly losing ground by exercising her advantage over Alfred in the matter of quick retort, Zoe, with her customary cunning, veered round to a more conciliatory tone. "Well," she cooed, "suppose I eat lunch with the man." "Ah!" shrieked Alfred, as though he had at last run his victim to earth. She retreated with her fingers crossed. "I only said suppose," she reminded him quickly. Then she continued in a tone meant to draw from him his heart's most secret confidence. "Didn't you ever eat lunch with any woman but me?" "Never," answered Alfred firmly. There was an unmistakable expression of pleasure on Zoe's small face, but she forced back the smile that was trying to creep round her lips and sidled toward Alfred with eyes properly downcast. "Then I'm very sorry I did it," she said. Solemnly, "and I'll never do it again." "So," cried Alfred with renewed indignation, "you admit it?" "Just to please you, dear," explained Zoe sweetly, as though she were doing him the greatest possible favor. "To please me?" gasped Alfred. "Do you suppose it pleases me to know that you are carrying on the moment my back is turned, making a fool of me to my friends?" Your friends? Cried Zoe with a sneer. This time it was her turn to be angry. So, it's your friends that are worrying you. In her excitement, she tossed Alfred's now damaged hat into the chair just behind her. He was far too overwrought to see it. I haven't done you any harm, she continued wildly. It's only what you think your friends think. You haven't done me any harm, repeated Alfred in her same tragic key. Oh no, oh no. You've only cheated me out of everything I expected to get out of life, that's all. Zoe came to a full stop and waited for him to enumerate the various treasures that he had lost by marrying her. He did so. Before we were married, he continued, you pretended to adore children. You started your humbugging the first day I met you. I refer to little Willie Peck. A hysterical giggle very nearly betrayed her. Alfred continued, I was fool enough to let you know that I admire women who like children. From that day until the hour that I led you to the altar, you'd fondled the ugliest little brats that we met in the street. But the moment you got me, Alfred, gasped Zoe, this was really going too far. Yes, I repeat it, shouted Alfred, pounding the table with his fist for emphasis. The moment you got me, you declared that all children were horrid little insects and that someone ought to sprinkle bug powder on them. Oh, protested Zoe, shocked less by Alfred's interpretation of her sentiments than by the vulgarity with which he expressed them. On another occasion, declared Alfred, now carried away by the recital of his long pent-up wrongs, you told me that all babies should be put in cages, shipped west, and kept in pens until they got to be of an interesting age. Interesting age, he repeated with a sneer, meaning old enough to take you out to luncheon, I suppose. I never said any such thing, objected Zoe. Well, that was the idea, insisted Alfred. I haven't your glib way of expressing. Myself. You manage to express yourself very well, retorted Zoe, when you have anything disagreeable to say. As for babies, she continued tentatively, I think they are all very well in their place, but they were never meant for an apartment. I offered you a house in the country, shouted Alfred. The country, echoed Zoe. How could I live in the country, with people being murdered in their beds every night? Read the papers. Always an excuse, sighed Alfred resignedly. There always has been, and there always would be if I'd stay to listen. Well, for once, he declared, I'm glad that we have no children. If we had, I might feel some obligation to keep up this farce of a marriage. As it is, he continued, you are free and I am free, and with a courtly wave of his arm, he dismissed Zoe and the entire subject, and again he started in pursuit of Mary and his hat. If it's your freedom you wish, pouted Zoe with an abused air, you might have said so in the first place. Alfred stopped in sheer amazement at the cleverness with which the little minx turned his every statement against him. It's not very manly of you, she continued, to abuse me just because you found someone whom you like better. That's not true, protested Alfred hotly, and you know it's not true. Little did he suspect the trap into which she was leading him. Then you don't love anybody more than you do me? She cried eagerly, and she gazed up at him with adoring eyes. I didn't say any such thing, hedged Alfred. Then you do, she accused him. I don't, he declared in self-defense. With a cry of joy, She sprang into his arms, clasped her fingers tightly behind his neck, and rained impulsive kisses upon his unsuspecting face. For an instant, Alfred looked down at Zoe, undecided whether to strangle her or to return her embraces. As usual, his self-respect won the day for him, and, with a determined effort, he lifted her high in the air so that she lost her tenacious hold of him, and sat her down with a thud in the very same chair in which she had lately dropped his hat. Having acted with this admirable resolution, he strode majestically toward the inner hall, but before he could reach it, Zoe was again on her feet in a last vain effort to conciliate him. Turning, Alfred caught sight of his poor battered hat. This was the final spur to action. Snatching it up with one hand and throwing his latchkey on the table with the other, he made determinedly for the outer door. Screaming hysterically, Zoe caught him just as he reached the threshold and threw the whole weight of her body upon him. "Alfred," she pleaded, "if you really love me, you can't leave me like this." Her emotion was now genuine. He looked down at her gravely, then into the future. "There are other things more important than what you call love," he said, very solemnly. "There is such a thing as a soul, if you only knew it. And you have hurt mine through and through." "But how, Alfred, how?" asked the small person, and there was a frown of genuine perplexity on her tiny puckered brow. "What have I really done?" She stroked his hand fondly. Her baby eyes searched his face. "It isn't so much what people do to us that counts," answered Alfred in a proud, hurt voice. "It's how much they disappoint us in what they do. I expected better of you," he said sadly. "I'll do better," coaxed Zoe, "if you'll only give me a chance." He was half inclined to believe her. "Now, Allie," she pleaded, perceiving that his resentment was dying, and resolved to, at last, adopt a straight course. "If you'll only listen, I'll tell you the real truth." Unprepared for the electrical effect of her remark, Zoe found herself staggering. To keep her feet, she gazed at Alfred in amazement. His arms were lifted to heaven, his breath was coming fast. "The real truth," he gasped. Then, bringing his crushed hat down on his forehead with a resounding whack, he rushed from her sight. The clang of the closing elevator door brought Zoe to a realization of what had actually happened. Determined that Alfred should not escape her, she rushed to the hall door and called to him wildly. There was no answer. Running back to the room, she threw open the window and threw herself half out of it. She was just in time to see Alfred climb into a passing taxi. "Alfred!" she cried. Then automatically she flew to the phone. "Give me 43 Suju Main," she called, and she tried to force back her tears. "Is this Hardy and Company?" she asked. "Well, this is Mrs. Hardy," she explained. "I wish you'd ring me up the moment my husband comes in." There was a slight pause. Then she clutched the receiver harder. "Not coming back?" she gasped. "Gone to Detroit?" A short moan escaped her lips. She let the receiver fall back on the hook, and her head went forward on her outstretched arms. Chapter 10. When Jimmy came home to luncheon that day, Aggie succeeded in getting a general idea of the state of affairs in the Hardy household. Of course, Jimmy didn't tell the whole truth. Oh no, far from it. In fact, he appeared to be aggravatingly ignorant as to the exact cause of the Hardy upheaval. Of one thing, however, he was certain. Alfred was going to quit Chicago and leave Zoe to her own devices. "Jimmy!" cried Aggie. "How awful!" And before Jimmy was fairly out of the front gate, she had seized her hat and gloves and rushed to the rescue of her friend. Not surprised at finding Zoe in a state of collapse, Aggie opened her arms sympathetically to receive the weeping confidences that she was sure would soon come. "Zoe, dear," she said as the fragile mite rocked to and fro. "What is it? She." Pressed the soft ringlets from the girl's throbbing forehead. "It's Alfred," sobbed Zoe. "He's gone." "Yes, I know," answered Aggie tenderly. "Isn't it awful? Jimmy just told me." "Jimmy told you what?" questioned Zoe, and she lifted her head and regarded Aggie with sudden uneasiness. Her friend's answer raised Jimmy considerably in Zoe's esteem. Apparently he had not breathed a word about the luncheon. "Why, Jimmy told me," continued Aggie, "that you and Alfred had had another tiff and that Alfred had gone for good." "For good," echoed Zoe, and her eyes were wide with terror. "Did Alfred tell Jimmy that?" Aggie nodded. "Then he means it," cried Zoe at last, fully convinced of the strength of Alfred's resolve. "But he shan't," she declared emphatically. "I won't let him. I'll go after him. He has no right." By this time she was running aimlessly about the room. "What did you do to him?" asked Aggie, feeling sure that Zoe was as usual at fault. "Nothing," answered Zoe with wide, innocent eyes. "Nothing," echoed Aggie, with little confidence in her friend's ability to judge impartially about so personal a matter. "Absolutely nothing," affirmed Zoe, and there was no doubting that she at least believed it. "What does he say?" questioned Aggie diplomatically. "He says I hurt his soul, whatever that is," answered Zoe, and her face wore an injured expression. "Isn't that a nice excuse," she continued, "for leaving your lawful wedded wife?" It was apparent that she expected Aggie to rally strongly to her defense. But at present Aggie was bent upon getting facts. "How did you hurt him?" she persisted. "I ate lunch," said Zoe with the face of a cherub. "With whom?" questioned Aggie slyly. She was beginning to scent the probable origin of the misunderstanding. "It's of no consequence," answered Zoe carelessly. "I wouldn't have wiped my feet on the man." By this time she had entirely forgotten Aggie's proprietorship and the source of her trouble. "But who was the man?" urged Aggie, and in her mind she had already condemned him as a low, unprincipled creature. "What does that matter?" asked Zoe impatiently. "It's any man with Alfred, you know that any man." Aggie sank in a chair and looked at her friend in despair. "Why do you do these things," she said wearily, "when you know how Alfred feels about them?" "You talk as though I did nothing else," answered Zoe with an aggrieved tone. "It's the first time since I've been married that I've ever eaten lunch with any man but Alfred." "I thought you'd have a little sympathy with me," she whimpered, "instead of putting me on the gridiron like everyone else does." "Everyone else?" questioned Aggie with recurring suspicion. "I mean Alfred," explained Zoe. "His everyone else to me." And then with a sudden abandonment of grief, she threw herself prostrate at her friend's knees. "Oh, Aggie, what can I do?" she cried. But Aggie was not satisfied with Zoe's fragmentary account of her latest escapade. "Is that the only thing that Alfred has against you?" she asked. "That's the latest," sniffled Zoe, in a heap at Aggie's feet. And then she continued in a much aggrieved tone. "You know he's always rowing because we haven't as many babies as the cook has cats." "Well, why don't you get him a baby?" asked the practical, far-seeing Aggie. "It's too late now," moaned Zoe. "Not at all," reassured Aggie. "It's the very thing that would bring him back." "How could I get one?" questioned Zoe, and she looked up at Aggie with round astonished eyes. "Adopt it," answered Aggie decisively. Zoe regarded her friend with mingled disgust and disappointment. "No," she said with a sigh and a shake of her head, "that wouldn't do any good. Alfred's so fussy, he always wants his own things around." "He needn't know," declared Aggie boldly. "What do you mean?" whispered Zoe, drawing herself up with an air of great importance and regarding the wondering young person at her knee with smiling condescension. Aggie prepared to make a most interesting disclosure. "There was a long article in the paper only this morning," she told Zoe, saying, that 3,000 husbands in this very city are fondling babies not their own. Zoe turned her small head to one side, the better to study Aggie's face. It was apparent to the latter that she must be much more explicit. "Babies adopted in their absence," explained Aggie, "while they were on trips around the country." A dangerous light began to glitter in Zoe's eyes. "Aggie," she cried, bringing her small hands together excitedly, "do you think I could?" "Why not?" asked Aggie with a very superior air. Zoe's enthusiasm was increasing her friend's admiration of her own scheme. "This same paper tells of a woman who adopted 3 sons while her husband was in Europe, and he thinks each one of them is his." "Where can we get some?" cried Zoe, now thoroughly enamored of the idea. "You can always get tons of them at the children's home," answered Aggie confidently. "I can't endure babies," declared Zoe, "but I'd do anything to get Alfred back." "Can we get one TA?" she asked. Aggie looked at her small friend with positive pity. "You don't want one today," she explained. Zoe rolled her large eyes inquiringly. "If you were to get one today," continued Aggie, "Alfred would know it wasn't yours, wouldn't he?" A light of understanding began to show on Zoe's small features. "There was none when he left this morning," added Aggie. "That's true," acquiesced Zoe. "You must wait a while," counseled Aggie, "and then get a perfectly new one." But Zoe had never been taught to wait. "Now, Aggie," she began. Aggie continued without heeding her. "After a few months," she explained, "when Alfred's temper has had time to cool, we'll get Jimmy to send him a wire that he has an heir." "A few months!" exclaimed Zoe, as though Aggie had suggested an eternity. "I've never been away from Alfred that long in all my life." Aggie was visibly annoyed. "Well, of course," she said coldly as she rose to go, "if you can get Alfred back without that, but I can't," cried Zoe, and she clung to her friend as to her last remaining hope. "Then," answered Aggie, somewhat mollified by Zoe's complete submission, "this is the only way. The president of the children's home is a great friend of Jimmy's," she said proudly. It was at this point that Zoe made her first practical suggestion. "Then we'll let Jimmy get it," she declared. "Of course," agreed Aggie enthusiastically, as though they would be according the poor soul a rare privilege. "Jimmy gives $100 to the home every Christmas." Additional proof why he should be selected for this very important office. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Zoe with shocked surprise. "If Alfred were to give $100 to a baby's home, I should suspect him." "Don't be silly," snapped Aggie curtly. In spite of her firm faith in Jimmy's innocence, she was undoubtedly annoyed by Zoe's unpleasant suggestion. There was an instant's pause. Then, putting disagreeable thoughts from her mind, Aggie turned to Zoe with renewed enthusiasm. "We must get down to business," she said. "We'll begin on the baby's outfit at once." "It's what?" queried Zoe. It's clothes, explained Aggie. Oh, what fun! Exclaimed Zoe, and she clapped her hands merrily like a very small child. A moment later she stopped with sudden misgiving. But Aggie, she said fearfully, suppose Alfred shouldn't come back after I've got the baby. I'd be a widow with a child. Oh, he's sure to come back, answered Aggie with a confident air. He'll take the first train home. I believe he will, assented Zoe joyfully. All her clouds were again dispelled. Aggie, she cried impulsively, you are a darling. You have just saved my life. And she clasped her arms so tightly around Aggie's neck that her friend was in danger of being suffocated. Releasing herself, Aggie continued with a ruffled collar and raised vanity, you can write him an insinuating letter now and then, just to lead up to the good news gradually. Zoe tipped her small head to one side and studied her friend thoughtfully. Do you know, Aggie, she said with frank admiration, I believe you are a better liar than I am. I'm not a liar, objected Aggie vehemently. At least, not often, she corrected. I've never lied to Jimmy in all my life. She drew herself up with conscious pride. And Jimmy has never lied to me. This wide. Isn't that nice? Sniffed Zoe, and she pretended to be searching for her pocket handkerchief. But Aggie did not see her. She was glancing at the clock. I must go now, she said, and she started toward the door. But Aggie, protested Zoe, unwilling to be left alone. I'll run in again at tea time, promised Aggie. I don't mind the days, whined Zoe, but when night comes, I just must have somebody's arms around me. Zoe, gasped Aggie, both shocked and alarmed. I can't help it, confessed Zoe. The moment it gets dark, I'm just scared stiff. That's no way for a mother to talk, reproved Aggie. A mother, exclaimed Zoe, horrified at the sudden realization that this awful appellation would undoubtedly pursue her for the rest of her life. Oh, don't call me that, she pleaded. You make me feel 1,000 years old. Nonsense, laughed Aggie, and before Zoe could again detain her, she was out. Of the room. When the outside door had closed behind her friend, Zoe gazed about the room disconsolately, but her depression was short-lived. Remembering Aggie's permission about the letter, she ran quickly to the writing table, curled her small self up on one foot, placed a brand new pen in the holder, then drew a sheet of paper toward her and, with shoulders hunched high and her face close to the paper, after the manner of a child, she began to pen the first of a series of veiled communications that were ultimately to fill her young husband with amazement. Chapter 11. When Jimmy reached his office after his unforeseen call upon Zoe, his subsequent encounter with Alfred, and his enforced luncheon at home with Aggie, he found his mail, his phone calls, and his neglected appointments in a state of hopeless congestion, and try as he would, he could not concentrate upon their disentanglement. Growing more and more furious with the long-legged secretary who stood at the corner of his desk, looking down upon him expectantly and waiting for his tardy instructions, Jimmy rose and looked out of the window. He could feel Andrew's reproachful eyes following him. "Shall Miss Perkins take your letters now?" asked Andrew, and he wondered how late the office staff would be kept tonight to make up for the time that was now being wasted. Coming after repeated wounds from his nearest and dearest, Andrew's implied reproach was too much for Jimmy's overwrought nerves. "Get out," he answered. Unceremoniously, and when Andrew could assure himself that he had heard aright, he stalked out of the door with his head high in the air. Jimmy looked after his departing secretary with positive hatred. It was apparent to him that the whole world was against him. He had been too easy, he decided. His family, friends, and business associates had undoubtedly lost all respect for him. From this day forth, he was determined to show himself to be a man of strong mettle. Having made this important decision and having convinced himself that he was about to start on a new life, Jimmy strode to the door of the office and, without disturbing the injured Andrew, he called sharply to Miss Perkins to come at once and take his letters. Poor Jimmy! Again he tried in vain to concentrate upon the details of the cut-glass industry. Invariably his mind would wander back to the unexpected. Incidents of the morning. Stopping suddenly in the middle of a letter to a competing firm, he began pacing hurriedly up and down the room. Had she not feared that her chief might misconstrue any suggestion from her as an act of impertinence, Miss Perkins, having learned all the company's cut-glass quotations by rote, could easily have supplied the remainder of the letter. As it was, she waited impatiently, tapping the corner of the desk with her idle pencil. Jimmy turned at the sound and glanced at the pencil with unmistakable disapproval. Miss Perkins waited in silence. After one or two more uneasy laps about the room, Jimmy went to his phone and called his house number. It's undoubtedly domestic trouble, decided Miss Perkins, and she wondered whether it would be delicate of her, under the circumstances, to remain in the room. From her employer's conversation at the phone, it was clear to Miss Perkins that Mrs. Jinks was spending the afternoon with Mrs. Hardy, but why this should have so annoyed Mr. Jinks was a question that Miss Perkins found it difficult to answer. Was it possible that Mr. Jinks's present state of unrest could be traced to the door of the beautiful young wife of his friend? "Oh dear," thought Miss Perkins, "how scandalous!" "That will do," commanded Jimmy, interrupting Miss Perkins's interesting speculations, and he nodded toward the door. "But," stammered Miss Perkins as she glanced at the unfinished letters. "I'll call you when I need you," answered Jimmy gruffly. Miss Perkins left the room in high dudgeon. "I was show them," said Jimmy to himself, determined to carry out his recent resolve to be firm. Then his mind went back to his domestic troubles. Suppose that Zoe, after imposing secrecy upon him, should change that thing called her mind and confide in Aggie about the luncheon? Jimmy was positively pale. He decided to telephone to Zoe's house and find out how affairs were progressing. At the phone, he hesitated. If Aggie has found out about the luncheon, he argued, my phoning to Zoe's will increase her suspicions. If Zoe has told her nothing, she'll wonder why I'm phoning to Zoe's house. There's only one thing to do, he decided. I must wait and say nothing. I can tell from Aggie's face when I meet her at dinner whether Zoe has betrayed me. Having arrived at this conclusion, Jimmy resolved to get home as early as possible, and again Miss Perkins was called to his aid. The flurry with which Jimmy dispatched the day's remaining business confirmed both Miss Perkins and Andrew in their previous opinion that the boss had suddenly gone off his head, and when he at last left the office and banged the door behind him, there was a general sigh of relief from his usually tranquil staff. Instead of walking, as was his custom, Jimmy took a taxi to his home, but alas, to his surprise he found no wife. "Did Mrs. Jinks leave any word?" he inquired from the butler. "None at all," answered that unperturbed creature, and Jimmy felt sure that the attitude of his office antagonists had communicated itself to his household servants. When Jimmy's anxious ear at last caught the rustle of a woman's dress in the hallway, his dinner had been waiting half an hour, and he had worked himself into a state of fierce antagonism toward everything and everybody. At the sound of Aggie's voice, however, His heart began to pound with fear. Had she found him out for the weak, miserable deceiver that he was? Would she tell him that they were going to separate forever? Aggie's first words were reassuring. "Awfully sorry to be so late, dear," she said. Jimmy felt her kiss upon his chubby cheek and her dear arms about his neck. He decided forthwith to tell her everything and never, never again to run the risk of deceiving her. But before he could open his lips, she continued gaily, "I've brought Zoe home with me, dear. There's no sense in her eating all alone, and she's going to have all her dinners with us." Jimmy groaned. "After dinner," continued Aggie, "you and I can take her to the theater and all those places and keep her cheered until Alfred comes home." "Home?" repeated Jimmy in alarm. Was it possible that Alfred had already relented? "Oh, he doesn't know it yet," explained Aggie, "but he's coming. We'll tell you all about it at dinner." And they did. While waiting for Aggie, Jimmy had thought himself hungry, but once the two women had laid before him their various baby-snatching scheme food, lost its savor for him, and one course after another was taken away from him untouched. Each time that Jimmy ventured a mild objection to his part in the plan, as scheduled by them, he met the threatening eye of Zoe, and by the time that the three left the table he was so harassed and confused by the chatter of the two excited women that he was not only reconciled, but eager to enter into any scheme that might bring Alfred back and free him of the enforced companionship of Alfred's nerve-wracking wife. True, he reflected, it was possible. That Alfred, on his return, might discover him to be the culprit who lunched with Zoe and might carry out his murderous threat. But even such a fate was certainly preferable to interminable evenings spent under the same roof with Zoe. "All you need do, Jimmy," explained Aggie sweetly when the three of them were comfortably settled in the library, "is to see your friend the superintendent of the baby's home and tell him just what kind of a baby we shall need and when we shall need it." "Can't we see it ourselves?" chimed in Zoe. "Oh, yes, indeed," said Aggie confidently, and she turned to Jimmy with a matter-of-fact tone. "You'd better tell the superintendent to have several for us to look at when the time arrives." "Yes, that's better," agreed Zoe. As for Jimmy, he had long ceased to make any audible comment, but internally he was saying to himself, "Man of strong metal indeed." "We'll attend to all the clothes for the child," said Aggie generously to Jimmy. "I want everything to be handmade," exclaimed Zoe enthusiastically. "We can make a great many of the things ourselves." "Evenings," said Aggie, "while we sit here and talk to Jimmy." "I thought we were going out evenings," objected Zoe. Jimmy rolled his eyes toward her like a dumb beast of burden. "Most evenings," assented Aggie. "And then toward the last, you know." Zoe, she hesitated to explain further, for Jimmy was already becoming visibly embarrassed. "Oh, yes, that's true," blushed Zoe. There was an awkward pause, then Aggie turned again toward Jimmy, who was pretending to rebuild the fire. "Oh, yes, one more thing," she said. "When everything is quite ready for Alfred's return, we'll allow you, Jimmy dear, to wire him the good news." "Thanks so much," said Jimmy. "I wish it were time to wire now," said Zoe pensively, and in his mind, Jimmy fervently agreed with that sentiment. "The next few months will slip by before you know it," declared Aggie cheerfully. "And by the way, Zoe," she added, "why should you go back to your lonesome flat tonight?" Zoe began to feel for her pocket handkerchief. Jimmy sat up to receive the next blow. "Stay here with us," suggested Aggie. "We'll be so glad to have you." She included Jimmy in her glance. "Won't we, dear?" she asked. When the two girls went upstairs, arm in arm that night, Jimmy remained in his chair by the fire, too exhausted to even prepare for bed. A man of metal, he said again to himself. This had certainly been the longest day of his life. Chapter 12. When Aggie predicted that the few months of waiting would pass quickly for Zoe, she was quite correct. They passed quickly for Aggie as well. But how about Jimmy? When he afterward recalled this interval in his life, it was always associated with long strands of lace winding around the legs of the library chairs, white things lying about in all the places where he had once enjoyed sitting or lying, late dinners, lonely breakfasts, and a sense of isolation from Aggie. One evening when he had waited until he was out of all patience with Aggie, he was told by his late and apologetical spouse that she had been helping Zoe to redecorate her bedroom to fit the coming occasion. "It is all done in pink and white," explained Aggie, and then followed detailed accounts of the exquisite bed linens, the soft, lovely hangings, and even the entire relighting of the room. "Why pink?" asked Jimmy, objecting to any scheme of Zoe's on general principles. "It's Alfred's favorite color," explained Aggie. "Besides, it's so becoming," she added. Jimmy could not help feeling that this lure to Alfred's senses was absolutely indecent, and he said so. "Upon my word," answered Aggie, quite affronted, "you are getting as unreasonable as Alfred himself." Then, as Jimmy prepared to sulk, she added coaxingly, "I was going to tell you about Zoe's lovely new negligee and about the dear little crib that just matches it. Everything is going to be in harmony." "With Zoe in the house?" asked Jimmy skeptically. "I can't think why you've taken such a dislike to that helpless child," said Aggie. A few days later, while in the midst of his morning's mail, Jimmy was informed that it was now time for him to conduct Aggie and Zoe to the baby's home to select the last but most important detail for their coming campaign. According to instructions, Jimmy had been in communication with the amused superintendent of the home, and he now led the two women forth with the proud consciousness that he, at least, had attended properly to his part of the business. By the time they reached the children's home, several babies were on view for their critical inspection. Zoe stared into the various cribs containing the wee red mites with puckered faces. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, "haven't you any white ones?" "These are supposed to be white," said the superintendent with an indulgent smile. "The black ones are on the other side of the room." "Black ones!" cried Zoe in horror, and she faced about quickly as though expecting an attack from their direction. "Which particular one of these would you recommend?" asked the practical Aggie of the superintendent as she surveyed the first lot. "Well, it's largely a matter of taste, ma'am," he answered. "This seems a healthy little chap," he added, and seizing the long white clothes of the nearest infant, he drew him across his arm and held him out for Aggie's inspection. "Let's see," cried Zoe, and she stood on tiptoe to peep over the superintendent's elbow. As for Jimmy, he stood gloomily apart. This was an ordeal for which he had long been preparing himself, and he was resolved to accept it philosophically. "I don't think much of that one," snipped Zoe, and in spite of himself, Jimmy felt his temper rising. Aggie turned to him with a smile. "Which one do you prefer, Jimmy?" "It's not Miss Olay Fair," answered Jimmy curtly. "Since when?" asked Zoe. Aggie perceived trouble brewing, and she turned to pacify Jimmy. "Which one do you think your friend Alfred would like?" she persisted. "If I were in his place," began Jimmy hotly. "Oh, but you ain't," interrupted Zoe. Then she turned to the superintendent. "What makes some of them so much larger than others?" she asked, glancing at the babies he had called white. "Well, you see they're of different ages," explained the superintendent indulgently. "We told Mr. Jinks they must all be of the same age," said Zoe with a reproachful look at Jimmy. "What age is that?" asked the superintendent. "I should say a week old," said Aggie. "Then this is the one for you," decided the superintendent, designating his first choice. "I think we'd better take the superintendent's advice," said Aggie complacently. Zoe looked around the room with a dissatisfied air. Was it possible that all babies were as homely as these? "You know, Zoe," explained Aggie, divining her thought, "they get better looking as they grow older." "They couldn't look worse," was Zoe's disgusted comment. "Fetch it home, Jimmy," said Aggie. "What?" exclaimed Jimmy, who had considered his mission completed. "You don't expect us to carry it, do you?" asked Aggie in a hurt voice. The superintendent settled the difficulty temporarily by informing them that the baby could not possibly leave the home until the mother had signed the necessary papers for its release. "I thought all those details had been attended to," said Aggie, and again the two women surveyed Jimmy with grieved disappointment. "I'll get the mother's signature the first thing in the morning," volunteered the superintendent. "Very well," said Zoe, "and in the meantime I'll send some new clothes for it," and with a lofty farewell to the superintendent, she and Aggie followed Jimmy downstairs to the taxi. "Now," said Zoe when they were properly seated, "let's stop at a telegraph office and let Jimmy send a wire to Alfred." "Wait until we get the baby," cautioned Aggie. "We'll have it the first thing in the morning," argued Zoe. "Jimmy can send him a night letter," compromised Aggie. "That way Alfred won't get the news until morning." A few minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of Jimmy's office, and with a sigh of thanksgiving, he hurried upstairs to his unanswered mail. Chapter 13. When Alfred Hardy found himself on the train bound for Detroit, he tried to assure himself that he had done the right thing in breaking away from an association that had kept him for months in a constant state of ferment. His business must come first, he decided. Having settled this point to his temporary satisfaction, he opened his afternoon paper and leaned back in his seat, meaning to divert his mind from personal matters by learning what was going on in the world at large. No sooner had his eyes scanned the first headline than he was startled by a boisterous greeting from a fellow traveler who was just passing down the aisle. "Hello, Hardy," cried his well-meaning acquaintance. "Where are you bound for?" "Detroit," answered Alfred, annoyed by the sudden interruption. "Where's the missus?" asked the intruder. "Chicago," was Alfred's short reply. "That's a funny thing," declared the convivial spirit, not guessing how funny it really was. "You know," he continued, so loud that everyone in the vicinity could not fail to hear him, "the last time I met you two, you were on your honeymoon on this Dispersing train," and with that the fellow sat himself down, uninvited, by Alfred's side and self down, uninvited, by Alfred's side, and started on a long list of compliments about the fine little girl who had, in his opinion, done Alfred a great favor when she consented to tie herself to a dull, money-grubbing chap like him. So, thought Alfred, this is the way the world sees us. And he began to frame inaudible but desperate defenses of himself. Again, he told himself that he was right, but his friend's thoughtless words had planted an uncomfortable doubt in his mind, and when he left the train to drive to his hotel, he was thinking very little about the new business relations upon which he was entering in Detroit, and very much about the domestic relations which he had just severed in Chicago. Had he been merely a dull money grubber? Had he left his wife too much alone? Was she not a mere child when he married her? Could he not, with more consideration, have made of her a more understanding companion? These were questions that were still unanswered in his mind when he arrived at one of Detroit's most enterprising hotels. But later, having telephoned to his office and found that several matters of importance were awaiting his decision, he forced himself to enter immediately upon his business obligations. As might have been expected, Alfred soon won the respect and serious consideration of most of his new business associates, and this in a measure so mollified his hurt pride that upon rare occasions he was affable enough to accept the hospitality of their homes. But each excursion that he made into the social life of these new friends only served to remind him of the unsettled state of his domestic affairs. "How your wife must miss you," his hostess would remark before they were fairly seated at table. "They tell me she is so pretty," his vis-a-vis would exclaim. "When is she going to join you?" the lady on his left would ask. Then his host would laugh and tell the dear ladies that in his opinion Alfred was afraid to bring his wife to Detroit lest he might lose her to a handsomer man. Alfred could never quite understand why remarks such as this annoyed him, almost to the point of declaring the whole truth. His loving Zoe and his losing her, as these would-be comedians expressed it, were two separate and distinct things in his mind, and he felt an almost irresistible desire to make this plain to all concerned. But no sooner did he open his lips to do so than a picture of Zoe in all her childlike, pleading loveliness arose to dissuade him. He could imagine his dinner companions all pretending to sympathize with him while they flayed poor Zoe alive. She would never have another chance to be known as a respectable woman, and compared to most women of his acquaintance, she was a respectable woman. True, according to old-fashioned standards, she had been indiscreet, but apparently the present-day woman had a standard of her own. Alfred found his eye wandering round the table, surveying the wives of his friends. Was there one of them, he wondered, who had never fibbed to her husband or eaten a simple luncheon unchaperoned by him? Of one thing he was certain, there was not one. Of them so attractive as Zoe. Might she not be forgiven, to some extent, if her physical charms had made her a source of dangerous temptation to unprincipled scoundrels like the one with whom she had no doubt lunched? Then, too, had she not offered at the moment of his departure to tell him the real truth? Might this not have been the one occasion upon which she would have done so? She seemed so sincere, he ruminated, so truly penitent. Then again, how generous it was of her to persist in writing to him with never an answer from him to encourage her. If she cared for him so little as he had once imagined, why should she wish to keep up even a presence of fondness? Her letters indicated an undying devotion. These were some of the thoughts that were going through Alfred's mind just 3 months after his departure from Chicago. And all the while his hostess was mentally dubbing him a dull person. "What an abstracted man he is," she said before he was down the front steps. "Is he really so clever in business?" a woman friend inquired. "It's hard to believe, isn't it?" commented a third, and his host apologized for the absent Alfred by saying that he was no doubt worried about a particular business decision that had to be made the next morning. But it was not the responsibility of this business decision that was knotting Alfred's brow as he walked hurriedly toward the hotel, where he had told his office boy to leave the last mail. This had been the longest interval that Zoe had ever let slip without writing. He recalled that her last letters had hinted at a slight indisposition. In fact, she had even mentioned seeing the doctor. Good heavens, he thought, suppose she were really ill, who would look after her? When Alfred reached his rooms, the boy had not yet arrived. He crossed to the library table and took from the drawer all the letters thus far received from Zoe. He read them consecutively. How could he have been so stupid as not to have realized sooner that her illness, whatever it was, had been gradually creeping upon her from the very first day of his departure? The boy arrived with the mail. It contained no letter from Zoe, and Alfred went to bed with an uneasy mind. The next morning he was down at his office early, still no letter from Zoe. Refusing his partner's invitation to lunch, Alfred sat alone in his office, glad to be rid of intrusive eyes. He would write to Jimmy Jinks, he decided, and find out whether Zoe were in any immediate danger. Not willing to await the return of his stenographer or to acquaint her with his. Personal affairs. Alfred drew pen and paper toward him and sat helplessly before it. How could he inquire about Zoe without appearing to invite a reconciliation with her? While he was trying to answer this vexed question, a sharp knock came at the door. He turned to see a uniformed messenger holding a telegram toward him. Intuitively, he felt that it contained some word about Zoe. His hand trembled so that he could scarcely sign for the message before opening it. A moment later, the messenger boy was startled out of his lethargy by a succession of contradictory exclamations. "No!" cried Alfred incredulously as he gazed in ecstasy at the telegram. "Yes," he shouted excitedly as he rose from his chair. "Where's a timetable?" He asked the astonished boy, and he began rummaging rapidly through the drawers of his desk. "Any answer?" inquired the messenger. "Take this," said Alfred, and he thrust a bill into the small boy's hand. "Yes, sir," answered the boy, and disappeared quickly, lest this madman might reconsider his generosity. Alfred threw down the timetable in despair. "No train for Chicago until night," he cried, but his mind was working fast. The next moment he was at the telephone, asking for the division superintendent of the railway line. When Alfred's partner returned from luncheon, he found a curt note informing him that Alfred had left on a special for Chicago and would write. "I'll bet it's his wife," said the partner. Chapter 14. During the evening of the same day that Alfred was enjoying such pleasurable emotions, Zoe and Aggie were closeted in the pretty pink and white bedroom that the latter had tried to describe to Jimmy. On a rose-colored couch in front of the fire sat Aggie, threading ribbons through various bits of soft white linen, and in front of her, at the foot of a rose-draped bed, knelt Zoe. She was trying the effect of a large pink bow against the lace flounce of an empty but inviting bassinet. "How's that?" she called to Aggie as she turned her head to one side and surveyed the result of her experiment with a critical eye. Aggie shot a grudging glance at the bassinet. "I wish you wouldn't bother me every moment," she said. "I'll never get all these things finished." Apparently Zoe decided that the bow was properly placed, for she applied herself to sewing it fast to the lining. In her excitement she gave the thread a vicious pull. Oh dear, my thread is always breaking," she sighed in vexation. "You're excited," said Aggie. "Wouldn't you be excited," questioned Zoe, "if you were expecting a baby and a husband in the morning?" "I suppose I should," admitted Aggie. For a time the two friends sewed in silence. Then Zoe looked up with sudden anxiety. "You're sure Jimmy sent the wire?" she asked. "I saw him write it," answered Aggie, "while I was in the office today." "When will Alfred get it?" demanded Zoe eagerly. "Oh, he won't get it until tomorrow morning," said Aggie. "I told you that today. It's a night message. I wonder what he'll be doing when he gets it," mused Zoe. There was a suspicion of a smile around her lips. "What will he do after he gets it?" questioned Aggie. Looking up at her friend in alarm, Zoe suddenly ceased sewing. "You don't mean he won't come?" she gasped. "Of course I don't," answered Aggie. "He's only human if he is a husband." There was a skeptical expression around Zoe's mouth, but she did not pursue the subject. "How do you suppose that red baby will ever look in this pink basket?" she asked. And then with a regretful little sigh, she declared that she wished she'd used blue. "I didn't think the baby that we chose was so horribly red," said Aggie. "Red!" cried Zoe. "It's magenta!" And again her thread broke. "Oh, darn!" she exclaimed in annoyance, and once more rethreaded her needle. "I couldn't look at it," she continued with a disgusted little pucker of her face. "I wish they had let us take it this afternoon so I could have got used to it before Alfred gets here." "Now don't be silly," scolded Aggie. "You know very well that the superintendent can't let it leave the home until its mother signs the papers. It will be here the first thing in the morning. You'll have all day to get used to it before Alfred gets here." "All day!" echoed Zoe, and the corners of her mouth began to droop. "Won't Alfred be here before tomorrow night?" Aggie was becoming exasperated by Zoe's endless questions. "I told you," she explained wearily that the wire won't be delivered until tomorrow morning. It will take Alfred 8 hours to get here, and there may not be a train just that minute. 8 long hours, sighed Zoe dismally. And Aggie looked at her reproachfully, forgetting that it is always the last hour that is hardest to bear. Zoe resumed her sewing resignedly. Aggie was meditating whether she should read her young friend a lecture on the value of patience when the telephone began to ring violently. Zoe looked up from her sewing with a frown. "You answer it, will you, Aggie?" she said. "I can't let go this thread." "Hello," called Aggie sweetly over the phone. Then she added in surprise, "Is this you, Jimmy dear?" Apparently it was, and as Zoe watched Aggie's face with its increasing distress, she surmised that Jimmy's message was anything but dare. "Good heavens," cried Aggie over the telephone. "That's awful. Isn't Alfred coming?" was the first question that burst from Zoe's lips. Aggie motioned to Zoe to be quiet. "Tonight," she exclaimed. "Tonight," echoed Zoe joyfully. And without waiting for more details, and with no thought beyond the moment, she flew to her dressing table and began arranging her hair, powdering her face, perfuming her lips, and making herself particularly alluring for the prodigal husband's return. Now the far-sighted Aggie was experiencing less pleasant sensations at the phone. "A special," she was saying to Jimmy. "When did Alfred get the message?" There was a slight pause. Then she asked irritably, "Well, didn't you mark it night message?" From the expression on Aggie's face, it was evident that he had not done so. "But, Jimmy," protested Aggie, "this is dreadful. We haven't any baby." Then calling to him to wait a minute, and leaving the receiver dangling, she crossed the room to Zoe, who was now thoroughly engrossed in the making of a fresh toilet. "Zoe!" she exclaimed excitedly, "Jimmy made a mistake." "Of course he'd do that," answered Zoe carelessly. "But you don't understand," persisted Aggie. "They sent the night message today. Alfred's coming on a special. He'll be here tonight." "Thank goodness for that," cried Zoe, and the next instant she was waltzing gaily about the room. "That's all very well," answered Aggie as she followed Zoe with anxious eyes. "But where's your baby?" "Good heavens!" cried Zoe, and for the first time she became conscious of their predicament. She gazed at Aggie in consternation. I forgot all about it, she said, and then asked with growing anxiety, What can we do? Do? Echoed Aggie, scarcely knowing herself what answer to make. We've got to jet it tonight, that's all. But, protested Zoe, how can we get it when the mother hasn't signed the papers yet? Jimmy will have to arrange that with the superintendent of the home, answered Aggie with decision, and she turned toward the phone to instruct Jimmy accordingly. Yes, that's right, assented Zoe, glad to be rid of all further responsibility. We'll let Jimmy fix it. Say, Jimmy, called Aggie excitedly, you'll have to go straight to them. Children's home and get that baby just as quickly as you can. There's some red tape about the mother signing papers, but don't mind about that. Make them give it to you tonight. Hurry, Jimmy. Don't waste a minute. There was evidently a protest from the other end of the wire, for Aggie added impatiently, Go on, Jimmy, do. You can, E.T. any time. And with that she hung up the receiver. It's clothes, called Zoe frantically. Tell him about the clothes. I sent them this evening. Never mind about the clothes, answered Aggie. We're lucky if we get the baby. But I have to mind, persisted Zoe. I gave all its other things to the laundress. I wanted them to be nice and fresh, and now the horrid old creature hasn't. Brought them back yet. You get into your own things, commanded Aggie. Where's my dressing gown? Asked Zoe, her elation revived by the thought of her fine raiment, and with that she flew to the foot of the bed and snatched up 2 of the prettiest negligées ever imported from Paris. Which do you like better? She asked as she held them both aloft, the pink or the blue. It doesn't matter, answered Aggie wearily. Get into something, that's all. Then unhook me, commanded Zoe gaily as she turned her back to Aggie and continued to admire the 2 creations on her arm. So pleased was she with the picture of herself in either of the garments that she began humming a gay waltz and swaying to the rhythm. Stand still, commanded Aggie, but her warning was unnecessary, for at that moment Zoe was transfixed by a horrible fear. Suppose, she said in alarm, that Jimmy can't eat the baby. He's got to get it, answered Aggie emphatically, and she undid the last stubborn hook of Zoe's gown and put the girl from her. There now, you're all unfastened, she said. Hurry and get dressed. You mean undressed, laughed Zoe, as she let her pretty evening gown fall lightly from her shoulders and drew on her pink negligee. Oh, Aggie, she exclaimed as she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, isn't it a love? And you know, she added, Alfred just adores pink. Silly, answered Aggie, but in spite of herself, she was quite thrilled by the picture of the exquisite young creature before her. Zoe had certainly never. Looked more irresistible. Can't you get some of that color out of your cheeks? Asked Aggie in despair. You look like a washerwoman. I'll put on some cold cream and powder, answered Zoe. She flew to her dressing table, and in a moment there was a white cloud in her immediate vicinity. She turned to Aggie to inquire the result. Again the phone rang. Who's that? She exclaimed in alarm. I'll see, answered Aggie. It couldn't be Alfred, could it? Asked Zoe with mingled hope and dread. Of course not, answered Aggie as she removed the receiver from the hook. Alfred wouldn't phone, he would come right up. Chapter 15. Discovering that it was merely Jimmy on the wire, Zoe's uneasiness abated, but Aggie's anxiety was visibly increasing. Where are you? She asked of her spouse. The children's home, she repeated, then followed further explanations from Jimmy, which were apparently not satisfactory. Oh, Jimmy, cried his disturbed wife, it can't be. That's horrible, "What is it?" shrieked Zoe, trying to get her small ear close enough to the receiver to catch a bit of the obviously terrifying message. "Wait a minute," called Aggie into the phone. Then she turned to Zoe with a look of despair. "The mother's changed her mind," she explained. "She won't give up the baby." "Good Lord!" cried Zoe, and she sank into the nearest chair. For an instant the two women looked at each other with blank faces. "What can we do?" asked Zoe. Aggie did not answer immediately. This was indeed a serious predicament, but presently Zoe saw her friend's mouth becoming very resolute, and she surmised that Aggie had solved the problem. "We'll have to get another baby, that's all," decided Aggie. "There must be other babies." "Where?" asked Zoe. "There, in the children's home," answered Aggie with great confidence, and she returned to the phone. Zoe crossed to the bed and knelt at its foot in search of her little pink slippers. "Oh, Aggie," she sighed, "the others were all so red." But Aggie did not heed her protest. "Listen, Jimmy," she called in the phone, "can't you get another baby?" There was a pause. Then Aggie commanded hotly, "Well, jet in the business." Another pause, and then Aggie continued very firmly, "Tell the superintendent that we just must have one." Zoe stopped in the act of putting on her second slipper and called a reminder to Aggie. "Tell him to get a HE1, she said. "Alfred wants a boy. Take what you can get," answered Aggie impatiently, and again she gave her attention to the phone. "What?" she cried, with growing despair, and Zoe waited to hear what had gone wrong now. "Nothing under 3 months," explained Aggie. "Won't that do?" asked Zoe innocently. "Do," echoed Aggie in disgust. "A 3 months old baby is as big as a whale." "Well, can't we say it GREWP?" asked Zoe, priding herself on her power of ready resource. "Overnight? Like a mushroom?" sneered Aggie. Almost vanquished by her friend's new air of cold superiority, Zoe was now on the verge of tears. "Somebody must have a new baby," she faltered. "Somebody always has a new baby." "For their own personal USE, yes," admitted Aggie, "but who has a new baby for US?" "How do I know?" asked Zoe helplessly. "You're the one who ought to know. You got me into this, and you've got to get me out of it. Can you imagine?" she asked, growing more and more unhappy. "What would happen to me if Alfred were to come home now and not find a baby? He wouldn't forgive a little lie." What would he do with a whopper like this? Then, with sudden decision, she rushed toward the phone. "Let me talk to Jimmy," she said, and the next moment she was chattering so rapidly and incoherently over the phone that Aggie despaired of hearing one word that she said and retired to the next room to think out a new plan of action. "Say, Jimmy," stammered Zoe into the phone, "you've got to get me a baby. If you don't, I'll kill myself. I will, Jimmy, I will. You got me into this, Jimmy," she reminded him. "You've got to get me out of it." And then followed pleadings and coaxings and cajolings, and at length a pause, during which Jimmy was apparently able to get in a word or so. His answer was not satisfactory to Zoe. "What?" she shrieked, tiptoeing to get her lips closer to the receiver. Then she added with conviction, "The mother has no business to change her mind." Apparently Jimmy maintained that the mother had changed it none the less. "Well, take it away from her," commanded Zoe. "Get it quick while she isn't looking." Then casting a furtive glance over her shoulder to make sure that Aggie was still out of the room, she indulged in a few dark threats to Jimmy, Also some vehement reminders of how he had dragged her into that horrid old restaurant and been the immediate cause of all the misfortunes that had ever befallen her. Could Jimmy have been sure that Aggie was out of earshot of Zooey's conversation, the argument would doubtless have kept up indefinitely, as it was the result was a quick acquiescence on his part, and by the time that Aggie returned to the room, Zoe was wreathed in smiles. "It's all right," she said sweetly. "Jimmy's going to get it." Aggie looked at her skeptically. "Goodness knows I hope so," she said, then added in despair, "Look at your cheeks. They're flaming." Once more the powder puff was called into requisition, and Zoe turned a temporarily blanched face to Aggie. "Is that better?" she asked. "Very much," answered Aggie, "but how about your hair?" "What's the matter with it?" asked Zoe. Her reflection betrayed a coiffure that might have turned Marie Antoinette green with envy. "Would anybody think you'd been in bed for days?" asked Aggie. "Alfred likes it that way," was Zoe's defense. "Turn around," said Aggie, without deigning to argue the matter further, and she began to remove handfuls of hairpins from the yellow, knotted curls. "What are you doing?" exclaimed Zoe, as she sprayed her white neck and arms with her favorite perfume. Aggie did not answer. Zoe leaned forward toward the mirror to smooth out her eyebrows with the tips of her perfumed fingers. "Good gracious," she cried in horror as she caught sight of her reflection. "You're not going to put my hair in a pigtail." "That's the way invalids always have their hair," was Aggie's laconic reply, and she continued to plait the obstinate curls. "I won't have it like that," declared Zoe, and she shook herself free from Aggie's unwelcome attentions and proceeded to unplait the hateful pigtail. "Alfred would leave me." Aggie shrugged her shoulders. "If you're going to make a perfect fright of me," pouted Zoe, "I just won't see him." "He isn't coming to see you," reminded Aggie. "He's coming to see the baby." "If Jimmy doesn't come soon, I'll not have any baby," answered Zoe. "Get into bed," said Aggie, and she proceeded to turn down the soft lace coverlets. "Where did I put my cap?" asked Zoe. Her eyes caught the small knot of lace and ribbons for which she was looking, and she pinned it on top of her saucy little curls. "In you go," said Aggie, motioning to the bed. "Wait," said Zoe impressively. "Wait till I get my rose lights on the pillow." She pulled the slender gold chain of her night lamp. Instantly the large white pillows were bathed in a warm pink glow. She studied the effect very carefully, then added a lingerie pillow to the two more formal ones, kicked off her slippers, and hopped into bed. One more glance at the pillows. Then she arranged the ribbons of her negligee to fall carelessly outside the coverlet, threw one arm gracefully above her head, half closed her eyes, and sank languidly back against her pillows. "How's that?" she breathed faintly. Controlling her impulse to smile, Aggie crossed to the dressing table with a businesslike air and applied to Zoe's pink cheeks a third coating of powder. Zoe sat bolt upright and began to sneeze. "Aggie," she said, "I just hate you when you act like that." But suddenly she was seized with a new idea. "I wonder," she mused as she looked across the room at the soft pink sofa bathed in firelight, "I wonder if I shouldn't look better on that couch under those roses." Aggie was very emphatic in her opinion to the contrary. Certainly not. She said. "Then," decided Zoe with a mischievous smile, "I'll get Alfred to carry me to the couch. That way I can get my arms around his neck. And once you get your arms around a man's neck, you can manage him." Aggie looked down at the small person with distinct disapproval. "Now, don't you make too much fuss over Alfred," she continued. You're the one who's to do the forgiving. Don't forget that. What's more, she reminded Zoe, you're very, very weak. But before she had time to instruct Zoe further, there was a sharp, quick ring at the outer door. The two women glanced at each other inquiringly. The next instant, a man's step was heard in the hallway. "How is she, Mary?" demanded someone in a voice tense with anxiety. "It's Alfred!" exclaimed Zoe. "And we haven't any baby!" gasped Aggie. "What shall I do?" cried Zoe. "Lie down," commanded Aggie, and Zoe had barely time to fall back limply on the pillows when the excited young husband burst into the room. Chapter 16. When Alfred entered Zoe's bedroom, he glanced about him in bewilderment. It appeared that he was in an enchanted chamber. Through the dim rose light, he could barely perceive his young wife. She was lying white and apparently lifeless on her pillows. He moved cautiously toward the bed, but Aggie raised a warning finger. Afraid to speak, he grasped Aggie's hand and searched her face for reassurance. She nodded toward Zoe, whose eyes were closed. He tiptoed to the bedside, sank on his knees, and reverently kissed the small hand that hung limply across the side of the bed. To Alfred's intense surprise, his lips had barely touched Zoe's fingertips when he felt his head seized in a frantic embrace. "Alfred! Alfred!" cried Zoe in delight. Then she smothered his face with kisses. As she lifted her head to survey her astonished husband, she caught the reproving eye of Aggie. With a weak little sigh, she relaxed her tenacious hold of Alfred, breathed his name very faintly, and sank back, apparently exhausted, upon her pillows. "It's been too much for her," said the terrified young husband, and he glanced toward Aggie in anxiety. Aggie nodded assent. "How pale she looks," added Alfred as he surveyed the white face on the pillows. "She's so weak, poor dear," sympathized Aggie, almost in a whisper. Alfred nodded his understanding to Aggie. It was then that his attention was for the first time attracted toward the crib. "My boy!" he exclaimed. And again Zoe forgot Aggie's warning and sat straight up in bed, but Alfred did not see her. He was making determinedly for the crib, his heart beating high with the pride of possession. Throwing back the coverlets of the bassinet, Alfred stared at the empty bed in silence, then he quickly turned to the two anxious women. "Where is he?" he asked, his eyes wide with terror. Zoe's lips opened to answer, but no words came. Alfred's eyes turned to Aggie. The look on her face increased his worst fears. "Don't tell me He could not bring himself to utter the word. He continued to look helplessly from one woman to the other. In vain. Zoe again tried to answer. Aggie also made an unsuccessful attempt to speak. Then, driven to desperation by the strain of the situation, Zoe declared boldly, "He's out." "Out?" echoed Alfred in consternation. "With Jimmy," explained Aggie, coming to Zoe's rescue as well as she knew. "How? Jimmy?" repeated Alfred in great astonishment. "Just for a breath of air," explained Zoe sweetly. She had now entirely regained her self-possession. "Isn't he very young to be out at night?" asked Alfred with a puzzled frown. "We told Jimmy that," answered Aggie, amazed at the promptness with which each succeeding lie presented itself. "But you see," she continued, "Jimmy is so crazy about the child that we can't do anything with him." "Jimmy crazy about my baby?" exclaimed Alfred incredulously. He always said babies were little red worms. Not this one, answered Zoe sweetly. No, indeed, chimed in Aggie. He acts as though he owned it. Oh, does he? Exclaimed Alfred hotly. I'll soon put a stop to that, he declared. Where did he take him? Again the two women looked at each other inquiringly. Then Aggie stammered evasively. Oh, Jay, just downstairs somewhere. I'll look, Jay. Just downstairs somewhere, decided Alfred, and he snatched up his hat and started toward the door. Alfred, cried Zoe in alarm. Coming back to her bedside to reassure her, Alfred was caught in a frantic embrace. I'll be back in a minute, dear, he said. But Zoe clung to him and pleaded desperately. You aren't going to leave me the very first thing? Alfred hesitated. He had no wish to be cruel to Zoe, but the thought of Jimmy out in the street with his baby at this hour of the night was not to be borne. Zoe renewed her efforts at persuasion. Now, dearie, she said, I wish you'd go get shaved and wash up a bit. I don't wish baby to see you looking so horrid. Yes, do, Alfred, insisted Aggie. He's sure to be here in a minute. My boy won't care how his father looks, declared Alfred proudly, and Zoe told Aggie afterward that his chest had momentarily expanded 3 inches. But I care, persisted Zoe. First impressions are so important. Now, Zoe, cautioned Aggie as she crossed toward the bed with affected solitude. You mustn't excite yourself. Zoe was quick to understand the suggested change in her tactics, and again she sank back on her pillows apparently ill and faint, utterly vanquished by the dire result of his apparently inhuman thoughtlessness. Alfred glanced at Aggie, uncertain as to how to repair the injury. Aggie beckoned to him to come away from the bed. Let her have her own way, she whispered with a significant glance toward Zoe. Alfred nodded understandingly and put a finger to his lips to signify that he would henceforth speak in hushed tones. Then he tiptoed back to the bed and gently stroked the curls from Zoe's troubled forehead. There now, dear, he whispered. Lie still and rest, and I'll go shave and wash up a bit. Zoe sighed her acquiescence. Mind, he whispered to Aggie, you are to call me the moment my boy comes, and then he slipped quietly into the bedroom. No sooner had Alfred crossed the threshold than Zoe sat up in bed and called in a sharp whisper to Aggie. What's keeping them? She asked. I can't imagine, answered Aggie, also in whisper. If I had Jimmy here, declared Zoe vindictively, I'd wring his little fat neck, and slipping her little pink toes from beneath the covers, she was about to get out of bed, when Aggie, who was facing Alfred's bedroom door, gave her a warning signal. Zoe had barely time to get back beneath the covers when Alfred re-entered the room in search of his satchel. Aggie found it for him quickly. Alfred glanced solicitously at Zoe's closed eyes. I'm so sorry, he apologized to Aggie, and again he slipped softly out of the room. Aggie and Zoe drew together for consultation. Suppose Jimmy can't get the baby, whispered Zoe. In that case, he'd have phoned, argued Aggie. Let's phone to the home, suggested Zoe, and find. She was interrupted by Alfred's voice. Say, Aggie, called Alfred from the next room. Yes, answered Aggie sweetly, and she crossed to the door and waited. Hasn't he come yet? Called Alfred impatiently. Not yet, Alfred, said Aggie, and she closed the door very softly, lest Alfred should hear her. "I never knew Alfred could be so silly," snapped Zoe. Sheesh, warned Aggie, and she glanced anxiously toward Alfred's door. "He doesn't care a bit about me," complained Zoe. "It's all that horrid old baby that he's never seen. If Jimmy doesn't come soon, he never will see it," declared Aggie, and she started toward the window to look out. Just then there was a short, quick ring of the bell. The two women glanced at each other with mingled hope and fear. Then their eyes sought the door. Expectantly. Chapter 17. With the collar of his long ulster pushed high and the brim of his derby hat pulled low, Jimmy Jinks crept cautiously into the room. When he at length ceased to glance over his shoulder and came to a full stop, Aggie perceived a bit of white flannel hanging beneath the hem of his tightly buttoned coat. "You've got it," she cried. "Where is it?" asked Zoe. "Give it to me," demanded Aggie. Jimmy stared at them as though stupefied, then glanced uneasily over his shoulder to make sure that no one was pursuing him. Aggie unbuttoned his ulster, seized a wee mite wrapped in a large shawl, and clasped it to her bosom with a sigh of relief. "Thank Heaven!" she exclaimed, then crossed quickly to the bassinet and deposited her charge. In the meantime, having thrown discretion to the wind, Zoe had hopped out of bed. As usual, her greeting to Jimmy was in the nature of a reproach. "What kept you?" she demanded crossly. "Yes," chimed in Aggie, who was now bending over the crib. "What made you so long?" "See here," answered Jimmy hotly. "If you two think you can do any better, you're welcome to the job." And with that he threw off his overcoat and sank sullenly on the couch. "Shh, shh," exclaimed Zoe and Aggie simultaneously, and they glanced nervously toward Alfred's bedroom door. Jimmy looked at them without comprehending why he should STH. They did not bother to explain. Instead, Zoe turned her back upon him. "Let's see it," she said, peeping into the bassinet, and then with a little cry of disgust she again looked at Jimmy reproachfully. "Isn't it ugly?" she said. Jimmy's contempt for woman's ingratitude was too deep for words, and he only stared at her in injured silence. But his reflections were quickly upset when Alfred called from the next room to inquire again about baby. "Alfred's here," whispered Jimmy, beginning to realize the meaning of the women's mysterious behavior. "Shh, shh," said Aggie again to Jimmy, and Zoe flew toward the bed, almost vaulting over the footboard in her hurry to get beneath the covers. For the present Alfred did not disturb them further. Apparently he was still occupied with his shaving, but just as Jimmy was about to ask for particulars, the phone rang. The three culprits glanced guiltily at each other. "Who's that?" whispered Zoe in a frightened voice. Aggie crossed to the phone. "Hello," she called softly. "The children's home?" she exclaimed. Jimmy paused in the act of sitting and turned his round eyes toward the phone. Aggie's facial expression was not reassuring. "But we can't," she was saying. "That's impossible." "What is it?" called Zoe across the foot of the bed, unable longer to endure the suspense. Aggie did not answer. She was growing more and more excited. "A thief!" she cried wildly. "Over the phone. How dare you call my husband a thief?" Jimmy was following the conversation with growing interest. "Wait a minute," said Aggie. Then she left the receiver hanging by the cord and turned to the expectant pair behind her. "It's the children's home," she explained. "That awful woman says Jimmy S. tell her baby." "What?" exclaimed Zoe, as though such depravity on Jimmy's part were unthinkable. Then she looked at him accusingly and asked in low, measured tones, Did you steal her, babby, Jimmy? Didn't you tell me to? Asked Jimmy hotly. Not literally, corrected Aggie. How else could I steal a baby? Demanded Jimmy. Zooey looked at the unfortunate creature as if she could strangle him, and Aggie addressed him with a threat in her voice. Well, the superintendent says you got to bring it straight back. I'd like to see myself, said Jimmy. He shan't bring it back, declared Zoe. I'll not let him. What shall I tell the superintendent? Asked Aggie. He's holding the wire. Tell him he can't have it, answered Zoe, as though that were the end of the whole matter. Well, concluded Aggie, he says if Jimmy doesn't bring it back, the mother's coming after it. Good Lord, exclaimed Zoe. As for Jimmy, he bolted for the door. Aggie caught him by the sleeve as he passed. Wait, Jimmy, she said peremptorily. There was a moment of awful indecision, then something approaching an idea came to Zoe. Tell the superintendent that it isn't here, she whispered to Aggie across the footboard. Tell him that Jimmy hasn't got here yet. Yes, agreed Jimmy. Tell him I haven't got here yet. Aggie nodded wisely and returned to the phone. Hello, she called pleasantly, then proceeded to explain. Mr. Wudd, Jinx hasn't got here yet. There was a pause, then she added in her most conciliatory tone, I'll tell him what you say when he comes in. Another pause, and she hung up the receiver with a most gracious goodbye, and turned to the others with increasing misgivings. He says he won't be responsible for that mother much longer. She's half crazy. What right has she to be crazy? Demanded Zoe in an abused voice. She's a widow. She doesn't need a baby. Well, decided Aggie after careful deliberation, you'd better take it back. Jimmy, before Alfred sees it. What? Exclaimed Zoe in protest. And again Jimmy bolted, but again he failed to reach the door. Chapter 18. His face covered with lather and a shaving brush in one hand, Alfred entered the room just as his friend was about to escape. Jimmy, exclaimed the excited young father, you're back. Oh, yes, admitted Jimmy nervously, I'm back. My boy, cried Alfred, and he glanced toward the crib. He's here. Yes, yes, agreed Aggie uneasily, as she tried to place herself between Alfred and the bassinet. He's here, but you mayn't have him, Alfred. What? Exclaimed Alfred, trying to put her out of the way. Not yet, protested Aggie, not just yet. Give him to me, demanded Alfred, and thrusting Aggie aside, he took possession of the small mite in the cradle. But, Alfred, pleaded Aggie, your face, you'll get him all wet. Alfred did not heed her. He was bending over the cradle in an ecstasy. My boy, he cried, my boy. Lifting the baby in his arms, he circled the room, cooing to him delightedly. Was he away from home when his fatter came? Oh me, oh my, coochie, 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 coochie. Suddenly he remembered to whom he owed this wondrous treasure, and forgetful of the lather on his unshaven face, he rushed toward Zoe with an overflowing heart. My precious! He exclaimed, and he covered her cheek with kisses. Go away, cried Zoe in disgust, and she pushed Alfred from her and brushed the hateful lather from her little pink cheek. But Alfred was not to be robbed of his exultation, and again he circled the betuver. Room, making strange gurgling sounds to baby. Did a horrid old Jimmy take him away from fatter? He said sympathetically in the small person's ear, and he glanced at Jimmy with frowning disapproval. I'd just like to see him get you away from me again. He added to baby, as he tickled the mite's ear with the end of his shaving brush. Oh me, oh my! he exclaimed in trepidation as he perceived a bit of lather on the infant's cheek. Then lifting the boy high in his arms and throwing out his chest with great pride, he looked at Jimmy with an air of superiority. "I guess I'm bad, he said. Jimmy positively blushed. As for Zoe, she was growing more and more impatient for a little attention to herself. "Rock-a-bye, baby," sang Alfred in strident tones, and he swung the child high in his arms. Jimmy and Aggie gazed at Alfred as though hypnotized. They kept time to his lullaby out of sheer nervousness. Suddenly Alfred stopped, held the child from him, and gazed at it in horror. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. The others waited breathlessly. "Look at that baby's face," commanded Alfred. Zoe and Aggie exchanged alarmed glances. Then Zoe asked in trepidation, "What's the matter with his face?" "He's got a fever," declared Alfred, and he started toward the bed to show the child to its mother. "Go away!" shrieked Zoe, waving Alfred off in wild alarm. "What?" asked Alfred, backing from her in surprise. Aggie crossed quickly to Alfred's side and looked over his shoulder at the boy. "I don't see anything wrong with its face," she said. "It's scarlet," persisted Alfred. "Oh," said Jimmy with a superior air, "they're always like that." "Nothing of the sort," snorted Alfred, and he glared at Jimmy threateningly. "You've frozen the child, parading him around the streets." "Let me have him, Alfred," begged Aggie sweetly. "I'll put him in his crib and keep him warm." Reluctantly, Alfred released the boy. His eyes followed him to the crib with anxiety. "Where's his nurse?" he asked as he glanced first from one to the other. Zoe and Jimmy stared about the room as though expecting the desired person to drop from the ceiling. Then Zoe turned upon her unwary accomplice. "Jimmy," she called in a threatening tone, "where is his nurse?" "Does Jimmy take the nurse out too?" demanded Alfred, more and more annoyed by the privileges Jimmy had apparently been usurping in his absence. "Never mind about the nurse," interposed Aggie. "Baby likes me better anyway. I'll tuck him in," and she bent fondly over the crib. But Alfred was not to be so easily pacified. "Do you mean to tell me," he exclaimed excitedly, "that my boy hasn't any nurse?" "We had a nurse," corrected Zoe, "but I had to discharge her." Alfred glanced from one to the other for an explanation. "Discharge her?" he repeated. "For what? She was crazy," stammered Zoe. Alfred's eyes sought Aggie's for confirmation. She nodded. He directed his steady gaze toward Jimmy. The latter jerked his head up and down in nervous assent. "Well," said Alfred, amazed at their apparent lack of resource, "why didn't you get another nurse?" "Aggie is going to stay and take care of baby tonight," declared Zoe, and then she beamed upon Aggie as only she knew how. "Aren't you, dear?" she asked sweetly. "Yes, indeed," answered Aggie, studiously avoiding Jimmy's eye. "Baby is going to sleep in the spare room with Aggie and Jimmy," said Zoe. "What?" exclaimed Jimmy, too desperate to care what Alfred might infer. Ignoring Jimmy's implied protest, Zoe continued sweetly to Alfred. "Now, don't worry, dear. Go back to your room and finish your shaving." "Finish shaving," repeated Alfred in a puzzled way. Then his hand went mechanically to his cheek and he stared at Zoe in astonishment. "By Jove!" he exclaimed. "I had forgotten all about it." "That shows you how excited I am." And with a reluctant glance toward the cradle, he went quickly from the room, singing a high-pitched lullaby. Just as the three conspirators were drawing together for consultation, Alfred returned to the room. It was apparent that there was something important on his mind. "By the way," he said, glancing from one to another, "I forgot to ask what's his name." The conspirators looked at each other without answering. To Alfred, their delay was annoying. Of course, his son had been given his father's name, but he wished to hear someone say so. Babies, I mean, he explained impatiently. Jimmy felt instinctively that Zoe's eyes were upon him. He avoided her gaze. Jimmy, called Zoe, meaning only to appeal to him for a name. Jimmy! Thundered the infuriated Alfred. You've called my boy Jimmy? Why Jimmy? For once Zoe was without an answer. After waiting in vain for any response, Alfred advanced upon the uncomfortable Jimmy. You seem to be very popular around here, he sneered. Jimmy shifted uneasily from one foot to the other and studied the pattern of the rug upon which he was standing. After what seemed an age to Jimmy, Alfred turned his back upon his old friend and started toward his bedroom. Jimmy peeped out uneasily from his long eyelashes. When Alfred reached the threshold, he faced about quickly and stared again at Jimmy for an explanation. It seemed to Jimmy that Alfred's nostrils were dilating. He would not have been surprised to see Alfred snort fire. He let his eyes fall before the awful spectacle of his friend's wrath. Alfred's upper lip began to curl. He cast a last withering look in Jimmy's direction, retired quickly from the scene, and banged the door. When Jimmy again had the courage to lift his eyes, he was confronted by the contemptuous gaze of Zoe, who was sitting up in bed and regarding him with undisguised disapproval. Why didn't you tell him what the baby's name is? She demanded. How do I know what the baby's name is? Retorted Jimmy savagely. Shh, shh, cautioned Augie as she glanced nervously toward the door through which Alfred had just passed. What does it matter? What the baby's name is so long as we have to send it back? I'll not send it back, declared Zoe emphatically. At least not until morning. That will give Jimmy a whole night to get another one. Another, shrieked Jimmy. See here, you two can't be changing babies every 5 minutes without Alfred knowing it. Even H.E. has some sense. Nonsense, answered Aggie shortly. You know perfectly well that all young babies look just alike. Their own mothers couldn't tell them apart if it weren't for their clothes. But where can we eat another? Asked Zoe. Before Aggie could answer, Alfred was again heard calling from the next room. Apparently all his anger had subsided, for he inquired in the most amiable tone as to what baby might be doing and how he might be feeling. Aggie crossed quickly to the door and sweetly reassured the anxious father. Then she closed the door softly and turned to Zoe and Jimmy with a new inspiration lighting her face. I have it, she exclaimed ecstatically. Jimmy regarded his spouse with grave suspicion. Now see here, he objected. Every time you have it, I do it. The next time you have it, you do it. The emphasis with which Jimmy made his declaration deserved consideration, but to his amazement it was entirely ignored by both women. Hopping quickly out of bed, without even glancing in his direction, Zoe gave her entire attention to Aggie. What is it? She asked eagerly. There must be other babies' homes, said Aggie, and she glanced at Jimmy from her superior height. They aren't open all night like corner drugstores, growled Jimmy. Well, they ought to be, decided Zoe, and surely, argued Aggie, in an extraordinary case like this was an extraordinary case, like this was an extraordinary case, declared Jimmy. And you saw what? Happened this time, and the superintendent is a friend of mine. At least he was a friend of mine. And with that Jimmy sat himself down on the far corner of the couch and proceeded to ruminate on the havoc that these two women had wrought in his once tranquil life. Zoe gazed at Jimmy in deep disgust. Her friend Aggie had made an excellent suggestion, and instead of acting upon it with alacrity, here sat Jimmy sulking like a stubborn child. "I suppose," said Zoe as her eyebrows assumed a bored angle, "there are some babies in the world outside of children's homes." "Of course," was Aggie's enthusiastic rejoinder. "There's one born every minute." "But I was born to wane minutes," protested Jimmy. "Who's talking about you?" snapped Zoe. Again, Aggie exclaimed that she had it. "She's got it twice as bad," groaned Jimmy, and he wondered what new form her persecution of him was about to take. "Where is the morning paper?" asked Aggie excitedly. "We can't advertise now," protested Zoe. "It's too late for that." "Shh, shh," answered Aggie as she snatched the paper quickly from the table and began running her eyes up and down its third page. "Married, married," she murmured, and then with delight she found the half column for which she was searching. "Born!" she exclaimed triumphantly. "Here we are." "Get a pencil, Zoe, and we'll take down all the new ones." "Of course," agreed Zoe, clapping her hands in glee, "and Jimmy can get a taxi and look them right up." "Oh, can he?" shouted Jimmy as he rose with clenched fists. "Now you two, see here." Before Jimmy could complete his threat there was a sharp ring of the doorbell. He looked at the two women inquiringly. "It's the mother," cried Zoe in a hoarse whisper. "The mother," repeated Jimmy in terror, and he glanced uncertainly from one door to the other. "Cover up the baby," called Zoe, and drawing Jimmy's overcoat quickly from his arm, Aggie threw it hurriedly over the cradle. For an instant Jimmy remained motionless in the center of the room, hatless, coatless, and shorn of ideas. A loud knock on the door decided him, and he sank with trembling knees behind the nearest armchair just as Zoe made a flying leap into the bed and prepared to draw the cover over her head. The knock was repeated and Aggie signaled to Zoe to answer it. "Come in," called Zoe very faintly. Chapter 19. From his hiding place, Jimmy peeped around the edge of the armchair and saw what seemed to be a large clothes basket entering the room. Closer inspection revealed the small figure of Maggie, the washerwoman's daughter, propelling the basket, which was piled high with freshly laundered clothing. Jimmy drew a long sigh of relief and then knotted his cramped limbs. "Shall I lay the things on the sofa, Mom?" asked Maggie as she placed her basket on the floor and waited for Zoe's instructions. "Yes, please," answered Zoe, too exhausted for further comment. Taking the laundry piece by piece from the basket, Maggie made excuses for its delay while she placed it on the couch. Deaf to Maggie's chatter, Zoe lay back languidly on her pillows, but she soon heard something that lifted her straight up in bed. "Me mother is sorry she had to kape you, waitin' this week," said Maggie over her shoulder. "But we've got twins at OUR house." "Twins?" echoed Zoe and Aggie simultaneously. Then together they stared at Maggie as though she had been dropped from another world. Finding attention temporarily diverted from himself, Jimmy had begun to rearrange both his mind and his cravat when he felt rather than saw that his two persecutors were regarding him with a steady, determined gaze. In spite of himself, Jimmy raised his eyes to theirs. "Twins," was their laconic answer. Now, Jimmy had heard Maggie's announcement about the bountiful supply of offspring lately arrived at her house, but not until he caught the fanatical gleam in the eyes of his companions did he understand the part they meant him to play. In their next adventure, he waited for no explanation. He bolted toward the door. "Wait, Jimmy," commanded Aggie. But it was not until she had laid firm hold of him that he waited. Surprised by such strange behavior on the part of those whom she considered her superiors, Maggie looked first at Aggie, then at Jimmy, then at Zooey, uncertain whether to go or to stay. "Anything to go back, Mum?" she stammered. Zooey stared at Maggie solemnly from across the foot of the bed. "Maggie," she asked in a deep, sepulchral tone, "where do you live?" "Just around the corner on High Street, Mum," gasped Maggie. Then, keeping her eyes fixed uneasily on Zoe, she picked up her basket and backed cautiously toward the door. "Wait," commanded Zoe, and Maggie paused, one foot in midair. "Wait in the hall," said Zoe. "Yes'm," assented Maggie, almost in a whisper. Then she nodded her head jerkily, cast another furtive glance at the three persons who were regarding her so strangely, and slipped quickly through the door. Having crossed the room and stealthily closed the door, Aggie returned to Jimmy, who was watching her with the furtive expression of a trapped animal. "It's Providence," she declared with a grave countenance. Jimmy looked up at Aggie with affected innocence, then rolled his round eyes away from her. He was confronted by Zoe, who had approached from the opposite side of the room. "It's fate," declared Zoe in awestruck tones. Jimmy was beginning to wriggle, but he kept up a last desperate presence of not understanding them. "You needn't tell me I'm going to take the wash to the old lady," he said, "for I'm not going to do it." "It isn't the wash," said Aggie, and her tone warned him that she expected no nonsense from him. "You know what we are thinking about just as well as we do," said Zoe. "I'll write that washerwoman a note and tell her we must have one of those babies right now." And with that, she turned toward her desk and began rummaging amongst her papers for a pencil and pad. "The luck of these poor," she murmured. "The luck of US," corrected Aggie, whose spirits were now soaring. Then she turned to Jimmy with growing enthusiasm. "Just think of it, dear," she said. "Fate has sent us a baby to our very door." "Well," declared Jimmy, again beginning to show signs of fight, "if fate has sent a baby to the door, you don't need me." And with that he snatched his coat from the crib. "Wait, Jimmy," again commanded Aggie, and she took his coat gently but firmly from him. "Now, see here," argued Jimmy, trying to get free from his strong-minded spouse. "You know perfectly well that that washerwoman isn't going to let us have that baby." "Nonsense," called Zoe over her shoulder while she scribbled a hurried note to the washerwoman. "If she won't let us have it for keeps, I'll just rent it." "Good Lord!" exclaimed Jimmy in genuine horror. "Warm, fresh, palpitating babies rented, as you would rent a gas stove." "That's all a pose," declared Aggie in a matter-of-fact tone. "You think babies little red worms? You've said so." Jimmy could not deny it. "She'll be only too glad to rent it," declared Zoe, as she glanced hurriedly through the note just written and slipped it, together with a bill, into an envelope. "I'll pay her anything. It's only until I can get another one." "Another!" shouted Jimmy, and his eyes turned heavenward for help. "An endless chain with me to put the links together." "Don't be so theatrical," said Aggie irritably, as she took up Jimmy's coat and prepared to get him into it. "Why do you make such a fuss about nothing?" sighed Zooey. "Nothing?" echoed Jimmy, and he looked at her with wondering eyes. "I crawl about like a thief in the night snatching babies from their mothers' breasts, and you call that nothing?" "You don't have to crawl," reminded Zoe. "You can take a taxi." "Here's your coat, dear," said Aggie graciously, as she endeavored to slip Jimmy's limp arms into the sleeves of the garment. "You can take Maggie with you," said Zoe, with the air of conferring a distinct favor upon him. "And the wash on my lap," added Jimmy sarcastically. "No," said Zoe, unruffled by Jimmy's ungracious behavior. "We'll send the wash later." "That's very kind of you," sneered Jimmy, as he unconsciously allowed his arms to slip into the sleeves of the coat Aggie was urging upon him. "All you need to do," said Aggie complacently, "is to get us the baby." "Yes," said Jimmy, "and what do you suppose my friends would say if they were to see me riding around town with the wash lady's daughter and a baby on my lap? What would you say?" He asked Aggie, "If you didn't know the facts." "Nobody's going to see you," answered Aggie impatiently. "It's only around the corner. Go on, Jimmy. Be a good boy." "You mean a good thing?" retorted Jimmy without budging from the spot. "How ridiculous!" exclaimed Zoe. "It's as easy as can be." "Yes, the first one sounded easy too," said Jimmy. "All you have to do," explained Zoe, trying to restrain her rising intolerance of his stupidity, "is to give this note to Maggie's mother. She'll give you her baby. You bring it back here. We'll give you this one, and you can take it right back to the home. And meet the other mother," concluded Jimmy with a shake of his head. There was a distinct threat in Zoe's voice when she again addressed the stubborn Jimmy, and the glitter of triumph was in her eyes. "You'd better meet here there than here," she warned him. "You know what the superintendent said." "That's true," agreed Aggie with an anxious face. "Come now," she pleaded, "it will only take a minute. You can do the whole thing before you've had time to think." "Before I have had time to think," repeated Jimmy excitedly. "That's how you get me to do everything. Well, this time I've had time to think, and I don't think I will." And with that he threw himself upon the couch, unmindful of the damage to the freshly laundered clothes. "Get up," cried Zoe. "You haven't time to sit down," said Aggie. "I'll take time," declared Jimmy. His eyes blinked ominously, and he remained glued to the couch. There was a short silence. The two women gazed at Jimmy in despair. Remembering a fresh grievance, Jimmy turned upon them. "By the way," he said, "do you two know that I haven't had anything to eat yet?" "And do you know," said Zoe, "that Alfred may be back at any minute? He can't stay away forever." "Not unless he has cut his throat," rejoined Jimmy, "and that's what I'd do if I had a razor." Zoe regarded Jimmy as though he were beyond redemption. "Can't you ever think of anybody but yourself?" she asked with a martyred air. Had Jimmy been half his age, Aggie would have felt sure that she saw him make a face at her friend for answer. As it was, she resolved to make one last effort to awaken her unobliging spouse to a belated sense of duty. "You see, dear," she said, "you might better get the washerwoman's baby than to go from house to house for one." And she glanced again toward the paper. "Yes," urged Zoe, "and that's just what you'll have to do if you don't get this one." Jimmy's head hung dejectedly. It was apparent that his courage was slipping from him. Aggie was quick to realize her opportunity, and before Jimmy could protect himself from her treacherous wiles, she had slipped one arm coyly about his neck. "Now, Jimmy," she pleaded as she pressed her soft cheek to his throbbing temple and toyed with the bay curl on his perspiring forehead. "Won't you do this little teeny weepy thing just for me?" Jimmy's lips puckered in a pout. He began to blink nervously. Aggie slipped her other arm about his neck. "You know," she continued with a baby whine, "I got Zoe into this, and I've just got to get her out of it. You're not going to desert me, are you, Jimmy? You will help me, won't you, dear?" Her breath was on Jimmy's cheek. He could feel her lips stealing closer to his. He had not been treated to much affection of late. His head drooped lower. He began to twiddle the fob on his watch chain. "Won't you?" persisted Aggie. Jimmy studied the toes of his boots. "Won't you?" she repeated, and her soft eyelashes just brushed the tip of his retroussé nose. Jimmy's head was now wagging from side to side. "Won't you?" she entreated a fourth time, and she kissed him full on the lips. With a resigned sigh, Ginny rose mechanically from the heap of crushed laundry and held out his fat, chubby hand. "Give me the letter," he groaned. "Here you are," said Zoe, taking Jimmy's acquiescence as a matter of course, and she thrust the letter into the pocket of Jimmy's ulster. "Now, when you get back with the baby," she continued, "don't come in all of a sudden. Just wait outside and whistle." "You can whistle, can't you?" she asked with a doubtful air. For answer, Jimmy placed 2 fingers between his lips and produced a shrill whistle that made both Zoe and Aggie glance nervously toward Alfred's bedroom door. "Yes, you can whistle," admitted Zoe. Then she continued her directions. "If Alfred is not in the room, I'll raise the shade and you can come right up." "And if he is in the room?" asked Jimmy with a fine shade of sarcasm. "If he is in the room," explained Zoe, "you must wait outside until I can get rid of him." Jimmy turned his eyes toward Aggie to ask if it were possible that she still approved of Zoe's inhuman plan. For answer, Aggie stroked his coat collar fondly. "We'll give you the signal the moment the coast is clear," she said. Then she hurriedly buttoned Jimmy's large ulster and wound a muffler about his neck. "There now, dear, do go, you're all buttoned up." And with that she urged him toward the door. "Just a minute," protested Jimmy as he paused on the threshold. "Let me get this right. If the shade is up, I stay down." "Not at all," corrected Aggie and Zoe in a breath. "If the shade is up, you come up." Jimmy cast another martyred look in Zoe's direction. "You won't hurry, will you?" he said. "You know it is only 23 below zero and I haven't had anything to eat yet." "And yes, we know," interrupted the 2 women in chorus, and then Aggie added wearily, "Go on, Jimmy, don't be funny." "Funny?" snorted Jimmy. "With the baby on my lap and the wash lady's daughter, I won't be funny, oh no." It is doubtful whether Jimmy would not have worked himself into another state of open rebellion had not Aggie put an end to his protests by thrusting him firmly out of the room and closing the door behind him. After this act of heroic decision on her part, the 2 women listened intently, fearing that he might return, but presently they heard the bang of the outer door, and at last they drew a long breath of relief. For the first time since Alfred's arrival, Aggie was preparing to sink into a chair when she was startled by a sharp exclamation from Zoe. "Good heavens," cried Zoe, "I forgot to ask Maggie." "Ask her what?" questioned Aggie. "Boys or girls?" said Zoe with a solemn look toward the door through which Jimmy had just disappeared. "Well," decided Aggie after a moment's reflection, "it's too late now. Anyway," she concluded philosophically, "we couldn't change it." Chapter 20. With more or less damage to himself consequent on his excitement, Alfred completed his shaving and hastened to return to his wife and the babe. Finding the supposedly ill Zoe careering about the center of the room expostulating with Aggie, the young man stopped dumbfounded on the threshold. "Zoe," he cried in astonishment, "what are you doing out of bed?" For an instant the startled Zoe gazed at him stupefied. I, her eyes sought Aggie's for a suggestion. There was no answer there. It was not until her gaze fell upon the cradle that she was seized by the desired inspiration. "I just got up to see baby," she faltered. Then putting one hand giddily to her head, she pretended to sway. In an instant Alfred's arms were about her. He bore her quickly to the bed. "You stay here, my darling," he said tenderly. I'll bring baby to you. And after a solicitous caress, he turned toward baby's crib and bent fondly over the little one. There's father's man, he said. Was he lonesome, baby? Oh, goodness gracious. Then followed an incoherent muttering of baby talk as he bore the youngster toward Zoe's bed. Come, my precious, he called to Zoe as he sank down on the edge of the bed. See mother's boy. Mother, shrieked Zoe in horror. It had suddenly dawned upon her that this was the name by which Alfred would no doubt call her for the rest of her life. She almost detested him, but Alfred did not see the look of disgust on Zoe's face. He was wholly absorbed by baby. What a funny face, he cooed as he pinched the youngster's cheek. Great Scott, what a grip, he cried as the infant's fingers closed around his own. Will. You look at the size of those hands, he exclaimed. Zoe and Aggie exchanged worried glances. The baby had no doubt inherited his large hands from his mother. Say, Aggie, called Alfred, what are all of these little specks on baby's forehead? He pointed toward the infant's brow. 1, 2, 3, he counted. Zoe was becoming more and more uncomfortable at the close proximity of the little stranger. Oh, said Aggie with affected carelessness as she leaned over Alfred's shoulder and glanced at baby's forehead. That is just a little rash. A rash! Exclaimed Alfred excitedly. That's dangerous, isn't it? We better call up the doctor. And he rose and started hurriedly toward the telephone, baby in arms. Don't be silly, called Zoe, filled with vague alarm at the thought of the family physician's appearance and the explanations that this might entail. Stepping between Alfred and the phone, Aggie protested frantically. You see, Alfred, she said, it is better to have the rash out. It won't do any harm unless it turns iron. He's perfectly well, declared Zoe, if you'll only put him in his crib and leave him alone. Alfred looked down at his charge. Is that right, son? He asked, and he tickled the little fellow playfully in the ribs. I'll tell you what, he called over his shoulder to Zoe. He's a fine-looking boy. And then with a mysterious air, he nodded to Aggie to approach. Whom does he look like? He asked. Again Zoe sat up in anxiety. Aggie glanced at her, uncertain what answer to. Make. I hadn't thought, she stammered weakly. Go on, exclaimed the proud young father. You can't tell me that you can look at that boy and not see the resemblance. To whom? Asked Aggie half fearfully. Why, said Alfred, he's the image of Zoe. Zoe gazed at the puckered red face in Alfred's arms. What? She shrieked in disgust, then fell back on her pillows and drew the lace coverlet over her face. Mistaking Zoe's feeling for one of embarrassment at being overpraised, Alfred bore the infant to her bedside. See, dear, he persisted. See for yourself. Look at his forehead. I'd rather look at you, pouted Zoe, peeping from beneath the coverlet, if you would only put that thing down for a minute. Thing? Exclaimed Alfred, as though doubting his own ears. But before he could remonstrate further, Zoe's arms were about his neck and she was pleading jealously for his attention. Please, Alfred, she begged. I have scarcely had a look at you yet. Alfred shook his head and turned to baby with an indulgent smile. It was pleasant to have two such delightful creatures bidding for his entire attention. Dear me, he said to baby. Dear me, Tinka mutter wanting to look at a big udgy ting like fatter when she could look at a itty witty ting like dis, and he rose and crossed to the crib, where he deposited the small creature with yet more gurgling and endearing. Zoe's dreams of rapture at Alfred's homecoming had not included such divided attention as he was now showing her, and she was growing more and more desperate at the turn affairs had taken. She resolved to put a stop to his nonsense and to make him realize that she and no one else was the lodestar of his existence. She beckoned to Aggie to get out of the room and to leave her a clear field, and as soon as her friend had gone quietly into the next room, she called impatiently to Alfred, who was still cooing rapturously over the young stranger. Finding Alfred deaf to her first entreaty, Zoe shut her lips hard, rearranged her pretty headdress, drew one fascinating little curl down over her shoulder, reknotted the pink ribbon of her negligee, and then issued a final and imperious order for her husband to attend her. "Yes, yes, dear," answered Alfred with a shade of impatience. I'm coming. And bidding a reluctant farewell to the small person in the crib, he crossed to her side. Zoe caught Alfred's hand and drew him down to her. He smiled complacently. "Well," he said in the patronizing tone that Zoe always resented, "how is hubby's little girl?" "It's about time," pouted Zoe, "that you made a little fuss over me for a change." "My own," murmured Alfred. He stooped to kiss the eager lips, but just as his young wife prepared to lend herself to his long-delayed embrace, his mind was distracted by an uneasy thought. "Do you think that baby is—" He was not permitted to finish the sentence. Zoe drew him back to her with a sharp exclamation. "Think of M.E. for a while," she commanded. "My darling," expostulated Alfred with a shade of surprise at her vehemence, "how could I think of anyone else?" Again he stooped to embrace her, and again his mind was directed otherwise. "I wonder if baby is warm enough," he said, and attempted to rise. "Wonder about M.E. for a while," snapped Zoe, clinging to him determinedly. Again Alfred looked at her in amazement. Was it possible there was anything besides baby worth wondering about? Whether there was or not, Zoe was no longer to be resisted, and with a last regretful look at the crib, he resigned himself to giving his entire attention to his spoiled young wife. Gratified by her hard-won conquest, Zoe now settled herself in Alfred's arms. "You haven't told me what you did all the time that you were away," she reminded him. "Oh, there was plenty to do," answered Alfred. "Did you think of me every minute?" she asked jealously. "That would be telling," laughed Alfred as he pinched her small pink ear. "I wish to be told," declared Zoe. "I don't suppose you realize it, but if I were to live a 2 years, I'd never be quite sure what you did during those BW months." "It was nothing that you wouldn't have been proud of," answered Alfred with an unconscious expansion of his chest. "Do you love me as much as ever?" asked Zoe. "Behave yourself," answered Alfred, trying not to appear flattered by the discovery that his absence had undoubtedly caused her great uneasiness. "Well, say it," demanded Zoe. "You know I do," answered Alfred with the diffidence of a schoolboy. "Then kiss me," concluded Zoe with an air of finality that left Alfred no alternative. As a matter of fact, Alfred was no longer seeking an alternative. He was again under the spell of his wife's adorable charms, and he kissed her not once, but many times. "Foolish child," he murmured. Then he laid her tenderly against the large white pillows, remonstrating with her for being so spoiled, and cautioning her to be a good little girl while he went again to see about baby. Zoe clung to his hand and feigned approaching tears. "You aren't thinking of me at all," she pouted, "and kisses are no good unless you put your whole mind on them. Give me a real kiss," she pleaded. Again Alfred stooped to humor the small importunate person who was so jealous of his every thought, but just as his lips touched her forehead, his ear was arrested by a sound as yet new both to him and to Zoe. He lifted his head and listened. "What was that?" he asked. "I don't know," answered Zoe, wondering if the cat could have got into the room. A redoubled effort on the part of the young stranger directed their attention in the right direction. "My God!" exclaimed Alfred tragically. "It's baby! He's crying!" And with that, he rushed to the crib and clasped the small mite close to his breast, leaving Zoe to pummel the pillows in an agony of vexation. After vain cajoling of the angry youngster, Alfred bore him excitedly to Zoe's bedside. "You'd better take him, dear," he said. To the young husband's astonishment, Zoe waved him from her in terror and called loudly for Aggie. But no sooner had Aggie appeared on the scene than a sharp whistle was heard from the pavement below. "Pull down the shade!" cried Zoe frantically. Aggie hastened toward the window. Attributing Zoe's uneasiness to a caprice of modesty, Alfred turned from the cradle to reassure her. "No one can see in way up here," he said. To Zoe's distress, the lowering of the shade was answered by a yet shriller whistle from the street below. "Was it up or down?" cried Zoe to Aggie in an agony of doubt as she tried to recall her instructions to Jimmy. "I don't know," answered Aggie. "I've forgotten." Another impatient whistle did not improve their memory. Alarmed by Zoe's increasing excitement and thinking she was troubled merely by a sick woman's fancy that someone might see through the window, Alfred placed the babe quickly in its cradle and crossed to the young wife's bed. "It was up, dear," he said. "You had Aggie put it down." "Then I want it up," declared the seemingly perverse Zoe. "But it was up," argued Alfred. A succession of emotional whistles set Zoe to pounding the pillows. "Put it down," she commanded. But Zoe protested. "Alfred, did I say up or did I say down?" moaned the half-demented Zoe, while long whistles and short whistles, appealing whistles and impatient whistles followed each other in quick succession. "You said down, dear," persisted Alfred, now almost as distracted as his wife. Zoe waved him from the room. "I wish you'd get out of here," she cried. "You make me so nervous that I can't think at all." "Of course, dear," murmured Alfred, "if you wish it." And with a hurt and perplexed expression on his face, he backed quickly from the room. Chapter 21. When Zoe's letter asking for the O'Flaherty twin had reached that young lady's astonished mother, Mrs. O'Flaherty felt herself suddenly lifted to a position of importance. "Think of the purty Mrs. Hardy a wantin' my little Bridget," she exclaimed, and she began to dwell upon the romantic possibilities of her offspring's future under the care of such a foine, stylish lady, and concluded by declaring it a lucky day entirely. Jimmy had his misgivings about it being Bridget's lucky day, but it was not for him to delay matters by dwelling upon the eccentricities of Zoe's character, and when Mrs. O'Flaherty had deposited Bridget and read it from the soapy woman's once out of sight of the elated mother, Jimmy thrust the defenseless Bridget within the folds of his already snug ulster, buttoned the garment in such places as it would meet, and made for the taxi which, owing to the upset condition of the street, he had been obliged to abandon at the corner. Whether the driver had obtained a more promising fare or been run in by the police, Jimmy never knew. At any rate, it was in vain that he looked for his vehicle. So intense was the cold that it was impossible to wait for a chance taxi. Furthermore, the meanness of the district made it extremely unlikely that one would appear, and glancing guiltily behind him to make sure that no one was taking cognizance of his strange exploit, Jimmy began picking his way along dark lanes and avoiding the lighted thoroughfare on which the Sherwood was situated, until he was within a block of his destination. Panting with haste and excitement, he eventually gained courage to dash through a side street that brought him within a few doors of the Sherwood. Again glancing behind him, he turned the well-lighted corner and arrived beneath Zoe's window to find one shade up and one down. In his perplexity, he emitted a faint whistle. Immediately, he saw the other shade lowered. Uncertain as to what arrangement he had actually made with Zoe, he ventured a second whistle. The result was a hysterical running up and down of the shade, which left him utterly bewildered as to what disposition he was supposed to make of the wobbly bit of humanity pressed against his shirt front. Reaching over his artificially curved figure to grasp a bit of white that trailed below his coat, he looked up to see a passing policeman eyeing him suspiciously. "Taking the air?" asked the policeman. Yes," mumbled Jimmy with affected nonchalance, and he knocked the heels of his boots together in order to keep his teeth from chattering. "It's a fine knee night for air," he stuttered. "Is it?" said the policeman, and to Jimmy's horror, he saw the fellow's eyes fix themselves on the bit of white. "Good night," stammered Jimmy hurriedly, and trying to assume an easy stride in spite of the uncomfortable addition to his already rotund figure, he slipped into the hotel, where, avoiding the lighted elevator, he labored quickly up the stairs. At the very moment when Zoe was driving Alfred in consternation from the room, Jimmy entered it uninvited. "Get out," was the inhospitable greeting received simultaneously from Zoe and Aggie, and without waiting for further instructions, he got. Fortunately for all concerned, Alfred, who was at the same moment departing by way of the bedroom door, did not look behind him, but it was some minutes before Aggie, who had followed Jimmy into the hall, could persuade him to return. After repeated and insistent signals both from Aggie and Zoe, Jimmy's round red face appeared cautiously around the frame of the door. It bore unmistakable indications of apoplexy, but the eyes of the women were not upon Jimmy's face. They too had caught sight of the bit of white that hung below his coat, and dragging him quickly into the room and closing the door, Aggie proceeded without inquiry or thanks to unbutton his coat and to take from beneath it the small object for which she and Zoe had been eagerly waiting. "Thank heaven," sighed Zoe as she saw Aggie bearing the latest acquisition to Alfred's rapidly increasing family safely toward the crib. Suddenly remembering something in his right-hand coat pocket, Jimmy called to Aggie, who turned to him and waited expectantly. After characteristic fumbling, he produced a well-filled nursing bottle. "What's that?" asked Zoe. "For her," grunted Jimmy, and he nodded toward the bundle in Aggie's arms. "Hair!" cried Zoe and Aggie in chorus. Zoe shut her lips hard and gazed at him with contempt. "I might have known you'd get the wrong kind," she said. What Jimmy thought about the ingratitude of woman was not to be expressed in language. He controlled himself as well as he could and merely looked the things that he would like to have said. "Well, it can't be helped now," decided the philosophic Aggie. "Here, Jimmy," she said, "you hold hair a minute and I'll get you the other one." Placing the small creature in Jimmy's protesting arms, Aggie turned toward the cradle to make the proposed exchange when she was startled by the unexpected return of Alfred. Thanks to the ample folds of Jimmy's ulster, he was able to effectually conceal his charge, and he started quickly toward the hall. But in making the necessary detour round the couch, he failed to reach the door before Alfred, who had chosen a more direct way. "Hold on, Jimmy," exclaimed Alfred good-naturedly, and he laid a detaining hand on his friend's shoulder. "Where are you going?" "I'll be back," stammered Jimmy weakly, edging his way toward the door and contriving to keep his back toward Alfred. "Wait a minute," said Alfred jovially, as he let his hand slip onto Jimmy's arm. "You haven't told me the news yet." "I'll tell you later," mumbled Jimmy, still trying to escape. But Alfred's eye had fallen upon a bit of white flannel dangling below the bottom of Jimmy's ulster. It traveled upward to Jimmy's unusually rotund figure. "What have you got there?" he demanded to know as he pointed toward the center button of Jimmy's overcoat. "Here?" echoed Jimmy vapidly, glancing at the button in question. "Why, that's just a little—" There was a faint wail from the depths of the ulster. Jimmy began to caper about with elephantine tread. "Oochie, coochie, ochie," he called excitedly. "What's the matter with you?" asked Alfred. The wail became a shriek. "Good heavens," cried the anxious father, "it's my boy." And with that he pounced. Upon Jimmy, drew wide his ulster and snatched from his arms Jimmy's latest contribution to Zoe's scheme of things. As Aggie had previously remarked, all young babies look very much alike, and to the inexperienced eye of this new and overwrought father, there was no difference between the infant that he now pressed to his breast and the one that, unsuspected by him, lay peacefully dozing in the crib, not 10 feet from him. He gazed at the face of the newcomer with the same ecstasy that he had felt in the possession of her predecessor. But Zoe and Aggie were looking at each other with something quite different from ecstasy. "My boy!" exclaimed Alfred with deep emotion as he clasped the tiny creature to his breast. Then he turned to Jimmy. "What were you doing with my baby?" he demanded hotly. I was just taking him out for a little walk," stammered Jimmy. "You just try," threatened Alfred, and he towered over the intimidated Jimmy. "Are you crazy?" Jimmy was of the opinion that he must be crazy, or he would never have found himself in such a predicament as this. But the anxious faces of Zoe and Aggie denied him the luxury of declaring himself so. He sank mutely on the end of the couch and proceeded to sulk in silence. As for Aggie and Zoe, they continued to gaze open-mouthed at Alfred, who was waltzing about the room transported into a new heaven of delight at having snatched his air from the danger of another night ramble with Jimmy. "Did a horrid old Jimmy spoil his itty nap?" he gurgled to Baby. Then with a sudden exclamation of alarm, he turned toward the anxious women. "Aggie!" he cried, as he stared intently into Baby's face. "Look, his rash, it's turned in." Aggie pretended to glance over Alfred's shoulder. "Why, so it has," she agreed nervously. "What shall we do?" cried the distraught Alfred. "It's all right now," counseled Aggie, "so long as it didn't turn in too suddenly. We'd better keep him warm, hadn't we?" suggested Alfred, remembering Aggie's previous instructions on a similar occasion. "I'll put him in his crib," he decided, and thereupon he made a quick move toward the bassinet. Staggering back from the cradle with the unsteadiness of a drunken man, Alfred called upon the deity. "What is that?" he demanded as he pointed toward the unexpected object before him. Neither Zoe, Aggie, nor Jimmy could command words to assist Alfred's rapidly waning powers of comprehension, and it was not until he had swept each face for the third time with a look of inquiry that Zoe found breath to stammer nervously. Why, that's the other one." "The other one?" echoed Alfred in a dazed manner. Then he turned to Aggie for further explanation. Yes, affirmed Aggie with an emphatic nod, the other one. An undescribable joy was dawning on Alfred's face. You don't mean he stared from the infant in his arms to the one in the cradle, then back again at Aggie and Zooey. The women solemnly nodded their heads. Even Jimmy unblushingly acquiesced. Alfred turned towards Zoe for the final confirmation of his hopes. Yes, dear, assented Zoe sweetly. That's Alfred. What Jimmy and the women saw next appeared to be the dance of a whirling dervish. As a matter of fact, it was merely a man, mad with delight, clasping two infants in long clothes and circling the room with them. When Alfred could again enunciate distinctly, he rushed to Zoe's side with the babes in his arms. "My darling," he exclaimed, "why didn't you tell me?" "I was ashamed," whispered Zoe, hiding her head to shut out the sight of the red faces pressed close to hers. "My angel!" cried Alfred, struggling to control his complicated emotions, then gazing at the precious pair in his arms. He cast his eyes devoutly toward heaven. Was ever a man so blessed? Zoe peeped from the covers with affected shyness. "You love me just as much?" she queried. "I love you 12, Ivis." "As much," declared Alfred, and with that he sank exhausted on the foot of the bed, vainly trying to teeter one son on each knee. Chapter 22. When Jimmy gained courage to turn his eyes in the direction of the family group he had helped to assemble, he was not reassured by the reproachful glances that he met from Aggie and Zoe. It was apparent that in their minds he was again to blame for something. Realizing that they dared not openly reproach him before Alfred, he decided to make his escape while his friend was still in the room. He reached for his hat and tiptoed gingerly toward the door. But just as he was congratulating himself upon his decision, Alfred called to him with a mysterious air. "Jimmy," he said, "just a minute," and he nodded for Jimmy to approach. It must have been Jimmy's guilty conscience that made him powerless to disobey Alfred's every command. Anyway, he slunk back to the fond parent's side, where he ultimately allowed himself to be inveigled into swinging his new watch before the unattentive eyes of the red-faced babes on Alfred's knees. "Lower, Jimmy, lower," called Alfred as Jimmy absent-mindedly allowed the watch to swing out of the prescribed orbit. "Look at the darlings, Jimmy, look at them," he exclaimed as he gazed at the small creatures admiringly. "Yes, look at them, Jimmy," repeated Zoe, and she glared at Jimmy behind Alfred's back. "Don't you wish you had one of them, Jimmy?" asked Alfred. "Well, I wish he had," commented Zoe, and she wondered how she was ever again to detach either of them from Alfred's breast. Before she could form any plan, the telephone rang loud and persistently. Jimmy glanced anxiously toward the women for instructions. "I'll answer it," said Aggie with suspicious alacrity, and she crossed quickly toward the phone, the scattered bits of conversation that Zoe was able to gather from Aggie's end of the wire did not tend to soothe her overexcited nerves. As for Alfred, he was fortunately so engrossed with the babies that he took little notice of what Aggie was saying. "What woman?" asked Aggie into the phone. "Where's she from?" The answer was evidently not reassuring. "Certainly not," exclaimed Aggie. "Don't let her come up. Send her away. Mrs. Hardy can't see anyone at all." Then followed a bit of pantomime between Zoe and Aggie, from which it appeared that their troubles were multiplying. Then Aggie again gave her attention to the phone. I don't know anything about her, she fibbed. That woman must have the wrong address. And with that she hung up the receiver and came towards Alfred, anxious to get possession of his two small charges and to get them from the room, lest the mother, who was apparently downstairs, should thrust herself into their midst. "What's the trouble, Aggie?" asked Alfred, and he nodded toward the telephone. "Oh, just some woman with the wrong address," answered Aggie with affected carelessness. "You'd better let me take the babies now, Alfred." "Take them where?" asked Alfred with surprise. "To bed," answered Aggie sweetly. "They're going to sleep in the next room with Jimmy and me." She laid a detaining hand on Jimmy's arm. "What's the hurry?" asked Alfred, a bit disgruntled. "It's very late," argued Aggie. "Of course it is," insisted Zoe. "Please, Alfred," she pleaded, "do let Aggie take them." Alfred rose reluctantly. "Mother knows best," he sighed. But ignoring Aggie's outstretched arms, he refused to relinquish the joy of himself carrying the small mites to their room, and he disappeared with the two of them, singing his now favorite lullaby. When Alfred had left the room, Jimmy, who was now seated comfortably in the rocker, was rudely startled by a sharp voice at either side of him. "Well!" shrieked Zoe, with all the disapproval that could be got into the one small word. "You're very clever, aren't you?" sneered Aggie at Jimmy's other elbow. Jimmy stared from one to the other. "A nice fix you've got me into now," reproved Zoe. "Why didn't you get out when you had the chance?" demanded Aggie. "You would take your own sweet time, wouldn't you?" said Zoe. "What did I tell you?" asked Aggie. "What does he care?" exclaimed Zoe, and she walked up and down the room excitedly, oblivious of the disarrangement of her flying negligee. "He's perfectly comfortable." "Oh, yes," assented Jimmy, as he sank back into the rocker and began propelling himself to and fro. "I never felt better." But a disinterested observer would have seen in him the picture of discomfort. "You're going to feel a great deal worse," he was warned by Aggie. "Do you know who that was on the telephone?" she asked. Jimmy looked at her mutely. "The mother," said Aggie emphatically. "What?" exclaimed Jimmy. "She's downstairs," explained Aggie. Jimmy had stopped rocking his face, now wore an uneasy expression. "It's time you showed a little human intelligence," taunted Zoe. Then she turned her back upon him and continued to Aggie, "What did she say?" "She says," answered Aggie with a threatening glance toward Jimmy, "that she won't leave this place until Jimmy gives her baby back." "Let her have her old baby," said Jimmy. "I don't want it." "You don't want it?" snapped Zoe indignantly. "What have you got to do with it?" "Oh, nothing, nothing," acquiesced Jimmy meekly. "I'm a mere detail." "A lot you care what becomes of me," exclaimed Zoe reproachfully. Then she turned to Aggie with a decided nod. "Well, I want it," she asserted. "But Zoe," protested Aggie in astonishment, "you can't mean to keep both of them." "I certainly do," said Zoe. "What?" cried Aggie and Jimmy in concert. "Jimmy has presented Alfred with twins," continued Zoe testily, "and now he has to have twins." Jimmy's eyes were growing rounder and rounder. "Do you know," continued Zoe with a growing sense of indignation, "what would happen to me if I told Alfred now that he wasn't the father of twins? He'd fly straight out of that door, and I'd never see him again." Aggie admitted that Zoe was no doubt speaking the truth. Jimmy has awakened Alfred's paternal instinct for twins, declared Zoe, with another emphatic nod of her head, and now Jimmy must take the consequences. Jimmy tried to frame a few faint objections, but Zoe waved him aside with a positive air. It's no use arguing. If it were only one, it wouldn't be so bad, but to tell Alfred that he's lost twins, he couldn't live through it. But Zoe, argued Aggie, we can't have that mother hanging around down stairs until that baby is an old man. She'll have us arrested the next thing. Why arrest us? Asked Zoe with wide baby eyes. W.E. didn't take it. Old Slow Poke took it. And she nodded toward the now utterly vanquished Jimmy. That's right, murmured Jimmy, with a weak attempt at sarcasm. Don't leave me out of anything good. It doesn't matter which one she arrests, decided the practical Aggie. Well, it matters to me, objected Zoe. And to me too, if it's all the same to you, protested Jimmy. Whoever it is, continued Aggie, the truth is bound to come out. Alfred will have to know sooner or later, so we might as well make a clean breast of it, first as last. That's the first sensible thing you said in 3 months, declared Jimmy with reviving hope. Oh, is that so? Sneered Zoe, and she leveled her most malicious look at Jimmy. What do you think Alfred would do to you, Mr. Jimmy, if he knew the truth? You're the one who sent him the telegram. You are the one who told him that he was a father. That's true, admitted Aggie with a wrinkled forehead. Zoe was quick to see her advantage. She followed it up. And Alfred hasn't any sense of humor, you know. How could he have? Groaned Jimmy. He's married. And with that he sank into his habitual state of dumps. Your sarcasm will do a great deal of good, flashed Zoe. Then she dismissed. Him with a nod and crossed to her dressing table. But Zoe, persisted Aggie, as she followed her young friend in trepidation, don't you realize that if you persist in keeping this baby, that mother will dog Jimmy's footsteps for the rest of his life? That will be nice, murmured Jimmy. Zoe busied herself with her toilet and turned a deaf ear to Aggie. There was a touch of genuine emotion in Aggie's voice when she continued. Just think of it, Zoe. Jimmy will never be able to come and go like a free man again. What do I care how he comes and goes? Exclaimed Zoe impatiently. If Jimmy had gone when we told him to go, that woman would have had her old baby by now. But he didn't. Oh no, all he ever does is to sit around and talk about his dinner. Yes, cried Jimmy hotly, and that's about as far as I ever get with it. You'll never get anywhere with anything, was Zoe's exasperating answer. You're too slow. Well, there's nothing slow about you, retorted Jimmy, stung to a frenzy by her insolence. Oh, please, please, interposed Aggie, desperately determined to keep these two irascible persons to the main issue. What are we going to tell that mother? You can tell her whatever you like, answered Zoe, with an impudent toss of her head, but I'll not give up that baby until I get another one. Another? Almost shrieked Jimmy. It was apparent that he must needs increase. The number of his brain cells if he were to follow this extraordinary young woman's line of thought much further. You don't expect to go on multiplying them forever, do you? He asked. You are the one who has been multiplying them, was Zoe's disconcerting reply. It was evident to Jimmy that he could not think fast enough nor clearly enough to save himself from a mental disaster if he continued to argue with the shameless young woman. So he contented himself by rocking to and fro and murmuring dismally that he had known from the first that it was to be an endless chain. While Zoe and Jimmy had been wrangling, Aggie had been weighing the pros and cons of the case. She now turned to Jimmy with a tone of firm but motherly decision. "Zoe is quite right," she said. Jimmy rolled his large eyes up at his spouse with a "you too, Brutus" expression. Aggie continued mercilessly, "It's the only way, Jimmy." No sooner had Aggie arrived at her decision than Zoe upset her tranquility by a triumphant expression of "I have it." Jimmy and Aggie gazed at Zoe's radiant face in consternation. They were accustomed to see only reproach there. Her sudden enthusiasm increased Jimmy's uneasiness. "You have it," he grunted without attempting to conceal his disgust, "as she is the one who generally has it," and he nodded toward Aggie. Inflamed by her young friend's enthusiasm, Aggie rushed to her eagerly. "What is it, Zoe?" she asked. "The washerwoman," exclaimed Zoe, as though the revelation had come straight from heaven. She had to ones, and with that, two pairs of eyes turned expectantly toward the only man in the room. Tracing the pattern of the rug with his toe, Jimmy remained stubbornly oblivious of their attentions. He rearranged the pillows on the couch, and finally, for want of a better occupation, he wound his watch, all to no avail. He could feel Zoe's cat-like gaze upon him. "Jimmy can get the other one," she said. "The hell I can!" exclaimed Jimmy, starting to his feet and no longer considering time or place. The two women gazed at him reproachfully. "Jimmy," cried Aggie in a shocked, hurt voice, "that's the first time I've ever—" "Heard you swear." "Well, it won't be the last time," declared Jimmy hotly, "if this keeps up." His eyes were blazing. He paced to and fro like an infuriated lion. "Dearest," said Aggie, "you look almost imposing." "Nonsense," interrupted Zoe, who found Jimmy unusually ridiculous. "If I'd known that Jimmy was going to put such an idea into Alfred's head, I'd have got the two in the first place." "Will she let us have the other?" asked Aggie with some misgiving. "Of course she will," answered Zoe, leaving Jimmy entirely out of the conversation. "She's as poor as a church mouse. I'll pay her well." "She'll never miss it. What could she do with one twin anyway?" A snort of rage from Jimmy did not disturb Zoe's enthusiasm. She proceeded to elaborate her plan. "I'll adopt them," she declared. "I'll leave them all Alfred's money." Think of Alfred having real live twins for keeps. "It would be nice, wouldn't it?" commented Jimmy sarcastically. Zoe turned to Jimmy as though they were on the best of terms. "How much money have you?" she asked. Before Jimmy could declare himself penniless, Aggie answered for him with the greatest enthusiasm. "He has a whole lot. He drew some today." "Good," exclaimed Zoe to the abashed Jimmy, and then she continued in a matter-of-fact tone. "Now, Jimmy," she said, "you go give the washwoman what money you have on account, then tell her to come around here in the morning when Alfred has gone out, and I'll settle all the details with her. Go on now, Jimmy," she continued. "You don't need another letter." "No," chimed in Aggie sweetly. "You know her now, dear." "Oh, yes," corroborated Jimmy with a sarcastic smile and without budging from the spot on which he stood. "We are great pals now." "What's the matter?" asked Zoe, astonished that Jimmy was not starting on his mission with alacrity. "What are you waiting for?" Jimmy merely continued to smile enigmatically. "You know what happened the last time you hesitated," warned Aggie. "I know what happened when I didn't hesitate," ruminated Jimmy, still holding his ground. Zoe's eyes were wide with surprise. "You don't mean to say," she exclaimed incredulously, "that you aren't going after we have thought all this out just to save you?" "Say," answered Jimmy with a confidential air, "do me a favor, will you?" Stop thinking out things to save me. But, Jimmy, protested both women simultaneously, but before they could get further, Alfred's distressed voice reached them from the next room. Aggie, he called frantically. Chapter 50. What seemed to be a streak of pink through the room was in reality Zoe. Bolting for the bed. While Zoe hastened to snuggle comfortably under the covers, Aggie tried without avail to get Jimmy started on his errand. Getting no response from Aggie, Alfred, bearing one infant in his arms, came in search of her. Apparently he was having difficulty with the unfastening of baby's collar. Aggie, he called sharply, how on earth do you get this fool pin out? Take him back, Alfred, answered Aggie impatiently. I'll be there in a minute. But Alfred had apparently made up his mind that he was not a success as a nurse. You'd better take him now, Aggie, he decided as he offered the small person to the reluctant Aggie. I'll stay here and talk to Jimmy. Oh, but Jimmy was just going out, answered Aggie. Then she turned to her obdurate spouse with mock sweetness. Weren't you, dear? She asked. Yes, affirmed Zoe with a threatening glance toward Jimmy. He was going, just now. Still Jimmy remained rooted to the spot. Out? Questioned Alfred. What for? Just for a little air, explained Aggie blandly. Yes, growled Jimmy, another little air. Air, repeated Alfred in surprise. He had air a while ago with my son. He is. Going to stay here and tell me the news. Sit down, Jimmy, he commanded, and to the intense annoyance of Aggie and Zoe, Jimmy sank resignedly on the couch. Alfred was about to seat himself beside his friend when the phone rang violently. Being nearest to the instrument, Alfred reached it first, and Zoe and Aggie awaited the consequences in dread. What they heard did not reassure them nor Jimmy. Still down there? Exclaimed Alfred into the phone. Jimmy began to wriggle with a vague uneasiness. Well, continued Alfred at the phone, that woman has the wrong number. Then, with a peremptory, wait a minute, he turned to Zoe. The hall boy says that woman who called a while ago is still downstairs, and she won't go away until she has seen you, Zoe. She has some kind of an idiotic idea that you know. Where her baby is. How absurd, sneered Zoe. How silly, added Aggie. How foolish, grunted Jimmy. Well, decided Alfred, I'd better go downstairs and see what's the matter with her. And he turned toward the door to carry out his intention. Alfred, called Zoe sharply. She was half out of bed in her anxiety. You'll do no such thing. Phone down to the boy to send her away. She's crazy. Oh, said Alfred. Then she's been here before? Who is she? Who is she? Answered Zoe, trying to gain time for a new inspiration. Why, she's her face lit up with satisfaction. The idea had arrived. She's the nurse, she concluded emphatically. The nurse? Repeated Alfred, a bit confused. Yes, answered Zoe, pretending to be annoyed with his dull memory. She's the one I told you about, the one I had to discharge. Oh, said Alfred, with the relief of sudden comprehension, the crazy one. Aggie and Zoe nodded their heads and smiled at him tolerantly. Then Zoe continued to elaborate. You see, she said, the poor creature was so insane about little Jimmy that I couldn't go near the child. What? Exclaimed Alfred in a mighty rage. I'll soon tell the boy what to do with her, he declared, and he rushed to the phone. Barely had Alfred taken the receiver from the hook when the outer door was heard to bang. Before he could speak, a distracted young woman, whose excitable manner bespoke her foreign origin, swept through the door without seeing him and hurled herself at the unsuspecting Zoe. The woman's black hair was disheveled, and her large shawl had fallen from her shoulders. To Jimmy, who was crouching behind an armchair, she seemed a giantess. "My baby!" cried the frenzied mother with what was unmistakably an Italian accent. "Where is he?" There was no answer. Her eyes sought the cradle. "Ah!" she shrieked. Then upon finding the cradle empty, she redoubled her lamentations, and again she bore down upon the terrified Zoe. "You!" she cried. "You know where my baby is!" For answer, Zoe sank back amongst her pillows and drew the bed covers completely over her head. Alfred approached the bed to protect his young wife. The Italian woman wheeled about and perceived a small child in his arms. She threw herself upon him. "I knew it," she cried. "I knew it." Managing to disengage himself from what he considered a mad woman, and elevating one elbow between her and the child, Alfred prevented the mother from snatching the small creature from his arms. "Calm yourself, madam," he commanded with a superior air. "We are very sorry for you, of course, but we can't have you coming here and going on like this." "He's your baby, and he's not your baby," cried the infuriated mother. "He's my baby. Give him to me." "Give him to me," and with that she sprang upon the uncomfortable Alfred like a tigress. Throwing her whole weight on his uplifted elbow, she managed to pull down his arm until she could look into the face of the washerwoman's promising young offspring. The air was rent by a scream that made each individual hair of Jimmy's head stand up in its own defense. He could feel a sickly sensation at the top of his short, thick neck. "He's not my baby," wailed the now demented mother, little dreaming that the infant for which she was searching was now reposing comfortably on a soft pillow in the adjoining room. As for Alfred, all of this was merely confirmation of Zoe's statement that this poor soul was crazy, and he was tempted to dismiss her with worthy forbearance. "I am glad, madam," he said, "that you are coming to your senses." Now all would have gone well, and the bewildered mother would no doubt have left the room convinced of her mistake, had not Jimmy's nerves got the better of his judgment. Having slipped cautiously from his position behind the armchair, he was tiptoeing toward the door and was flattering himself on his escape, when suddenly, as his forward foot cautiously touched the threshold, he heard the cry of the captor in his wake, and before he could possibly command the action of his other foot, he felt himself being forcibly drawn backward by what appeared to be his two tenacious coat-tails. If only they would tear, thought Jimmy. But thanks to the excellence of the tailor that Aggie had selected for him, they did not tear. Not until she had anchored Jimmy safely to the center of the rug did the irate mother pour out the full venom of her resentment toward him. From the mixture of English and Italian that followed, it was apparent that she was accusing Jimmy of having stolen her baby. "Take me to him," she demanded tragically. "My baby, take me to him." Jimmy appealed to Aggie and Zoe. Their faces were as blank as his own. He glanced at Alfred. "Humor her," whispered Alfred, much elated by the evidence of his own self-control, as compared to Jimmy's utter demoralization under the apparently same circumstances. Still Jimmy did not budge. Alfred was becoming vexed. He pointed first to his own forehead, then to that of Jimmy's hysterical captor. He even illustrated his meaning by making a rotary motion with his forefinger, intended to remind Jimmy that the woman was a lunatic. Still Jimmy only stared at him, and all the while the woman was becoming more and more emphatic in her declaration that Jimmy knew where her baby was. "Sure, Jimmy," said Alfred, out of all patience with Jimmy's stupidity and tiring of the strain of the woman's presence. "You know where her baby is." "Ah!" cried the mother, and she towered over Jimmy with a wild light in her eyes. "Take me to him," she demanded. "Take me to him." Jimmy rolled his large eyes first toward Aggie, then toward Zoe, and at last toward Alfred. There was no mercy to be found anywhere. "Take her to him, Jimmy," commanded a concert of voices, and pursued by a bundle of waving colors and a medley of discordant sounds, Jimmy shot from the room. Chapter Exiva. The departure of Jimmy and the crazed mother was the occasion for a general relaxing among the remaining occupants of the room. Exhausted by what had passed, Zoe had ceased to interest herself in the future. It was enough for the present that she could sink back upon her pillows and draw a long breath. Without an evil face bending over her, and without the air being rent by screams. As for Aggie, she fell back upon the window seat and closed her eyes. The horrors into which Jimmy might be rushing had not yet presented themselves to her imagination. Of the three, Alfred was the only one who had apparently received exhilaration from the encounter. He was strutting about the room with the babe in his arms, undoubtedly enjoying the sensations of a hero. When he could sufficiently control his feeling of elation, he looked down at the small person with an air of condescension and again lent himself to the garbled sort of language with which defenseless infants are inevitably persecuted. "Think of that horrid old woman wanting to steal our own little opsy-wopsy-topsy babykins," he said. Then he turned to Zoe with an air of great decision. "That woman ought to be locked up," he declared. "She's dangerous, and with that he crossed to Aggie and hurriedly placed the infant in her unsuspecting arms. "Here, Aggie," he said, "you take Alfred and get him into bed." Glad of an excuse to escape to the next room and recover her self-control, Aggie quickly disappeared with the child. For some moments, Alfred continued to pace up and down the room. Then he came to a full stop before Zoe. "I'll have to have something done to that woman," he declared emphatically. "Jimmy will do enough to her," sighed Zoe weakly. "She's no business to be at large," continued Alfred. Then, with a businesslike air, he started toward the telephone. "Where are you going?" asked Zoe. Alfred did not answer. He was now calling into the phone. "Give me information." "What on earth are you doing?" demanded Zoe, more and more disturbed by his mysterious manner. "One can't be too careful," retorted Alfred in his most paternal fashion. "There's an awful lot of kidnapping going on these days." "Well, you don't suspect information, do you?" asked Zoe. Again Alfred ignored her. He was intent upon things of more importance. "Hello," he called into the phone. "Is this information?" Apparently it was, for he continued with a satisfied air, "Well, give me the Fullerton Street police station." "The police?" cried Zoe, sitting up in bed and looking about the room with a new sense of alarm. Alfred did not answer. "Aggie!" shrieked the overwrought young wife. Alfred attempted to reassure her. Now, dear, don't get nervous," he said. "I am only taking the necessary precautions." And again he turned to the phone. Alarmed by Zoe's summons, Aggie entered the room hastily. She was not reassured upon hearing Alfred's further conversation at the phone. "Is this the Fullerton Street police station?" asked Alfred. "The police," echoed Aggie, and her eyes sought Zoe's inquiringly. She, called Alfred over his shoulder to the excited Aggie. Then he continued into the phone. "Is Donnique there?" There was a pause. Alfred laughed jovially. "It is? Well, hello, Donnique. This is your old friend Hardy, Alfred Hardy at the Sherwood. I just got back." Then he broke the happy news to the no doubt appreciative Donnique. "What do you think?" he said. "I'm a happy father." Zoe puckered her small face in disgust. Alfred continued to elucidate joyfully at the phone. "Doubles," he said. "Yes, sure on the level." "I don't know why you have to tell the whole neighborhood," snapped Zoe. Her color was visibly rising, but Alfred was now in the full glow of his genial account to his friend. "Set him up," he repeated in answer to an evident suggestion from the other end of the line. I should say I would. The drinks are on me. Tell the boys I'll be right over. And say, Donaghy, he added, in a more confidential tone, I want to bring one of the men home with me. I want him to keep an eye on the house tonight. Then after a pause, he concluded confidentially, I'll tell you all about it when I get there. It looks like a kidnapping scheme to me. And with that, he hung up the receiver, unmistakably pleased with himself, and turned his beaming face toward Zoe. It's all right, dear, he said, rubbing his hands together with evident satisfaction. Donaghy is going to let us have a special officer to watch the house tonight. I won't have a special officer, declared Zoe vehemently. Then, becoming aware of Alfred's great surprise, she explained half tearfully, I'm not going to have the police hanging around our very door. I would feel as though I were in prison. You are in prison, my dear, returned the now irrepressible Alfred. A prison of love, you and our precious boys. He stooped and implanted a gracious kiss on her forehead, then turned toward the table for his hat. Now, he said, I'll just run around the corner, set up the drinks for the boys, and bring the officer home with me. And drawing himself up proudly, he cried gaily in parting, I'll bet there's not another man in Chicago who has what I have tonight. I hope not, groaned Zoe, as the door closed behind him. Then, thrusting her 2 small feet from beneath the coverlet and perching on the side of the bed, she declared to Aggie that Alfred was getting more idiotic every minute. He's worse than idiotic, corrected Aggie. He's getting dangerous. If he gets the police around here before we give that baby back, they'll get the mother. She'll tell all she knows, and that will be the end of Jimmy. End of Jimmy? Exclaimed Zoe. It'll be the end of all of us. I can see our pictures in the papers right now, groaned Aggie. Jimmy will be the villain. Jimmy is a villain, declared Zoe. Where is he? Why doesn't he come back? How am I ever going to get that other twin? There is only one thing to do, decided Aggie. I must go for it myself. And she snatched up her Kate from the couch and started toward the door. You, cried Zoe in alarm, and leave me alone? It's our only chance, argued Aggie. I'll have to do it now, before Alfred gets back. But Aggie, protested Zoe, clinging to her departing friend, suppose that crazy mother should come back? Nonsense, replied Aggie. And before Zoe could actually realize what was happening, the bang of the outside door told her that she was alone. Chapter XX5, wondering what new terrors awaited her. Zoe glanced uncertainly from door to door. So strong had become her habit of taking refuge in the bed that unconsciously she backed toward it now. Barely had she reached the center of the room when a terrific crash of breaking glass from the adjoining room sent her shrieking in terror over the footboard and head first under the covers. Here she would doubtless have remained until suffocated, had not Jimmy, in his backward flight from one of the inner rooms, overturned a large rocker. This additional shock to Zoe's overstrung nerves forced a wild scream from her lips, and an answering exclamation from the nerve-racked Jimmy made her sit bolt upright. She gazed at him in astonishment. His tie was awry. One end of his collar had taken leave of its anchorage beneath his stout chin and was now just tickling the edge of his red, perspiring brow. His hair was on end, and his feelings were undeniably ruffled. As usual, Zoe's greeting did not tend to conciliate him. "How did you get here?" she asked with an air of reproach. "The fire escape," panted Jimmy, and he nodded mysteriously toward the inner rooms of the apartment. "Fire escape," echoed Zoe. "There was only one, and that led through the bathroom window. Jimmy explained no further. He was now peeping cautiously out of the window toward the pavement below. "Where's the mother?" demanded Zoe. Jimmy jerked his thumb in the direction of the street. Zoe gazed at him with grave apprehension. "Jimmy," she exclaimed, "you haven't killed her?" Jimmy shook his head and continued to peer cautiously out of the window. "What did you do with her?" called the now exasperated Zoe. "What did I do with her?" repeated Jimmy, a flash of his old resentment returning. "What did she do with me?" For the first time, Zoe became fully conscious of Jimmy's ludicrous appearance. Her overstrained nerves gave way, and she began to laugh hysterically. "Say!" shouted Jimmy, towering over the bed and devoutly wishing that she were his wife so that he might strike her with impunity. "Don't you sick any more." Lunatics on to me. It is doubtful whether Zoe's continued laughter might not have provoked Jimmy to desperate measures had not the phone at that moment directed their thoughts toward worse possibilities. After the instrument had continued to ring persistently for what seemed to Zoe an age, she motioned to Jimmy to answer it. He responded by retreating to the other side of the room. "It may be Aggie," suggested Zoe. For the first time, Jimmy became aware that Aggie was nowhere in the apartment. "Good Lord!" he exclaimed, as he realized that he was again tête-à-tête with the terror of his dreams. "Where is Aggie?" "Gone to do what you should have done," was Zoe's characteristic answer. "Well," answered Jimmy hotly, "it's about time that somebody besides me did something around this place." "You," mocked Zoe. "All you ever done was to hoodoo me from the very beginning." "If you'd taken my advice," answered Jimmy, "and told your husband the truth about the luncheon, there'd never have been any beginning." If, cried Zoe in an agony of impatience. "If you tipped that horrid old waiter enough, he'd never have told anyway." "I'm not buying waiters to cover up your crimes," announced Jimmy with his most self-righteous air. "You'll be buying more than that to cover up your own crimes before you finished," retorted Zoe. "Before I finish with you, yes," agreed Jimmy. He wheeled upon her with increasing resentment. "Do you know where I expect to end up?" he asked. "I know where you OUG to end up," snapped Zoe. "I'll finish in the electric chair," said Jimmy. "I can feel blue lightning chasing up and down my spine right now." "Well, I wish you had finished in the electric chair," declared Zoe, "before you ever dragged me into that awful old restaurant." "Oh, you do you?" answered Jimmy, shaking his fist at her across the foot of the bed. For the want of adequate words to express his further feelings, Jimmy was beginning to gibber when the outer door was heard to close, and he turned to behold Aggie entering hurriedly with something partly concealed by her long cape. "It's all right," explained Aggie triumphantly to Zoe. "I've got it." She threw her cape aside and disclosed the fruits of her conquest. "So," snorted Jimmy in disgust, slightly miffed by the apparent ease with which Aggie had accomplished a task about which he had made so much ado, "you've gone into the business too, have you?" Aggie deigned no reply to him. She continued in a businesslike tone to Zoe. "Where's Alfred?" she asked. "Still out," answered Zoe. "Thank heaven," sighed Aggie. Then she turned to Jimmy and addressed him in rapid, decided tones. "Now, dear," she said, "I'll just put the new baby to bed. Then I'll give you the other one and you can take it right down to the mother." Jimmy made a vain start in the direction of the fire escape. 4 detaining hands were laid upon him. "Don't try anything like that," warned Aggie. "You can't get out of this house without that baby. The mother is downstairs now. She's guarding the door. I saw her." And Aggie sailed triumphantly out of the room to make the proposed exchange of babies. Before Jimmy was able to suggest to himself an escape from Aggie's last plan of action, The telephone again began to cry for attention. Neither Jimmy nor Zoe could summon courage to approach the impatient instrument, and as usual Zoe cried frantically for Aggie. Aggie was not long in returning to the room, and this time she bore in her arms the infant so strenuously demanded by its mad mother. "Here you are, Jimmy," she said. "Here's the other one. Now take him downstairs quickly before Alfred gets back." She attempted to place the unresisting babe in Jimmy's chubby arms, but Jimmy's freedom was not to be so easily disposed of. "What?" he exclaimed, backing away from the small creature in fear and abhorrence. "Take that bundle of rags down to the hotel office and have that woman hystericing all over me." "No thanks." "Oh well," answered Aggie, distracted by the persistent ringing of the phone. "Then hold him a minute until I answer the phone." This at least was a compromise, and reluctantly Jimmy allowed the now wailing infant to be placed in his arms. "Jig it, Jimmy, jig it," cried Zoe. Jimmy looked down helplessly at the babies. Angry red face, but before he had made much headway with the jiggin, Aggie returned to them, much excited by the message which she had just received over the telephone. "That mother is making a scene downstairs in the office," she said. "You hear?" chided Zoe in a fury at Jimmy. "What did Aggie tell you?" "If she wants this thing," maintained Jimmy, looking down at the bundle in his arms, "she can come after it. We can't have her up here," objected Aggie. "Alfred may be back at any minute. He'd catch her. You know what happened the last time we tried to change them." "You can send it down the chimney for all I care," concluded Jimmy. "I have it," exclaimed Aggie, her face suddenly illumined. "Oh Lord," groaned Jimmy, who had come to regard any elation on Zoe's or Aggie's part as a sure forewarner of ultimate discomfort for him. Again Aggie had recourse to the phone. "Hello," she called to the office boy. "Tell that woman to go around to the back door, and we'll send something down to her." There was a slight pause. Then Aggie added sweetly, "Yes, tell her to wait at the foot of the fire escape." Zoe had already caught the drift of Aggie's intention, and she now fixed her glittering eyes upon Jimmy, who was already shifting about uneasily and glancing at Aggie, who approached him with a businesslike air. "Now, dear," said Aggie, "come with me. I'll hand baby out through the bathroom window, and you can run right down the fire escape with him." "If I do run down the fire escape," exclaimed Jimmy, wagging his large head from side to side, "I'll keep right on running. That's the last you'll ever see of me." "But Jimmy," protested Aggie, slightly hurt by his threat, "once that woman gets her baby, you'll have no more trouble." "With you two still alive?" asked Jimmy, looking from one to the other. "She'll be up here if you don't hurry," urged Aggie impatiently, and with that she pulled Jimmy toward the bedroom door. "Let her come," said Jimmy, planting his feet so as to resist Aggie's repeated tugs. "I'm going to South America." "Why will you act like this?" cried Aggie in utter desperation, "when we have so little time?" "Say," said Jimmy irrelevantly, "do you know that I haven't had any—" "Yes," interrupted Aggie and Zoe in chorus, "we know." "How long," continued Zoe impatiently, "is it going to take you to slip down that fire escape?" "That depends on how fast I slip," answered Jimmy doggedly. "You'll slip all right," sneered Zoe. Further exchange of pleasantries between these two antagonists was cut short by the banging of the outside door. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Aggie, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "There's Alfred now." "Hurry, Jimmy, hurry," she cried. And with that she fairly forced Jimmy out through the bedroom door and followed in his wake to see him safely down the fire escape. Chapter Point Zooey had barely time to arrange herself after the manner of an interesting invalid when Alfred entered the room in the gayest of spirits. "Hello, dearie," he cried as he crossed quickly to her side. "Already?" asked Zoe faintly, and she glanced uneasily toward the door through which Jimmy and Aggie had just disappeared. "I told you I shouldn't be long," said Alfred jovially, and he implanted a condescending kiss on her forehead. "How is the little mother, eh?" he asked, rubbing his hands together in satisfaction. "You're all cold," pouted Zoe, edging away, "and you've been drinking." "I had to have one or two with the boys," said Alfred, throwing out his chest and strutting about the room, "but never again. From now on, I cut out all drinks and cigars. This is where I begin to live my life for our sons." "How about your life for me?" asked Zoe, as she began to see long years of boredom stretching before her. "You and our boys are one and the same, dear," answered Alfred, coming back to her side. "You mean you couldn't go on loving Emmy if it weren't for the boys?" asked Zoe with anxiety. She was beginning to realize how completely her hold upon him depended upon her hideous deception. "Of course I could, Zoe," answered Alfred, flattered by what he considered her desire for his complete devotion, but not so much," pouted Zoe. "Well, of course, dear," admitted Alfred evasively, as he sank down upon the edge of the bed by her side. "You needn't say another word," interrupted Zoe, and then with a shade of genuine repentance, she declared shamefacedly that she hadn't been much of a wife to Alfred. "Nonsense," contradicted the proud young father. "You've given me the one thing that I wanted most in the world. But you see, dear," said Zoe as she wound her little white arms about his neck and looked up into his face adoringly, "you being the one thing that I wanted most, and I never realized until tonight how crazy you are about things." "What things?" asked Alfred, a bit puzzled. "Well," said Zoe, letting her eyes fall before his and picking at a bit of imaginary lint on the coverlet, "babies and things." "Oh," said Alfred, and he was about to proceed when she again interrupted him. "But now that I do realize it," continued Zoe earnestly, her fingers on his lips, lest he again interrupt, "if you'll only have a little patience with me, again." Her eyes fell bashfully to the coverlet as she considered the possibility of being ultimately obliged to replace the bogus twins with real ones. "All the patience in the world," answered Alfred, little dreaming of the problem that confronted the contrite Zoe. "That's all I ask," declared Zoe, her assurance completely restored, "and in case anything should happen to this," she glanced anxiously toward the door through which Aggie had borne the twins. "But nothing is going to happen to these, dear," interrupted Alfred, rising and again assuming an air of fatherly protection. "I'll attend to that. There, there," he added, patting her small shoulder and nodding his head wisely. "That crazy woman has got on your nerves, but you needn't worry. I've got everything fixed. Donnique sent a special officer over with me. He's outside watching the house now." "Now!" shrieked Zoe, fixing her eyes on the bedroom door, through which Jimmy had lately disappeared and wondering whether he had yet slipped down the fire escape. "Yes," continued Alfred, walking up and down the floor with a masterly stride. "If that woman is caught hanging around here again, she'll get a little surprise. My boys are safe now, God bless them." Then reminded of the fact that he had Not seen them since his return, he started quickly toward the bedroom door. "I'll just have a look at the little rascals," he decided. "No, dear," cried Zoe. She caught Alfred's arm as he passed the side of her bed and clung to him in desperation. "Wait a minute." Alfred looked down at her in surprise. She turned her face toward the door and called lustily, "Aggie! Aggie!" "What is it, dear?" questioned Alfred, thinking Zoe suddenly ill. "Can I get you something?" Before Zoe was obliged to reply, Aggie answered her summons. "Did you call?" she asked, glancing inquiringly into Zoe's distressed face. "Alfred's here," said Zoe, with a sickly smile as she stroked his hand and glanced meaningly at Aggie. "He's got the officer." "The officer!" cried Aggie, and involuntarily she took a step backward, as though to guard the bedroom door. "Yes," said Alfred, mistaking Aggie's surprise for a compliment to his resource. "And now, Aggie, if you'll just stay with Zoe for a minute, I'll have a look at my boys." "No, no!" exclaimed Aggie nervously, and she placed herself again in front of the bedroom door. Alfred was plainly annoyed by her proprietary air. "They're asleep," explained Aggie. "I'll not wake them," persisted Alfred. "I just wish to have a look at them." And with that, he again made a move toward the door. "But Alfred," protested Zoe, still clinging to his hand, "you're not going to leave me again so soon." Alfred was becoming more and more restive under the seeming absurdity of their persistent opposition, but before he could think of a polite way of overruling them, Aggie continued persuasively. "You stay with Zoe," she said. "I'll bring the boys in here and you can both have a look at them." "But Aggie," argued Alfred, puzzled by her illogical behavior, "would it be wise to wake them?" "Just this once," said Aggie. "Now you stay here and I'll get them." Before Alfred could protest further, she was out of the room and the door had closed. Behind her, so he resigned himself to her decision, banished his temporary annoyance at her obstinacy, and glanced about the room with a new air of proprietorship. "This is certainly a great night, Zoe," he said. "It certainly is," acquiesced Zoe, with an overemphasis that made Alfred turn to her with new concern. "I'm afraid that mad woman made you very nervous, dear," he said. "She certainly did," said Zoe. Zoe's nerves were destined to bear still further strain, for at that moment there came a sharp ring at the door. Beside herself with anxiety, Zoe threw her arms about Alfred, who had advanced to soothe her, drew him down by her side, and buried her head on his breast. "You are jumpy," said Alfred. And at that instant a wrangle of loud voices and a general commotion was heard in the outer hall. "What's that?" asked Alfred, endeavoring to disentangle himself from Zoe's frantic embrace. Zoe clung to him so tightly that he was unable to rise, but his alert ear caught the sound of a familiar voice rising above the din of dispute in the hallway. "That sounds like the officer," he exclaimed. "The officer!" cried Zoe, and she wound her arms more tightly about him. Chapter 6 Fire, propelled by a large red fist attached to the back of his badly wilted collar, the writhing form of Jimmy was now thrust through the outer door. "Let go of me!" shouted the hapless Jimmy. The answer was a spasmodic shaking administered by the fist. Then a large burly officer, carrying a small babe in his arms, shoved the reluctant Jimmy into the center of the room and stood guard over him. "I got him for you, sir," announced the officer proudly to the astonished Alfred, who had just managed to untwine Zoe's arms and to struggle to his feet. Alfred's eyes fell first upon the dejected Jimmy, then they traveled to the bundle of long clothes in the officer's arms. "My boy!" he cried. "My boy!" He snatched the infant from the officer and pressed him jealously to his breast. "I don't understand," he said, gazing at the officer in stupefaction. "Where was he?" "You mean this one?" asked the officer, nodding toward the unfortunate Jimmy. "I caught him slipping down your fire escape." "I knew it!" exclaimed Zoe in a rage, and she cast a vindictive look at Jimmy for his awkwardness. "Knew what, dear?" asked Alfred, now thoroughly puzzled. Zoe did not answer. Her powers of resource were fast waning. Alfred turned again to the officer, then to Jimmy, who was still flashing defiance into the officer's threatening eyes. "My God!" he exclaimed. "This is awful. What's the matter with you, Jimmy? This is the third time that you have tried to take my baby out into the night." "Then you've had trouble with him before?" remarked the officer. He studied Jimmy with new interest, proud in the belief that he had brought a confirmed baby snatcher to justice. "I've had a little trouble myself," declared Jimmy hotly, now resolved to make a clean breast of it. "I'm not asking about your troubles," interrupted the officer savagely, and Jimmy felt the huge creature's obnoxious fingers tightening again on his collar. "Go ahead, sir," said the officer to Alfred. "Well," began Alfred, nodding toward the now livid Jimmy, "he was out with my boy when I arrived. I stopped him from going out with him a second time, and now you, officer, catch him slipping down the fire escape. I don't know what to say," he finished weakly. "I do," exclaimed Jimmy, feeling more and more like a high explosive, "and I'll say it. "Cut it," shouted the officer, and before Jimmy could get further, Alfred resumed with fresh vehemence. "He's supposed to be a friend of mine," he explained to the officer as he nodded toward the wriggling Jimmy. "He was all right when I left him a few months ago." "You'll think I'm all right again," shouted Jimmy, trying to get free from the officer. "Before I finish telling that won't help any," interrupted the officer firmly, and with another twist of Jimmy's badly wilted collar, he turned to Alfred with his most civil manner. "What shall I do with him, sir?" "I don't know," said Alfred, convinced that his friend was a fit subject for a straitjacket. "This is horrible." "It's absurd," cried Zoe, on the verge of hysterics and in utter despair of ever disentangling the present complication without ultimately losing Alfred. "You're all absurd," she cried wildly. "Absurd!" exclaimed Alfred, turning upon her in amazement. "What do you mean?" "It's a joke," said Zoe, without the slightest idea of where the joke lay. "If you had any sense you could see it." "I don't see it," said Alfred with hurt dignity. "Neither do I," said Jimmy with boiling resentment. "Can you call it a joke?" asked Alfred incredulously. "To have our boy—" He stopped suddenly, remembering that there was a companion piece to this youngster. "The other one!" he exclaimed. "Our other boy, he rushed to the crib, found it empty, and turned a terrified face to Zoe. "Where is he?" he demanded. "Now, Alfred," pleaded Zoe, "don't get excited. He's all right." "How do you know?" asked the distracted father. Zoe did not know, but at that moment her eyes fell upon Jimmy, and as usual, he was the source of an inspiration for her. "Jimmy never cared for the other one," she said. "Did you, Jimmy?" Alfred turned to the officer with a tone of command. "Wait," he said. Then he started toward the bedroom door to make sure that his other boy was quite safe. The picture that confronted him brought the hair straight up on his head. True to her promise, and ignorant of Jimmy's return with the first baby, Aggie had chosen this ill-fated moment to appear on the threshold with one babe on each. arm. "Here they are," she said graciously, then stopped in amazement at sight of the horrified Alfred clasping a third infant to his breast. "Good God!" exclaimed Alfred, stroking his forehead with his unoccupied hand and gazing at what he firmly believed must be an apparition. "Those aren't mine." He pointed to the two red mites in Augie's arms. "Why not Alfred?" stammered Aggie for the want of something better to say. "What?" shrieked Alfred. Then he turned in appeal to his young wife, whose face had now become utterly expressionless. "Zoe," he entreated. There was an instant's pause, then the blood returned to Zoe's face and she proved herself the artist that Alfred had once declared her. "Oversteer," she murmured softly, with a bashful droop of her lids. "But this one," persisted Alfred, pointing to the baby in his arms and feeling sure that his mind was about to give way. Why?" stuttered Zoe. "That's the joke," echoed Alfred, looking as though he found it anything but such. "Yes," added Aggie, sharing Zoe's desperation to get out of their temporary difficulty, no matter at what cost in the future. "Didn't Jimmy tell you?" "Tell me what?" stammered Alfred. "What is there to tell?" "Why, you see," said Aggie, growing more enthusiastic with each elaboration of Zoe's lie, "we didn't dare to break it to you too suddenly." "Break it to me," gasped Alfred. A new light was beginning to dawn on his face. "So," concluded Zoe, now thoroughly at home in the new situation, "we asked Jimmy to take that one out." Jimmy cast an inscrutable glance in Zoe's direction. Was it possible that she was at last assisting him out of a difficulty? "You ask Jimmy?" repeated Alfred. "Yes," confirmed Aggie with easy confidence. "We wanted you to get used to the idea gradually." "The idea?" echoed Alfred. He was afraid to allow his mind to accept too suddenly the whole significance of their disclosure, lest his joy overpower him. You don't mean," he stuttered. "Yes, dear," sighed Zoe with the face of an angel, and then with a languid sigh, she sank back contentedly on her pillows. My boys, cried Alfred, now delirious with delight. "Give them to me," he called to Aggie, and he snatched the surprised infant savagely from her arms. "Give me all of them, all of them." He clasped the three babes to his breast, then dashed to the bedside of the unsuspecting Zoe and covered her small face with rapturous kisses. Feeling the red faces of the little strangers in such close proximity to hers, Zoe drew away from them with abhorrence. But unconscious of her unmotherly action, Alfred continued his mad career about the room, his heart overflowing with gratitude towards Zoe in particular, and mankind in general. Finding Aggie in the path of his wild jubilee, he treated that bewildered young matron to an unwelcome kiss, a proceeding which Jimmy did not at all approve. Hardly had Aggie recovered from her surprise when the disgruntled Jimmy was startled out of his dark mood by the supreme insult of a loud resounding kiss, implanted on his own cheek by his excitable young friend. Jimmy raised his arm to resist a second assault, and Alfred veered off in the direction of the officer, who stepped aside just in time to avoid similar demonstration from the indiscriminating young father. Finding a wide circle prescribed about himself and the babies, Alfred suddenly stopped and gazed about from one astonished face to the other. "Well," said the officer, regarding Alfred with an injured air, and feeling much downcast at being so ignominiously deprived of his short-lived heroism in capturing a supposed criminal, "if this is all a joke, I'll let the woman go." "The woman," repeated Alfred. "What woman?" "I nabbed a woman at the foot of the fire escape," explained the officer. Zoe and Aggie glanced at each other inquiringly. "I thought she might be N." Accomplice. "What does she look like, officer?" asked Alfred. His manner was becoming more paternal, not to say condescending, with the arrival of each new infant. "Don't be silly, Alfred," snapped Zoe, really ashamed that Alfred was making such an idiot of himself. "It's only the nurse." "Oh, that's it," said Alfred, with a wise nod of comprehension. "The nurse? Then she's in the joke too?" He glanced from one to the other. They all nodded. "You're all in it," he exclaimed, flattered to think that they had considered it necessary to combine the efforts of so many of them to deceive him. "Yes," assented Jimmy sadly, "we are all in it." "Well, she's a great actress," decided Alfred, with the air of a connoisseur. "She sure is," admitted Donaghy, more and more disgruntled as he felt his reputation for detecting fraud slipping from him. "She put up a funny story about the kid being hers," he added, "but I could tell she wasn't on the level. Good night, sir," he called to Alfred, and ignoring Jimmy, he passed quickly from the room. "Oh, officer," Alfred called after him, "hang around downstairs. I'll be down later and fix things up with you." Again Alfred gave his whole attention to his newfound family. He leaned over the cradle and gazed ecstatically into the three small faces below his. "This is too much," he murmured. "Much too much," agreed Jimmy, who was now sitting hunched up on the couch in his customary attitude of gloom. "You were right not to break it to me too suddenly," said Alfred, and with his arms encircling three infants, he settled himself on the couch by Jimmy's side. "You're a cute one," he continued to Jimmy, who was edging away from the three mites with aversion. In the absence of any answer from Jimmy, Alfred appealed to Zoe. "Isn't he a cute one, dear?" he asked. "Oh yes, Barry," answered Zoe sarcastically. Shutting his lips tight and glancing at Zoe with a determined effort at self-restraint, Jimmy rose from the couch and started toward the door. "If you women are done with me," he said, "I'll clear out." "Clear out!" exclaimed Alfred, rising quickly and placing himself between his old friend and the door. "What a chance!" and he laughed boisterously. "You're not going to get out of my sight this night," he declared. "I'm just beginning to appreciate all you've done for me." "So am I," assented Jimmy, and unconsciously his hand sought the spot where his dinner should have been, but Alfred was not to be resisted. "A man needs someone around," he declared, "when he's going through a thing like this. I need all of you," and with his eyes he embraced the weary circle of faces about him. "I feel as though I could go out of my head," he explained, and with that he began tucking the three small mites in the pink and white crib designed for but one. Zoe regarded him with a bored expression. "You act as though you were out of your head," she commented. But Alfred did not heed her. He was now engaged in the unhoped-for bliss of singing three babies to sleep with one lullaby. The other occupants of the room were just beginning to relax and to show some resemblance to their natural selves when their features were again simultaneously frozen by a ring at the outside door. Chapter Ox by 3, annoyed at being interrupted in the midst of his lullaby. To 3, Alfred looked up to see Maggie, hatless and out of breath, bursting into the room and destroying what was to him an ideally tranquil home scene. But Maggie paid no heed to Alfred's look of inquiry. She made directly for the side of Zoe's bed. "If you plaze, Mum," she panted, looking down at Zoe and wringing her hands. "What is it?" asked Aggie, who had now reached the side of the bed. "'Scuse me for comin' right in." Maggie was breathing hard. "But me mother sent me to tell you that me father is juist up there comin' home from work, and he's spitin' mad about the babies, Mum." cautioned Aggie and Zoe as they glanced nervously toward Alfred, who was rising from his place beside the cradle with increasing interest in Maggie's conversation. "Babies?" he repeated. "Your father is mad about babies." "It's all right, dear," interrupted Zoe nervously. "You see," she went on to explain, pointing toward the trembling Maggie, "this is our washerwoman's little girl. Our washerwoman has had twins too, and it made the wash late, and her husband is angry about it." "Oh," said Alfred with a comprehensive nod, but Maggie was not to be so easily disposed of. "If you please, Mum," she objected, "it ain't about the wash. It's about our baby girls." "Girls?" exclaimed Zoe involuntarily. "Girls?" repeated Alfred, drawing himself up in the fond conviction that all his heirs were boys. "No wonder your pa's angry. I'd be angry too." "Come now," he said to Maggie, patting the child on the shoulder and regarding her indulgently, "you go straight home and tell your father that what he needs is boys." "Well, of course, sir," answered the bewildered Maggie, thinking that Alfred meant to reflect upon the gender of the offspring donated by her parents. "If you ain't a feather likin' girls, me mother sent the money back." And with that, she began to feel for the pocket in her red flannel petticoat. "The money?" repeated Alfred, in a puzzled way. "What money?" It was again Zoe's time to think quickly. "The money for the wash, dear," she explained. "Nonsense," retorted Alfred, positively beaming generosity. "Who talks of money at such a time as this?" And taking a $10 bill from his pocket, he thrust it in Maggie's outstretched hand, while she was trying to return to him the original purchase money. "Here," he said to the astonished girl, "you take this to your father. Tell him I sent it to him for his babies. Tell him to start a bank account with it." This was clearly not a case with which one small addled mind could deal, or at least, so Maggie decided. She had a hazy idea that Alfred was adding something to the original purchase price of her young sisters, but she was quite at a loss to know how to refuse the offer of such a grand hoy gentleman, even though her failure to do so would no doubt result in a beating when she reached home. She stared at Alfred, undecided what to do. The money still lay in her outstretched hand. "I'm afraid Paul niver like it, sir," she said. "Like it!" exclaimed Alfred in high feather, and he himself closed her red little fingers over the bill. "He's got to like it. He'll grow to like it. Now you run along," he concluded to Maggie as he urged her toward the door, "and tell him what I say." "Yes, sir," murmured Maggie, far from sharing Alfred's enthusiasm. Feeling no desire to renew his acquaintance with Maggie, particularly under Alfred's watchful eye, Jimmy had sought his old refuge, the high-backed chair. As affairs progressed, and there seemed no doubt of Zoe's being able to handle the situation to the satisfaction of all concerned, Jimmy allowed exhaustion and the warmth of the firelight to have their way with him. His mind wandered toward other things and finally into space. His head dropped lower and lower on his chest. His breathing became labored, so labored, in fact, that it attracted the besoul. Attention of Maggie, who was about to pass him on her way to the door. "Sure, and it's Mr. Jenks!" exclaimed Maggie. Then coming close to the side of the unsuspecting sleeper, she hissed a startling message in his ear. "Me mother said to tell you that me father's hoppin' mad at you, sir." Jimmy sat up and rubbed his eyes. He studied the young person at his elbow, then he glanced at Alfred, utterly befuddled as to what had happened while he had been on a journey to happier scenes. Apparently Maggie was waiting for an answer to something, but to what? Jimmy thought he detected an ominous look in Alfred's eyes. Letting his hand fall over the arm of the chair so that Alfred could not see it, Jimmy began to make frantic signals to Maggie to depart. She stared at him the harder. "Go away," whispered Jimmy, but Maggie did not move. "Shoo, shoo," he said, and waved her off with his hand. Puzzled by Jimmy's sudden aversion to this apparently harmless child, Alfred turned to Maggie with a puckered brow. "Your father's mad at Jimmy," he repeated. "What about?" For once, Jimmy found it in his heart to be grateful to Zoe for the prompt answer that came from her direction. "The wash, dear," said Zoe to Alfred. Jimmy had to go after the wash, and then with a look which Maggie could not mistake for an invitation to stop longer, Zoe called to her haughtily, "You needn't wait, Maggie. We understand." "Sure, and it's more, and I do," answered Maggie, and shaking her head sadly, she slipped from the room. But Alfred could not immediately dismiss from his mind the picture of Maggie's inhuman parent. "Just fancy," he said, turning his head to one side meditatively. "Fancy any man not liking to be the father of twins," and with that he again bent over the cradle and surveyed its contents. "Think, Jimmy," he said when he had managed to get the three youngsters in his arms. "Just think of the way that father feels, and then think of the way I feel." "And then think of the way I feel," grumbled Jimmy. "You!" exclaimed Alfred. "What have you to feel about?" Before Jimmy could answer, the air was rent by a piercing scream and a crash of glass from the direction of the inner rooms. "What's that?" whispered Aggie with an anxious glance toward Zoe. "Sounded like breaking glass," said Alfred. "Burglars!" exclaimed Zoe for want of anything better to suggest. "Burglars?" repeated Alfred with a superior air. "Nonsense, nonsense! Here," he said, turning to Jimmy, "you hold the boys and I'll go see." And before Jimmy was aware of the honor about to be thrust upon him, he felt three red, spineless morsels wriggling about in his arms. He made what lap he could for the armful and sat up in a stiff, strained attitude on the edge of the couch. In the meantime, Alfred had strode into the adjoining room with the air of a conqueror. Aggie looked at Zoe with dreadful foreboding. "You don't suppose it could be?" She paused. "My baby!" shrieked the voice of the Italian mother from the adjoining room. "Where is he?" Regardless of the discomfort of his three disgruntled charges, Jimmy began to circle the room. So agitated was his mind that he could scarcely hear Aggie, who was reporting proceedings from her place at the bedroom door. "She's come up the fire escape," cried Aggie. "She's beating Alfred to death." "What?" shrieked Zoe, making a flying leap from her coverlets. "She's locking him in the bathroom," declared Aggie, and with that she disappeared from the room, bent on rescue. "My Alfred!" cried Zoe tragically, and she started in pursuit of Aggie. "Wait a minute," called Jimmy, who had not yet been able to find a satisfactory place in which to deposit his armful of clothes and humanity. "What shall I do with these things?" "Eat 'em," was Zoe's helpful retort as the trailing end of her negligee disappeared from the room. Chapter existence. Now, had Jimmy been less perturbed during the latter part of this commotion, he might have heard the bell of the outside door, which had been ringing violently for some minutes. As it was, he was wholly unprepared for the flying advent of Maggie. "Oh, plaise, sir," she cried, pointing with trembling fingers toward the babes in Jimmy's arms. "Me father's coming right behind me. He's a-looking for you, sir." "For me?" murmured Jimmy, wondering vaguely why everybody on earth seemed to be looking for him. "Put him down, sir," cried Maggie, still pointing to the three babies. "Put him down. He's liable to wallop you." "Put him where?" asked Jimmy, now utterly confused as to which way to turn. "There," said Maggie, and she pointed to the cradle beneath his very eyes. "Of course," said Jimmy vapidly, and he sank on his knees and strove to let the wobbly creatures down easily. Bang went the outside door. "That's Pa now," cried Maggie. "Oh, hide, sir, hide." And with that disconcerting warning, she too deserted him. "Hide where?" gasped Jimmy. There was a moment's awful silence. Jimmy rose very cautiously from the cradle. His eyes sought the armchair. It had always betrayed him. He glanced toward the window. It was 12 stories to the pavement. He looked towards the opposite door. Beyond that was the mad Italian woman. His one chance lay in slipping unnoticed through the hallway. He made a determined dash in that direction, but no sooner had he put his head through the door than he drew it back quickly. The conversation between O'Flaherty and the maid in the hallway was not reassuring. Jimmy decided to take a chance with the Italian mother, and as fast as he could, he streaked it toward the opposite door. The shrieks and denunciations that he met from this direction were more disconcerting than those of the Irish father. For an instant he stood in the center of the room, wavering as to which side to surrender himself. The thunderous tones of the enraged father drew nearer. He threw himself on the floor and attempted to roll under the bed. The space between the railing and the floor was far too narrow. Why had he disregarded Aggie's advice as to diet? The knob of the door handle was turning. He vaulted into the bed and drew the covers over his head. Just as O'Flaherty, trembling with excitement and pursued by Maggie, burst into the room. "Lave go of me," cried O'Flaherty to Maggie, who clung to his arm in a vain effort to soothe him, and flinging her off, he made straight for the bed. "Ah!" he cried, gazing with dilated nostrils at the trembling object beneath the covers. "There you are, Mum," and he shook his fist above what he believed to be the cowardly Mrs. Hardy. "'Tis well ye may cover up your head," said he, "for shame on yez. Me wife may take in washing, but when I comes home at night, I wants me kids, and I'll be after having 'em too. Where are they?" he demanded. Then, getting no response from the agitated covers, he glanced wildly about the room. "Glory be to God!" he exclaimed as his eyes fell on the crib, but he stopped short in astonishment when, upon peering into it, he found not one or two, but three, barren. "They're child stalers, that's what they are," he declared to Maggie as he snatched Bridget and Nora to his no doubt comforting breast. "Me little Biddy," he crooned over his much coveted possession. "Me little Nora," he added fondly, looking down at his second. The thought of his narrow escape from losing these irreplaceable treasures rekindled his wrath. Again he strode toward the bed and looked down at the now semi-quiet comforter. "The black heart of ye, Mum," he roared, then ordering Maggie to give back every penny of that shameless creature's money, he turned toward the door. So intense had been O'Flaherty's excitement, and so engrossed was he in his denunciation, that he had failed to see the wild-eyed Italian woman rushing toward him from the opposite door. You!" cried the frenzied woman, and to O'Flaherty's astonishment, she laid two strong hands upon his arm and drew him round until he faced her. "Where are you going with my baby?" she asked, then peering into the face of the infant. Nearest to her, she uttered a disappointed moan. "'Tis not my baby," she cried. She scanned the face of the second infant. Again she moaned. Having begun to identify this hysterical creature as the possible mother of the third infant, O'Flaherty jerked his head in the direction of the cradle. "I guess you'll find what you're looking for in there," he said. Then, bidding Maggie to get along out of this, and shrugging his shoulders to convey his contempt for the fugitive beneath the coverlet, he swept quickly from the room, clasping her long-sought darling to her heart and weeping with delight. The Italian mother was about to follow O'Flaherty through the door when Zoe staggered into the room, weak and exhausted. You, called the indignant Zoe to the departing mother. "How dare you lock my husband in the bathroom?" She pointed to the key, which the woman, still unconsciously, clasped in her hand. "Give me that key," she demanded. "Give it to me this instant." "Take your horrid old key," said the mother, and she threw it on the floor. "If you ever try to get my baby again, I'll lock your husband in jail." And murmuring excited malediction in her native tongue, she took her welcome departure. Zoe stooped for the key, one hand to her giddy head, but Aggie, who had just returned to the room, reached the key first and volunteered to go to the aid of the captive Alfred, who was pounding desperately on the bathroom door and demanding his instant release. "I'll let him out," said Aggie. "You get into bed," and she slipped quickly from the room. Utterly exhausted and half blind with fatigue, Zoe lifted the coverlet and slipped beneath it. Her first sensation was of touching something rough and scratchy, then came the awful conviction that the thing against which she lay was alive. Without stopping to investigate the identity of her uninvited bedfellow, or even daring to look behind her, Zoe fled from the room, emitting a series of screams that made all her previous efforts in that direction seem mere baby cries. So completely had Jimmy been enveloped in the coverlets, and for so long a time that he had acquired a vague feeling of aloofness toward the rest of his fellows, and had lost all knowledge of their goings and comings. But when his unexpected companion was thrust upon him, he was galvanized into sudden action by her scream, and swathed in a large pink comforter, he rolled ignominiously from the upper side of the bed, where he lay on the floor, panting and enmeshed, awaiting further developments. Of one thing he was certain: a great deal had transpired. Since he had sought the friendly solace of the covers, and he had no mind to lose so good a friend as the pink comforter. By the time he had summoned sufficient courage to peep from under its edge, a babel of voices was again drawing near, and he hastily drew back in his shell and waited. Not daring to glance at the scene of her fright, Zoe pushed Aggie before her into the room and demanded that she look in the bed. Seeing the bed quite empty, and noticing nothing unusual in the fact that the pink comforter, along with other covers, had slipped down behind it, Aggie hastened to reassure her terrified friend. "You imagined it, Zoe," she declared. "Look for yourself." Zoe's small face peeped cautiously around the edge of the doorway. "Well, perhaps I did," she admitted. Then she slipped gingerly into the room. My nerves are jumping like fizzy water. They were soon to jump more, for at this instant Alfred, burning with anger at the indignity of having been locked in the bathroom, entered the room, demanding to know the whereabouts of the lunatic mother who had dared to make him a captive in his own house. "Where is she?" he called to Zoe and Aggie, and his eye roved wildly about the room. Then his mind reverted with anxiety to his newly acquired offspring. "My boys!" he cried, and he rushed toward the crib. "They're gone," he declared tragically. "Gone?" echoed Aggie. "Not all of them," said Zoe. "All," insisted Alfred, and his hands went distractedly toward his head. "She's taken them all." Zoe and Aggie looked at each other in a dazed way. They had a hazy recollection of having seen one babe disappear with the Italian woman, but what had become of the other two? "Where did they go?" asked Aggie. "I don't know," said Zoe, with the first truth she had spoken that night. "I left them with Jimmy." "Jimmy!" shrieked Alfred, and a diabolical light lit his features. "Jimmy!" he snorted with sudden comprehension. "Then he's at it again. He's crazy as she is. This is inhuman. This joke has got to stop." And with that decision he started toward the outer door. "But Allie!" protested Zoe, really alarmed by the look that she saw on his face. Alfred turned to his trembling wife with suppressed excitement and patted her shoulder condescendingly. "Control yourself, my dear," he said. "Control yourself. I'll get your babies for you, trust me. I'll get them, And then, he added with parting emphasis from the doorway, I'll settle with Jimmy. By uncovering one eye, Jimmy could now perceive that Zoe and Aggie were engaged in a heated argument at the opposite side of the room. By uncovering one ear, he learned that they were arranging a line of action for him immediately upon his reappearance. He determined not to wait for the details. Fixing himself cautiously on all fours, and making sure that he was well covered by the pink comforter, he began to crawl slowly toward the bedroom door. Turning away from Aggie with an impatient exclamation, Zoe suddenly beheld what seemed to her a large pink monster with protruding claws, wriggling its way hurriedly toward the inner room. "Look!" she screamed, and pointing in horror toward the dreadful creature now dragging itself across the threshold, she sank fainting into Aggie's outstretched arms. Chapter XXX. Having dragged the limp form of her friend to the nearby couch, Aggie was bending over her to apply the necessary restoratives when Alfred returned in triumph. He was followed by the officer in whose arms were 3 infants, and behind whom was the irate O'Flaherty, the hysterical Italian woman, and last of all, Maggie. "Bring them all in here, officer," called Alfred over his shoulder. "I'll soon prove to you whose babies those are." Then turning to Aggie, who stood between him and the fainting Zoe, he cried triumphantly, "I've got them, Aggie, I've got them." He glanced toward the empty bed. "Where's Zoe?" he asked. "She's fainted," said Aggie, and stepping from in front of the young wife, she pointed toward the couch. "Oh, my darling!" cried Alfred with deep concern as he rushed to Zoe and began frantically patting her hands. "My poor frightened darling!" Then he turned to the officer, his sense of injury welling high within him. "You see what these people have done to my wife? She's fainted." Ignoring the uncomplimentary remarks of O'Flaherty, he again bent over Zoe. "Rouse yourself, my dear," he begged of her. "Look at me," he pleaded. "Your babies are safe." "Hair babies?" snorted O'Flaherty, unable longer to control his pent-up indignation. "I'll let you know when I want to hear from you," snarled the officer to O'Flaherty. "But they're not her babies," protested the Italian woman desperately. "Cut it!" shouted the officer, and with low mutterings, the outraged parents were obliged to bide their time. Lifting Zoe to a sitting posture, Alfred fanned her gently until she regained her senses. "Your babies are all right," he assured her. "I've brought them all back to you." "All?" gasped Zoe weakly, and she wondered what curious fate had been intervening to assist Alfred in such a prodigious undertaking. "Yes, dear," said Alfred, "everyone," and he pointed toward the 3 infants in the officer's arms. "See, dear, see." Zoe turned her eyes upon what seemed to her numberless red faces. "Oh!" she moaned, and again she swooned. "I told you she'd be afraid to face us," shouted the now triumphant O'Flaherty. "You brute!" retorted the still credulous Alfred. "How dare you persecute this poor demented mother?" Alfred's persistent solicitude for Zoe was too much for the resentful Italian woman. "She didn't persecute me, oh no!" she exclaimed sarcastically. "Keep still, you!" commanded the officer. Again Zoe was reviving, and again Alfred lifted her in his arms and begged her to assure the officer that the babies in question were hers. "Let's hear her say it," demanded O'Flaherty. "You shall hear her," answered Alfred with confidence. Then he beckoned to the officer to approach, explaining that Zoe was very weak. "Sure," said the officer. Then planting himself directly in front of Zoe's half-closed eyes, he thrust the babies upon her attention. "Look, Zoe," pleaded Alfred. "Look!" Zoe opened her eyes to see 3 small red faces immediately opposite her own. Take them away, she cried, with a frantic wave of her arm. Take them away. What? Exclaimed Alfred in astonishment. What did I tell you? Shouted O'Flaherty. This hateful reminder brought Alfred again to the protection of his young and defenseless wife. The excitement has unnerved her, he said to the officer. Ain't you about done with my kids? Asked O'Flaherty, marveling how any man with so little penetration as the officer managed to hold down a good paying job. What do you want for your proof anyway? Asked the mother, but Alfred's faith in the validity of his new parenthood was not to be so easily shaken. My wife is in no condition to be questioned, he declared. She's out of her head, and if you don't, he stepped suddenly, for without warning, the door was thrown open and a second officer strode into their midst, dragging by the arm the reluctant Jimmy. I guess I've got something here that you folks need in your business, he called, nodding toward the now utterly demoralized Jimmy. Jimmy! Exclaimed Aggie, having at last got her breath. The joker, cried Alfred, bearing down upon the panting Jimmy with a ferocious expression. I caught him slipping down the fire escape, explained the officer. Again? Exclaimed Aggie and Alfred in tones of deep reproach. Jimmy, said Alfred, coming close to his friend and fixing his eyes upon him in a determined effort to control the poor creature's fast-failing faculties. You know the truth of this thing. You are the one who sent me that telegram. You are the one who told me that I was a father. Well, aren't you a father? Asked Aggie, trying to protect her dejected spouse. Of course I am, replied Alfred with every confidence, but I have to prove it to the officer. Jimmy knows, he concluded. Then turning to the uncomfortable man at his side, he demanded imperatively, Tell the officer the truth, you idiot. No more of your jokes. Am I a father or am I not? If you're depending on M.E. for your future offspring, answered Jimmy, wagging his head with the air of a man reckless of consequences, you are not a father. Depending on you, gasped Alfred, and he stared at his friend in bewilderment. What do you mean by that? Ask them, answered Jimmy, and he nodded toward Zooey and Aggie. Alfred appealed to Aggie. Alfred appealed to Aggie. Ask Zoe, said Aggie. Alfred bent over the form of the again prostrate Zoe. My darling, he entreated, rouse yourself. Slowly she opened her eyes. Now, said Alfred with enforced self-control, you must look the officer squarely in the eye and tell him whose babies those are. And he nodded toward the officer, who was now beginning to entertain grave doubts on the subject. How should I know? Cried Zoe, too exhausted for further lying. What? Exclaimed Alfred, his hand on his forehead. I only borrowed them, said Zoe, to get you home, and with that she sank back on the couch and closed her eyes. What did I tell you? Cried the triumphant O'Flaherty. I guess they're yourn all right, admitted the officer doggedly, and he grudgingly released the 3 infants to their rightful parents. I guess they'd better be, shouted O'Flaherty. Then he and the Italian woman made for the door with their babes pressed close to their hearts. Wait a minute, cried Alfred. I want an understanding. O'Flaherty turned in the doorway and raised a warning fist. If you don't leave my kids alone, you'll get an understanding. Me too, added the mother. On your way, commanded the officer to the pair of them, and together with Maggie and the officer, they disappeared forever from the Hardy household. Alfred gazed about the room. My God, he exclaimed. Then he turned to Jimmy, who was still in the custody of the second officer. "If I'm not a father, what am I?" "I'd hate to tell you," was Jimmy's unsympathetic reply, and in utter dejection, Alfred sank on the foot of the bed and buried his head in his hands. "What shall I do with this one, sir?" asked the officer, undecided as to Jimmy's exact standing in the household. "Shoot 'em for all I care," groaned Alfred, and he rocked to and fro. "How ungrateful!" exclaimed Aggie. Then she signaled to the officer to go. "No more of your funny business," said the officer with a parting nod at Jimmy and a vindictive light in his eyes when he remembered the bruises that Jimmy had left on his shins. "Oh, Jimmy," said Aggie sympathetically, and she pressed her hot face against his round, apoplectic cheek. "You poor dear! And after all you have done for us?" "Yes," sneered Zoe, having regained sufficient strength to stagger to her feet. "He's done a lot, hasn't he?" And then forgetting that her original adventure with Jimmy, which had brought about such disastrous results, was still unknown to Aggie and Alfred, she concluded bitterly, all this would never have happened if it hadn't been for Jimmy and his horrid old luncheon. Jimmy was startled. This was too much, and just as he had seemed to be well out of complications for the remainder of his, no doubt, short life, he turned to bolt for the door, but Aggie's eyes were upon him. "Luncheon?" exclaimed Aggie, and she regarded him with a puzzled frown. Zoe's hand was already over her lips, but too late. Recovering from his somewhat bewildering sense of loss, Alfred, too, was now beginning to sit up and take notice. "What luncheon?" he demanded. Zoe gazed from Alfred to Aggie, then at Jimmy, then resolving to make a clean breast of the matter, she sidled toward Alfred with her most ingratiating manner. "Now, Alfred," she purred, as she endeavored to act one arm about his unsuspecting neck, "if you'll only listen, I'll tell you the real truth." A wild, despairing cry from Alfred, a dash toward the door by Jimmy, and a determined effort on Aggie's part to detain her spouse temporarily interrupted Zoe's narrative. But in spite of these discouragements, Zoe did eventually tell Alfred the real truth, and before the sun had risen on the beginning of another day, she had added to her confession promises whose happy fulfillment was evidenced for many years after by the chatter of glad young voices up and down the stairway of Alfred's new suburban home, and the flutter of golden curls in and out amongst the sunlight and shadows of his ample, well-kept grounds. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.